What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Buongiorno, signore, signore, and welcome along to FIA Karting Raceway in Venezia, in Italy. What a fantastic day it is going to be of racing here for the FIA Karting European Championship 2021 in the KZ and KZ2 categories, as well as the second weekend of 3 in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the 12th annual running of the competition. To quote Jim Carrey, it is a beautiful day here in Italy, and we are going to have some spectacular racing to come. First of all, let's hear from the drivers who were on the top spot in time qualifying yesterday. Danilo Albanese in KZ2, Federico Alrafai of the United Arab Emirates in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and pole position on his KZ debut. Can you believe it? Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
Definitely feel very good today. Good quali, pulled it, and yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow's heat, starting on pole. Definitely starting from pole, hoping for a couple of wins, maybe top 3s, and we'll see how it goes though.
Today went very well, to be honest, thanks to the preparation from the whole team, because this pace came from when we started immediately from yesterday morning. We have always been improving bit by bit, and at the end of qualifying we found something special to improve a little more. So I am very happy with where we are today. There are many people to thank, obviously everyone at Kart Republic and Miami. It's always special to take pole position at home. We were strong here last year and the last time we raced too, so I am confident. We'll just do the best we can and to try to finish where we're starting.
Incredible start. We didn't really expect to make pole position today. We show good speed through the practice, but you know, I was always a little bit in back from the leaders. But yeah, in quali I just gave everything. For sure we can achieve a really good result. We'll see tomorrow in the race. For sure it's gonna be hard, but yeah, we'll do the best that we can.
For those of you who got up today thinking, Andrea Kimi Antonelli on pole position, it must be another okay weekend. Boy, are you wrong. It is Gearbox, and on his first ever appearance in KZ, he's put it on pole position. We can't quite believe it either. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. History is definitely in the making, and not just because it's a European Championship final day.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jake. As you said, history in the making, and we're here to witness it with Andrea Kimi Antonelli setting his first pole position for his first ever KZ appearance in the FIA Karting Championship. So we'll get back to the KZ in just a few moments, but before that, the KZ2 will get us started for what will be a busy day of racing. 19 qualifying races for all 3 classes, starting with KZ2, then the youngsters of the Academy Trophy, followed by the KZ, and then all over again until the end of the day. So make sure to stay with us, tune in on FIAKarting.com and on social media. It's been very hot since we've been here. It's going to remain hot until the end of the weekend. This is the Venetian region, such a beautiful part of Italy with very high temperatures. conditions that the drivers for most of the season have been relatively used to, but this is going to be certainly a key factor to manage. First race coming up, the qualifying heat opposing Group B and D.
Yeah, hello to everybody who's watching, wherever you're watching from, whether it's via the YouTube stream, the Facebook page, motorsport.tv, wherever you're watching around the world. You're in for a treat today. First race up first, Giuseppe Palomba and Senna van Waalstein, the championship leader on the front row of the grid. Hubert Petit and Juho Valtonen on the second. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto beside Adrian Janicki. Then Marco Toiman and Daniel Bazile, Moritz Ebner and Thomas Imburg, Marcus Funder and David Trevelov, Cristiano Bulin and Alessio Baldi.
Then we have Nicola Bartolini and Tim Troger, followed by Giuseppe Fusco and Gaspar Casmala, Jan Nomblo and Andre Walter on row 10, followed by Christian Gaffuri, Victor Orberg, Angelo Lombardo, Matas Torrigiani, Thomas Guedes, Luca Rebok and Jesper Westerholm. A total of 27 drivers making it onto the track for the first time today. We had the warm-up sections to get started just before, but now serious business is about to start, as we had qualifying yesterday as well to get everybody ready for today's racing. But the first one of a lot of qualifying races for the KZ2 class, up to 81 participants this weekend in this particular category. A high level of racing as always, and 5 races for each of those drivers, with just one goal in mind: to make it to the final on Sunday with just 36 tickets available.
Now, we know there are going to be some people who are watching this for the first time or who are still getting into the sport of karting, and earlier this season have obviously watched a lot of the OK races. Well, how does KZ differ? Well, it's very simple. These are gearbox driven. So the OK categories are obviously automatic direct drive. You put your foot down and go. Whereas with gearbox, you are changing gears as you are driving. It is the most physically demanding form of motorsport there is. Max Verstappen became world champion of this craft back in 2013, and it springboarded him to the world of Formula One. This is the KZ2 category. The difference between this and KZ is very simple. It's just 5 kilograms heavier than the KZ category, but this is the route to the top of motorsport. But the drivers here all want to become European champion. The man on pole position, Giuseppe Palomba, has the chance to deny the man on the right of your picture, the 314 Senna van Waalstein, who is currently leading the championship after his brilliant run at Wackersdorf. And of course, the other difference, as you can see on your screen, standing starts. So the karts will go into position. It's going to be pretty spectacular. These karts get off the line in 0 to 60 kilometers an hour in the same sort of time you expect from a Bugatti Chiron. Here they come off to the lights, and away we go. Great start off the line from Van Waalstein. He launches forward, takes the lead from Palomba and Valtonen as they dive through the first corner. It is an epic start from the Dutchman. No problems as they get through turn 2. Palomba's trying to stay with him, and Valtonen has got a beautiful start into third position. The Flying Finn is already trying to get himself up at a second place, but Van Waalstein has jogged away early.
And here we go for 12 laps, the first of the day, and a great start indeed for the Dutchman. He needs to secure that leading championship of his this weekend, and no better way than to start ahead of the field. But watch out for Palomba. He was very competitive last year for the opening of this championship as he finished in third place. Can he achieve that as well? First, he needs to battle against Senna van Waalstein. But for now, everybody seems to be getting in good order for the opening lap. Watch out, Van Waalstein, Palomba, and Joe Valtonen indeed making his way up to third, and having passed Hubert Petit, who's following in fourth position. And there we go, there's a change already with Van Waalstein being attacked by Giuseppe Palomba, but it was a bit too short for the Italian. Can Joe Valtonen take advantage of the lost momentum from Palomba, but is having none of it at the moment. So Palomba still in second, but putting the pressure already on Van Waalstein, as we have in fourth position Hubert Petit, Daniel Vasile in fifth, followed by Adrian Jenikin, Thomas Hemburg, Lorenzo Travasanuto dropping 3 places down to 8 from Marco Tormund, and Moritz Ebner closing at the top 10.
I tell you what, Senna van Waalstein has definitely got himself in the right frame of mind for this one. Palomba almost made that look easy into turn 1. Senna van Waalstein just very deliberate, round the outside. No way, you're not going to get an easy overtake on me today, buddy. You're going to have to try something very special if you want to take the lead from me today. End of lap 2, Van Waalstein still leads. Palomba's got good straight line speed. Can he make the move into turn 2? Definitely starting to dial in the opportunity. Up to the inside, Van Waalstein's ready for him. Absolutely cuts across the line, and this is holding up the pack. Van Waalstein, Palomba and Valtonen are already being caught now by the Frenchman Hubert Petit. So Petit has got a good chance to get himself into the top 3 here. Palomba swarming around all over the back of Van Waalstein's machine. But the Sodi car remains at the front end of the field. The CPV Sport driver keeping good diction through the corners at the moment as he keeps himself nice and balanced. threading the throttle through each apex, just keeping himself planted on the apex, doesn't want to use too much curb, just keeping himself nice and uniform on the exit as well. Very well balanced and very well controlled from Senna van Waalstein. There's not a lot that Palomba can do about him at the moment. He's just got to try and edge a little bit closer and find something a little bit more as they continue on their way further forward. But Valtonen is keeping himself very hungry in there in third position. A dual campaign this for Juho Valtonen in 2021, doing both the OK Senior and the KZ2 categories in 2021. Obviously very busy. Now Palomba's having to be defensive because Valtonen and Petit are all over him, and Daniel Vasil is closing up, the Romanian, having shot up into 5th position. Good run so far from the DR driver.
Yeah, let's not forget that it's still only the first race of a busy weekend ahead, so there's no risk to be taken here because those drivers need the points, especially Juho Valtonen in 3rd place, who didn't have the best ending to his weekend in Varkersdorf for the opening round. He is in 3rd place, attacking Giuseppe Palomba. But watch out for the back as we have Senna van Waalstein being investigated. Was it for his start?
It could well be,
actually, but investigation flag for the leader, the Dutchman Van Waalstein, who is pulling away already 4/10 of a second in front. Oh, and the 278 from Paulin is in trouble, but he's getting back on track. This is Victor Orberg, but we thought it would be at the end of his race, but he's getting back onto the track. So good news, but he's tumbling down the order. And as a response to the flag that he just received from the official, Van Waalstein is putting the fastest lap in this race, 47.1. His advantage was of 4/10 just a moment ago, but it just dropped down to less than 3/10 with Palomba really being in his shadow at the moment.
We have one retirement, that is Jesper Westerholm. They're just parking his cart up at the side of the road now. The only two things I can think of that Senna van Waalstein would be investigated for at this early stage of the race is, firstly, maybe a jump start. Could have been a fraction of a second off the line ahead of the rest of the field. The second reason could be track limits. We have seen quite a few times here at Adria, in particular on this circuit, as they come up to turn 3. Now we'll watch it as the drivers come through this time. They go through turn 3, and it's this curb coming up at this point of the course. You can see the drivers now hopping over it. That can be cut very, very easily if the drivers just edge over the apex a little bit too far to the right, and that can really incur track limits. How big a difference does that make, do you say? Well, it can be as much as 0.2 of a second per lap if they get it right. And obviously, if you're defending the lead from the driver behind you, that could be the difference between him not making an overtake and making the move. So that is obviously very important that they get that investigation sorted. For Senna van Waalstein, he's just got to focus and keep himself as clean as a whistle for the rest of this race and hope it doesn't come back to bite him.
Absolutely, as we just passed the halfway mark, 6 laps in, lap number 7, and Palomba still chasing very much Senna van Waalstein, who's shutting all the doors. And as you said, it's so important to get all the curves right in each of the 11 corners of this track. Very bumpy, as you can see.
You saw it
clipping the curb already on his way to turn number 3. That particular turn, actually, just before that, when actually, if you're missing the right line or if you're clipping the curb too much, you can actually lose momentum and maybe putting yourself at risk of overtaking. Travis Anuto, 48.6, the young Italian two-time world champion, the fastest on track at the moment, is in 9th place, as you can see on the left side of your screen. But at the moment, the focus is on the battle for the lead. Van Waalstein about to conclude lap number 7 in this first qualifying heat. Palomba not far behind. As you can see, Juho Valtonen in 3rd place, looking over his shoulder to see where Hubert Petit, the CPP driver, is. 4th place with just 1.3 second advantage on David Vasile. So you can see really the rest of the field being really pulled away pretty much. Oh, watch out for the move! And Palomba goes through Van Waalstein. Change for the lead.
I did wonder if Palomba was going to go for it, and he has made the bid on the inside at turn 3. So Giuseppe Palomba sends a warning shot to the rest of the field. He gets through. Now that's quite crucial. Last night on social media, Birolart were bombastic about how in KZ they were struggling for grip in the tyres and it had hampered their qualifying pace. Here, Giuseppe Palomba seems to have found excellent rhythm in the early stages in KZ2 with these tyres. And obviously they only have 3 front tyres and 3 rear tyres to last them from the beginning of time qualifying to the end of the final heat. So it's all about tyre management, and it looks as though Giuseppe Palomba and his mechanic certainly seem to have got on top of it thus far.
Yeah, we told you Giuseppe Palomba is at home, is one of the many Italian drivers competing in this weekend's championship race. The majority, of course, of the drivers in all categories, but he knows this track particularly well. The experience, of course, from the majority of the drivers is huge on the Adria circuit, but you can see that Palomba is quite competitive since the start of this race. And watch out for further back because Hubert Petit is battling against Jo Valtanen. This is a fight for third place. As you can see, the SP Motorsport driver handling on and trying to keep that position alive. But Hubert Petit is coming just behind very fast. He's trying to take David Vasile in 5th place with him. But there's a bit of a gap, a couple of meters. You can see the drivers clipping the curb, being very aggressive in that last part of the track, the turn 10 before the right-hander very fast of 11 on the way back to the finish straight. And this is a very bumpy track. I was talking to Bas Lammers about it, and he told me this is very, very difficult to be consistent on this particular circuit, considering that the sector number 1 is quite different from the second and third. Very, very technical, and you can actually manage to shut all the doors as much as you can and not being overtaken at all. So the focus is very high, and considering that this is a gearbox category, this track is particularly difficult when you need to brake so late in each of the corners. But so far so good for Giuseppe Palomba. He's been able to increase his gap, as you can see, up to 7/10 of a second. And right now, this is Senna van Walsteen under trouble.
Let's be fair, not many people are going to give you better advice about how this circuit goes than Bas Lammers, a multiple champion in gearbox racing. So here is the battle for second place. Senna van Walsteen being caught up now by Juho Valtanen, the flying Finn, on the Stanpex Motorsport colours that are making their first major appearance this weekend. Obviously, they were being run last time out at Wackersdorf for Valtanen, but now the entire squadron fleet is running under those colours, including in KZ, when you'll get to see Stan and Jorrit Pex, the Dutch brothers, actually in their own colours for the first time in FIA KZ racing, which is wonderful to see. They're going to keep it in the family and give a nice sporting pedigree to that race, which will come up later on this morning. But so far, it's a very intense battle, and Palomba is actually stretching away. Look at that. The misery and the condolences of the Birolart team last night. You'd have thought that it would be an absolute nightmare weekend, but Palomba has just bolted out of the blocks, and he is putting up an interesting fight here from pole position, of course. He did get a great lap in qualifying yesterday, but it's clear that whatever Palomba's doing, the entire red and white squad needs to imitate it.
That's a good example to follow indeed, that Palomba on his final lap with close to 9/10 of a second. Watch out for Jo Valtanen. Then he actually tried to make his move on Senna van Walsteen. He's up for grab. Van Walsteen looking over his shoulder in the middle of the track, second sector. I don't think that Valtanen wants to go in, as this is still very early and this is a good result. He needs to keep that third position alive, and there's not much time remaining in that race to manage and to attack Van Walsteen. This is the last part. Palomba on his way to what will be his first victory of the weekend. One last kick of the throttle on his way to the start-finish straight. And the first victory of the day goes to Giuseppe Palomba from Birolart in front of Senna van Walsteen, still under investigation. Let's wait for what's going to happen and what the decision of the officials will be. But second place still, Jo Valtanen in third from Hubert Petit, Daniel Vasile, Marco Tormen in sixth from Lorenzo Travisanuto. Managed to get ahead of Thomas Imbourg in front of David Trefilov, Adrian Janicki, Marcus Fonda, Moritz Ebner in 12, followed by Christian Habelin, Giuseppe Fusco, and Alessio Baldi.
Well, that is as dramatic as it gets, though, because if Senna van Walsteen, who finishes in second place, picks up a penalty at this early stage of the weekend, that could blow the KZ2 European Championship wide open. He dominated at Wackersdorf, was pole position in the pre-final, and obviously took the 10 points that go with that in the championship finals, and got the race win as well. 35 points maximum from each race weekend. And there's only 2 race weekends in the European Championship for KZ2 and KZ. So you've got to be absolutely perfect. And a penalty for Van Walsteen at this early stage could blow it open for everyone to get in. So Giuseppe Palomba taking the win from Senna van Walsteen and Juho Valtanen. Hubert Petit and Daniel Vasile in the top 5 from Marco Tormen and Lorenzo Travisanuto after a string of fastest laps for him. Then 8th place for Thomas Imbourg, David Trefilov in front of Adrian Janicki, Marcus Funda and Moritz Ebner from Christian Habulin and Giuseppe Fusco, Alessio Baldi, Jean Nomblo, Tim Troger and Kasper Kalasma. Then behind that, we had Nicola Bartolini, Angelo Lombardo, who was the leading wildcard, Andre Walter and Christian Gaffuri, Lucas Rehbock and Thomas Guedes. The last man home was Victor Oberg. Just the 2 retirements in the end, rather sadly. Matthias Torrigiani, the privateer, and the USCR motorsport driver Jesper Westerholm of Sweden, both retiring before time was out. An interesting opening start. Van Walsteen obviously very authoritarian in this race. He knows he's got a title to win. But if he's made a mistake and has got a penalty for it, Palomba's dominant performance could be enough to bring him forward to become a European champion for the first time.
Yeah, a big question that needs an answer in just a few moments, and we'll give you confirmation as soon as we got the info from the officials. But pretty good race indeed from Palomba, Van Wallenstein, and Jo Valtanen. Once again, a name to keep an eye on in this KZ2 category. Very competitive, even though he needs a good result as well to close his European Championship on a good note.
It's worth pointing out he wasn't the only driver under investigation, Senna Van Wallenstein. He did get a note there, ping. Senna Van Wallenstein was under investigation, but he's not the only one. There was also the 353 is under investigation. That is Daniel Vazil, the Romanian, who finished in 5th position. So 2 big names from this field already going to the stewards at the end of this one. So that could be a very interesting turn of events. Right, we're getting ourselves ready for the next race, which is for groups C versus F. And in this one, we're going to see the Dutch charge Laurens van Hopen, who is part of the Leclerc by Lennox racing team run by Jordan Lennox-Lamb. Let's see how he's getting on as we caught up with him on Thursday.
This week we got a lot of high expectations for this weekend, and yeah, I'm behind Senna and Polini, and yeah, we'll try see what we can do. Yeah, in the final we missed a little bit. We've been working on that, and I think we found it now. So we'll see. Like always, just enough grip and just the perfect package to win. Winning is always hard, so yeah, we'll see. Well, obviously we've been driving a lot at this track, always since mini-kart you drive at this track. Yeah, you can overtake quite well at this track. In KZ it's harder than normally, but anyway there's still quite some overtaking spots like turn 2, in the chicane, and then in the middle hairpin. Now the track is a lot slower than normally, like it's almost 2 seconds slower than normally, so it will be a lot different this weekend. It's difficult for us in KZ because we drive everything a lot tighter than normally. Like the direct drive categories are a lot more wide and open and a lot more flowing. So in this category it's a lot more stop and go. So that's what makes it harder.
Laurens van Hopen of the Netherlands in his first season in Gearbox, of course, having joined the Leclerc by Lennox race team last year and has moved up to the Gearbox category with them, most likely following the fantastic performance in 2020 from Victor Gustafsson, who was so strong in KZ2 in both weekends, and of course dominated the opening weekend of the season right here in Adria. So he's going to be one to watch in the KZ races later. Starts 3rd on the grid for that heat later, so definitely one to watch. News from the paddock. Unfortunately, one of the competitors is not going to be able to continue the race weekend. We were a little bit concerned yesterday through practice and time qualifying. He did manage to get a competitive lap in, Jean Lier, but after investigation last night and checks from the doctors, it has been judged that he will not be continuing this weekend. That is such a shame for the Swiss driver. Now with the Tony Kart factory team, of course, he and his brother Samuel, who'll be lining up in pole position for this one, by the way. It's been such a great transition for the Lier brothers. They're a very, very competitive pair of Swiss racers. They've really got the FIA karting vibe very quickly. And it's unfortunate that Jean has not really been able to put on his best performance.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed, as he confirmed on social media that due to an injury to his ribs, the pain was actually too much for him to keep going in his race. And when we know how much pressure is being put on the ribs at the wheel of a kart at such a high speed, it's only but logical to actually take care of yourself. And that's what he said, you know, I'd rather actually take care of myself and have that rest that I need in order to be ready for the World Championship of the KZ and KZ2, the International Super Cup of KZ2 and the World Championship of KZ taking place in Kristianstad in a couple of weeks' time in September. So this is a rather logical and smart decision from Jean Lier, even though he had a good start from this European Championship in Varkersdorf, scoring 9 points and being provisional 7 in the championship coming to this event. But unfortunately, the Tony Kart driver won't be able to confirm and keep on scoring this time around in Adria. But we wish him well, we wish him a good rest and to get back as strong as ever. For the time being, we're expecting the next race coming up with the Group C against F that will see them on track. The second race of the day, as we had Laurens van Hopen in the interview, very strong start of the championship, third in Varkensdorf after what had been a very, very strong weekend from the young Dutchman, even though Senna van Ollestein at the time was pretty much unreachable, but Van Hopen still managed to finish in third place in Varkensdorf. So can he actually make it 2 in a row or even improve in his performance? Definitely a name to keep an eye on.
Well, if he gets a podium this time, as he did in Varkensdorf, and Van Waalstein, for example, does not, then the consistency factor means that Van Hopen is actually a very good shout for the European Championship. He is a favourite for it. So there's a good opportunity for him, especially starting from 4th position on the grid. For those who are watching along for the first time, wondering how commonplace are rib injuries in the world of karting, unfortunately, it is a constant danger, because even if you don't have an accident, the training regime and the physicality of these karts, it's mind-blowing. It is like being thrown around in a cannonball. It is such a physical discipline. For my money, it is probably the most physical form of sport that you won't find in the Olympic Games. It is so demanding on the drivers, and these guys really are superhuman to battle their way through it week in, week out. The KZ2 qualifying heat for groups C versus F are next up, and there are 2 absolute prize fighters on the front row of the grid. Sam Louyer and Jamie Day. Leonardo Marcellia and Laurens Van Hopen on the second row from Arto Carbonell and David Lewinsky. Martin van Leuven and Natalia Balbo. She's in front of Nikita Artemonov and Alessio Pacini. Then Andrea Dali, Giorgio Carrara, Kasper Nadolski and Jacob Bergmeister.
Then we have on row 8, he was supposed to be there, Jean Louyer. He won't be part in this race. Alongside him, James Wharton on row number 8, row number 9, Fabrizio Rosati and Robert Kinderwater, Valentino Frisch and Jan Bednar, Taran Pongan and Jesper Sjoberg, Rodrigo Ferreira and Josep Knop. Then we have Paul Ribeiro and Damien Vallard and Anna Lang on the 14th and last row. A total of 26 drivers, if I'm counting right. Yeah, 26 on the track. Missing, unfortunately, Jean Louyer, as we told you. Everybody in. One lap to get the tires up to temperatures, then on the grid, standing start once again. It gives a sort of Formula 1 vibe to this European Championship of KZ and KZ2, of course, as we will see the same sort of rolling start for the Academy Trophy as usual, as this is the same sort of a junior category that we can see in the FIA Karting Championships. But let's see what's going to happen. Jamie Day and Samuel Ley, of course, a very strong front row start.
Worth noting as well that there are quite a few drivers that are out of position, having had a very tricky qualifying session. Even the likes of Alessio Pacini, who is second in the European Championship at this point, is down the order. Pacini is only on row 5 of the grid. He's in 10th position, so he's got a lot of work to make up here, while Van Hopen is only in 4th place behind his teammate Jamie Day from the United Arab Emirates. A lot of other drivers out of position after struggling in qualifying as well. Andrea Dale, Robert Kinderwater, Valentino Frisch, Rodrigo Ferreira, even Hannah Lang was about a second quicker in practice than she was in qualifying, because she got held up on her qualifying lap, and they have also been struggling for pace on tyres. So expect the British driver, who was 3rd in Britain 4 seasons ago in the British Championship, is definitely going to be trying to fight her way through the field. So the competitors now in position on the grid. Sam Louyer and Jamie Day, Marcellia, Van Hopen, Carbonell and Lewinsky. Are we going to go racing this time? The lights are on. They go out. We're racing, and it's a cracking start from Jamie Day, but Louyer is going to hold him at the first corner. No problem at all. So Sam Louyer takes the lead as they sprint down towards turn 2. Day is trying to come around the outside to get level and tuck back in on the switch, but he's going to have to hold himself there in 2nd position. But up to 3rd has come Laurens Van Hopen. It's the perfect start for the Dutchman, as he is now a serious contender for this European Championship in the top 3.
Yeah, Van Hopen getting
contact by the back. Contact. Oh. 5 karts have gone. 5 karts altogether there, and that is an absolute disaster. I think we've lost Kasper Nadolski in that mix. 417 is there. That's Jan Bednar. That's Rodrigo Ferreira in there as well in the Praga. The 342 in the mix. Now that is Kasper Nadolski. And I think we've also had Robert Kinderwater is down there, and that is an absolute heart-wrencher. Jacob Bergmeister, Nadolski, Kinderwater, Bednar and Ferreira all involved in that one, but it's as you were off the start. Louyer, Day, Van Hopen, and in 4th place, Lewinsky.
Yeah, that was an impressive shunt, wasn't it? But thankfully, Jacob Meister is on his feet, as he was tangled under not the cart in the incident, but he's on his feet. That's good to see. And as we get back on racing with Sam Louyer in front of Jamie Day. Van Hopen, as you said, making himself up to 3rd. Good start from Laurens Van Hopen, who's going to need, of course, to climb any higher if he wants to keep his title hopes alive at the start start of this championship. But Leonardo Marseglia has tumbled down a little bit. Third place for David Lewinsky in front of Arthur Carbonell at the moment. Marseglia tumbling down to 6th in front of Van Leeuwen, Piccini, Balbo and Artamanov running up the top 10 as we're about to conclude lap number 2.
And I'm afraid all 5 drivers involved in that lap 1 incident are out of the race. Rodrigo Ferreira tried to get going again, but unfortunately his kart is way too badly damaged to be able to continue racing. So that is unfortunate for the Portuguese driver and for the 4 men that went with him. Up the inside, that's the bid to try and get past Louis, and Louis's gone off the road in his bid to hold on to it. Jamie Day launches on the inside line, squeezes Sam Louis wide and takes the lead. Absolutely dictatorial and authoritarian from the young man from Dubai. Amazing.
Yeah, amazing as well how he managed to stay onto the track after that in second place, but he's going to lose more. David Louis once again.
That's
yes,
Lewinsky.
Lewinsky going ahead in second place, Sam Louis in the third, and maybe some more trouble coming up, unfortunately, for the Swiss driver who stays in third place. But watch out for the back because Lawrence Van Hoopen might try to do the same as well. Jamie Day pulling away already, 9/10 of a second in front of Lewinsky. Then Louis under intense pressure for Lawrence Van Hoopen. Further back as well, we have Arthur Carbonell in the mix. What a move that was, actually, and pretty amazing. Our Sam Louis managed to stay onto the track, actually, and keep the momentum going, because it could have been a lot worse for the Swiss driver in that particular move. But Jamie Day managed this beautifully, and now is pulling away, maybe on his way to a first victory this weekend for the young Ferrari Academy driver.
Well, Jamie Day has absolutely nothing to lose at this point. He was unable to score points at Wackersdorf, so Jamie Day doing an exceptional job. He's had an incredible career up to this point. Multiple winner in his native United Arab Emirates, has been there in karts and cars, and has now made the switch, obviously, in the first few years to the European Championships. He was in Gearbox for the first time this season, but he's doing an absolutely terrific job here at Adria. He's really flying at the moment. Lewinsky up into second position in front of Louis and Van Hoopen. Van Hoopen now trying to make the same move on Sam Louis, as Carbonell is there in 5th position, hoping for his bid. Remember how impressive Arthur Carbonell was last season. He has really stepped up the gear in 2021, and now he is definitely a contender for top 3 every time we come out.
Yeah, the CPB Sport team is certainly one of the strongest in the Gearbox International scene with the Sodicard chassis, and Carbonell is certainly one of the biggest proof, along with Senna Van Walstein in that KZ2 category. Watch out what the young freshman can do against Lawrence Van Hoopen. The battle will be heated, that's for sure, as we conclude lap number 5 in this qualifying heat. Looking over his shoulder, Jamie Day, 7/10 of a second now on David Lewinsky, losing a bit of momentum. Lewinsky, as he has to defend, Samuel Louis seems to be back on much better shape and pace than previously. He's trying to, of course, get away as much as possible from the pressure. Lawrence Van Hoopen right behind him, as you can see as well. Arthur Carbonell being put under pressure by the Car Republic driver on your picture. This is Leonardo Marseglia in 6th place. A good mix of driver. Marseglia putting up the fastest lap at the moment, 48.6 for the Italian. He might want to go for the move on Arthur Carbonell in putting himself in the top 5. But on your picture, this is Lewinsky, the Birla driver, in 2nd place. Louis, who seems to be now comfortable with his pace, and can he counter-attack and fight back first on Lewinsky, and maybe can he catch up on Jamie Day? He still had a bit of time, a couple of laps remaining until the checkered flag, but Jamie Day is being consistent. Watch out for Louis, he's having a good momentum into the corner number 1, turn number 2, a very difficult actually corner to manage, quite difficult as well to get an overtaking down, and there he goes through. Jean-Louis, beautifully made from Sam Louis. I did say Jean, but he's watching his brother as well, but Louis making himself into 2nd place. Lewinsky shutting the door on Lawrence Van Hoopen, but that was close.
And Van Hoopen now makes the bid on the inside into 3rd place past Lewinsky. He's trying to shut the door because Lewinsky's back on the inside, so he does manage to complete the maneuver, Lawrence Van Hoopen. But now Lewinsky diving on the inside, and he runs Van Hoopen wide, and through come both Marcellia and Carbonell, and that's really run Van Hoopen ragged. He's down to 7th now behind, I think that's Piccini. So Piccini has come through up into 6th position. Disastrous for Lawrence Van Hoopen. He did not need that, especially when his chief rival in the category has just got past him, Piccini, who is 2nd in the points compared to Van Hoopen, who is 3rd in the points. He did not need to fall behind Alessio Piccini, especially when their other rival, Senna Van Walstein, could well be under investigation for an incident in the first race. So there's definite problems there. Oh, a problem! That's Marcellia! Marcellia slowing! Marcellia comes out of the hairpin, and the kart splutters to a halt.
Oh, that's a disaster for Leonardo Marseglia as he was running in a very strong fourth position. Yellow flag as Marseglia is in despair. Mechanical trouble, I'm afraid, for the Kart Republic chassis.
You cannot afford a DNF in this category. You cannot afford to retire, especially when it's mechanical, because you're going to be chasing your tail all weekend long. And Marseglia could have been one of the drivers to benefit from Van Waalstein's penalty if he gets one, because he's fourth in the standings and he was ahead of both of his rivals in that race. Piccini and Van Hopen were behind him, and now Van Hopen is trying to get back on terms with his close title rival Piccini. Devastating bad luck for Leonardo Marseglia. That has compromised his entire weekend, and it could ruin now his chances of winning the European Championship.
Yeah, he's going to have to give a lot of effort to try to recover from that DNF, considering how hard the weekend it is. Oh, watch out for Van Hopen going through. Beautifully made for the back. And we have also Piccini. Van Hopen getting ahead of Piccini as well. Natalia Balbo in the mix. And Martin van Leeuwen dropping 2 positions and getting ahead, I think. Let's wait for confirmation as they come across, completing lap number 9. As we're getting near the checkered flag. So let's have a look at the gaps. More than half of a second. Jamie Day and Louis. David Nurinsky in third. Carbonell is following his fourth. Van Hopen, Van Leeuwen, Piccini, Balbo. Atamanov in 9th place. He's the one who dropped a couple of positions in front of James Wharton, who's making his effort to climb through the field. 6th place up for the young Australian, up in 10.
Yet another retirement as Hannah Lang pulls her kart into the pits. She was making steady progress with lap times there, but it looks as though a mechanical problem has put her out of the race. That is such a devastation for the British driver. But Jamie Day now half a second in front of Sam Louillet as the Swiss driver pounds on the pressure. He does not want to finish second to Jamie Day, especially in the manner in which Jamie Day got past him. He was absolutely elbows out. Perfectly clean move. Nothing wrong with the overtake from Jamie Day to get past Sam Louillet. But there are certain race drivers out there who will deliberately leave you no space to counterattack and give you a choice. You're either going off or you're letting me have the place. And that was what Jamie Day was telling Sam. So Sam is naturally frustrated and will want revenge. He's going to be pushing right the way to the death. And there you got the point. 48.509 for Sam Louillet, fastest lap. He wants blood.
And watch out on your screen, we have the CRG driver. This is Natalia Balbo, actually is doing a great job in 8th place, trying to attack Alessio Piccini in 7th. Let's see what Natalia Balbo can do. She's been very competitive over the past few months and putting a very strong qualifying effort. She's right there in the mix, Natalia, putting under pressure further back as well. She has Nikita Atamanov and James Wharton in 9th and 10th respectively. But good job from Natalia Balbo as we're getting near the checkered flag. Final lap for Jamie Day. 3/10 of a second now. Sam Louillet is pushing, is giving one last kick of the throttle in that last lap to give a bit of pressure to Jamie Day. But will it be enough for the leader? I think it will be, considering if he shuts all the doors on this last lap. You can see them, the 2 leaders, Jamie Day, Sam Louillet, on a run to the checkered flag. Louillet the fastest in the last lap, 48.4. This might not be enough, unfortunately, to get the order in reverse, but still a strong result.
I thought for a moment there Jamie Day was having a bit of an issue coming off of the turn 3 curbs. He looked like the kart twitched a little bit, and I wonder if he's actually struggling to get the kart to the finish, because Sam Louillet is right there behind him. It's a near miss for Sam Louillet. He'll be bitterly frustrated, but Jamie Day opens his account with a win, only just in the end, as Jamie Day almost pulls off the road. I wonder if he had a mechanical problem developing as he was coming home. But Jamie Day takes the win regardless, and the young man from the United Arab Emirates, he lives in Dubai, and he is there with a fantastic victory. Brilliant job for him. I'm fairly sure that is his first FIA Karting KZ2 victory. He's certainly won races in the direct drive categories as a junior and a senior before. He's won a fair few qualifying heats, but that's the 3rd category he has taken a qualifying heat win in now, KZ2. There's only one more to go after that, of course, and that is KZ. Maybe we will see him there one day. But a fantastic run from him, and a great run as well from David Lewinsky. 3rd position for him. He can be very happy with that.
Yes, indeed, especially since he was starting from 6th place on the grid. Good recovery effort as well from James Wharton, who still missed the top 10 in the last lap to Andrea Daly, who managed to get ahead of him. Still 5 places gained for James Wharton. So the classification as it is, Jamie Day a winner after 12 laps in. Samuel Louillet in 2nd in front of David Lewinsky, Arthur Carbonell, Lawrence Van Hopen, Martin Van Leeuwen, Alessio Piccini, Natalia Balbo in 8th, followed by Nikita Artamanov, Andrea Daly, James Wharton, Giorgio Carrera, Fabrizio Rosati, Valentino Fritsch, and Tana Pongan.
Then Paul Ribera in 16th place from Jesper Sjoberg and Joseph Knopp. 19th is Damian Valler and nobody else finished. It was a high race of attrition, that one. Hannah Lang retiring in the closing stages with what looked like a mechanical failure. Leonardo Marcellia, while battling for the victory, pulling off, and that is a big one in terms of the European Championship fight. That could spell the end of his weekend. And then the 5 drivers who went out on that one: Kasper Nadolski, Jacob Bergmeister, Robert Kinderwarter, Jan Bednar, and Rodrigo Ferreira. Hence why they're not on your timing screen, because they didn't trigger the timing beacon at the end of the lap. And sadly, the Swiss driver Jean Luyet, the brother of Sam, who finished second in that one, unable to take up the start of any of the races this weekend due to a rib injury. What a shame for him. But Jamie Day opens his account with his sleeves rolled up, determined to grab victory.
Yeah, this will be fantastic to follow indeed. The battle is only getting started. So before we get going with the program, we're going to have the qualifying heat opposing Group A and E, shall I say, still in the KZ2 class. We're going to hear from one of the youngest new drivers in this KZ2 category. Not long ago, he won the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Now he's progressing through the ranks of karting and doing wonders for Energy Corset. This is KZ2 at the interview.
In Adria, it's quite difficult. The track itself, it has quite a lot of grip if you compare to Wakkerzolf or, let's say, to Kristianstad. So I think it's the most difficult track we have this season in FIA. For us, we had a couple of races here in the beginning of the year in Adria, so we have our setup already. So it was, let's say, a couple of days, 1 or 2 days, and we found our setup. So that was basically it. The heats are pretty difficult because you have 5 races and you have to do all of them quite good in the top if you want to start in the final in the good position. So I think the heats will be the most difficult to survive all of them and to do well, and then goes the final as well. It's difficult because in the final everyone is pushing the maximum and it's always difficult. There's a couple of corners where you can overtake. It's not the easiest, the track where you can overtake, but it's not the difficult part to overtake in here. If you catch someone, it's pretty easy, so it's okay. Basically, it's difficult. You have to have luck as well, because last time in Wakkerzolf I was driving P5, and then in the final, I think in the middle of the final on lap 14 or something, my gearbox broke, and that's it for European Championship. I cannot win. So now here we will try to do our best, and in a couple of weeks there is World Championship where we will try to win like everyone tries.
Great to hear from KZ2, one of the rising stars of our sport of karting, and I have to say, definitely one of the most exceptional talents. But 2021 has been a really interesting year of transition, where we've seen quite a few youngsters come out of the world of direct drive and out of the world of OK karting into the gearbox category. It's almost as if the sort of the Verstappen and Leclerc trend seems to have been picked up by a lot of drivers, because obviously they went to gearbox in 2013. Their last year of karting before they went into cars, and that seems to have really taught a lot of drivers how to go racing. But look at the drivers we've got in the field this year in KZ2. You've got Lawrence Van Hopen, you've got Jamie Day, you've got KZ2, James Wharton, Marcus Kayak, Chris Harnan, all these kids that have looked at it and thought, you know what, gearbox is the way to go.
And let's not forget about young Andrea Antonelli going all the way to KZ from OK. So another strong example of the transition that needs to be made from the direct drive to gearbox category. And talking about Max Verstappen, still to this day, he says, as an advice to young drivers, climbing through the ranks of karting, my advice to you is try to do a season in gearbox before going any further if you're lucky enough to have a shot at single-seater. But you cannot miss the learning of the gearbox category and how actually to improve as a driver through at least one season in that particular class. So that's a good advice, and it seems to be followed by, as you said, quite a lot of young drivers maybe deciding to go one step closer, one step higher, shall I say, before going any further. That's the least we can wish to all those young drivers, of course, climbing through the ranks and maybe even further.
Well, wasn't it only the other week, last week, I think, during his summer break from Formula One, that we spotted Charles Leclerc on his own chassis in a gearbox kart actually training? So they always come back. They always find a way to get back in the kart and find some training time.
They always do, that's for sure. In the summer, in the winter as well. We've seen over the past few seasons the likes of Alexander Albon, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Verstappen sometimes as well, having a good fun actually with some of their mates still competing in karting to this day in other series. So there's a big community, of course, related to karting, and and this is certainly the best practice you can have and you can find during the off time between two races, and that's what they keep on saying. You know, in order to keep myself fit between two holidays and two races, karting is the way to go, because you know they have all the knowledge of the sport, they have the relationships, they know where to go and what to drive. So that's a strong example of drivers getting back to karting.
But it's also the toughest discipline of motor racing there is. If you've got to put any form of motor racing into the Olympics, for me, it would be karting. Without a shadow of a doubt. It is so close, so tight. You're searching for thousandths of a second, never mind hundredths or tenths. And it is the most physical discipline of our sport. You look at all the various different methods of motorsport that there are around there in the world, whether it's a closed roof or open single-seater. It is so intense in karting. You are literally pushing your body, your mind, your focus to the absolute limits. And it's why drivers such as Jaime Alguersuari, who's here this weekend, regularly make the trip back into karting. Even the big names will come and do it again and take on races like the World Championship, because there is no tougher discipline. There is no tougher competition.
Yeah, talking about Jaime Alguersuari, we got a chance to talk to him, and you'll hear more about this interview later on in the stream, and especially about how connected he feels to the world of karting more than any other series, even Formula One, that he's done in his career. That's been quite a very successful career past a decade ago, but still he's getting back to karting. Unfortunately, he won't be able to compete this weekend, but certainly for next season. But you'll hear more from Jaime Alguersuari, of course, about his passion and his strong connection that he has with the world of karting, and it's refreshing to see and an example to follow and to listen to everybody watching.
33 degrees Celsius air temperature already. It is climbing all the time. We're not even at midday yet, and it is absolutely roasting. It's going to be tough for the drivers out there. Danilo Albanese in pole position from Giacomo Pellini, Paavo Tonteri and Kaja Sixnelis, Brandon Nilsson and Jorge Pescador from Jan Pocos and Jakob Kadikac. Then Marcus Kayak and Francesco Iacovacci, Maxi Paul and Chris Harnen, Axel Bengtsson and Gabriel Bizzezero.
Followed on row 8 by Joey van Sputteren and Jenny Civico, Nicola Rossini, Rasmus Janssen, Matteo Zanchi and Francesco Leone, Alexandru Iancu and Jakub Jocic. Then we have Alvaro Garcia and Karl Lukanienski, Charlie Anderson and Miriam Mikan as well, and Warren Kim. A total of 26 drivers onto the track, everybody in hopefully for this third qualifying heat of the day, the third one for the KZ2 class. Once again, 12 laps, standing start. You know the drill, but one driver that we'll keep a focus on, of course, is our pole sitter in the KZ2 class, the fastest man on track yesterday, Danilo Albanese from Car Republic, starting on the front row with Giacomo Polini. Watch out for Polini as well, is one of the contenders for this year's title, second to Senna van Wallenstein in Wackersdorf in what had been a very, very strong battle all throughout the weekend, even though Polini missed a little bit to really defeat Senna van Wallenstein. So this is round 2, maybe revenge for Giacomo Polini. That starts right now, and what he needs is a victory.
Well, the men to take advantage this time out on the grid, if they're able to, are Paavo Tonteri, who lines up third on the grid for this one. He is 6th in the points coming into this one. And Brandon Nilsson is there as well. He is 5th in the grid, and he is 9th in the championship standings. This is an opportunity for him to launch forward as well. The big 4 players have already come and gone, but Paavo Tonteri, the Finn in his CRG chassis, definitely has an opportunity to launch forward. And from third on the grid, he could get into the lead at the first corner, as we see Danilo Albanese in pole position on the grid in resplendent Italia football colours. They have really taken this to heart at Kart Republic. All the Italian drivers very passionately and very proudly wearing the Italian national football colours after their Euro 2020 success a couple of months ago, and they're still very passionate. We're all still very bitterly annoyed about it, but hey, it's great to see that their national pride comes through. They're going to get off the starting grid. Oh, we've got a problem at the back. That's Warren Kim. The race is going to get underway without him. Oh, and there's contact at the start. 2 karts come together there. And it's a spin from the 425 that's gone at the start. That is Gabriel Bizzezero. He went into Chris Harnen, the youngest man in the field. Harnen can't get going. And there is the 366. That's Marcus Kayak. Marcus Kayak off at turn 1, I think, having gone straight on at the first corner. So absolute carnage on the start, and he's absolutely devastated the Estonian. But out in front, it's business as usual for Danilo Albanese. No problems for him, as launching up into 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, we've got a CRG freight train catching him up.
And here we go for the race. A bit of an hectic start. Unfortunately, some of the drivers already missing out, but strong start for Danilo Albanese. Giacomo Polini just behind, and I think that Sixnelis in the process lost a pile of positions. The young Lithuanian is further back in the classification. 4 CRG drivers in the picture. Polini, Tanteri, Pescador and Brandon Nilsson. 16 is down to 7, unfortunately, for the youngster from Energy Corse, as we have the Orange Army from CRG chasing Daniel Albanese from Car Republic, already 2 tenths in front. The pole sitter Giacomo Polini chasing first. Let's see who can actually launch a move in the second lap. Watch out for the back. KZ2 is attacking. What is Jakub Cadillac for 6th place? Did he make the move, the young Lithuanian? I think he did, yes. As we're getting off self-focus, as second place as well changes hands with Paavo Tanteri getting ahead of his teammate Giacomo Polini.
Yeah, I don't think Cadillac was able to, Cadillac did not let Sixnelis through initially, the Ricardo kart machine. So Cadillac, the leading wild card, is still there on the Ricardo kart in front of KZ2. 8th position now is Jakovacci, who's doing a fair job there in 8th place. He made up 2 positions off the start, as did Maxi Paul, who is running in 9th at the moment. And then in 10th position, that is Jan Pokos. Oh, the move on the inside as the CRG's civil war at the moment as Polini gets back through on Tanteri. Surely this has got to be counterproductive for the CRG boys. Shouldn't they be teaming up and going after Albanese at this point?
Yeah, most of the time you see 2 drivers from the same team at least battling against one another. But this time around, we have 4 in the same picture. They're going to have to think smart. They're going to have to drive smartly in this one.
And Sixnelis has now got past Cadillac. So he has got through in a 6th position. So now he's going to be trying to carve his way through. If the CRG civil war continues, he could pick them off one by one, lap after lap, and start to try and get after Albanese. It's a long race, 9 laps to go. But surely Polini and Tanteri need to settle their differences and go after Albanese. They're on the same chassis. I think there are a couple of satellite teams rather than works teams mixed into that little quartet. So there's obviously going to be a little bit of tension there. But here is KZ2, the treble 3, as he charges his way forward. Daniel Albanese is running away up front.
Yeah, let's not forget that the new satellite team of CRG is NGM Motorsport, of course, to change chassis. They might be a bit in the mix as well, but you know, what counts is the final result. And in the meantime, while they're busy battling, Daniel Albanese is setting the fastest lap in this race, 48.8, and is pulling away incredibly lap after lap, 8 tenths of a second already on Polini, followed by Tanteri, Pescador and Brandon Nilsson. On your picture is KZ2. He's putting the pressure at the moment of Brandon Nilsson. Very well positioned in the championship. Brandon Nilsson is going to have to go defensive on KZ2. Is not particularly happy, I'm sure, under his helmet about the early stage of this race. Oh, trouble for the 358.
That is is that the 356?
Rasmus
That's
Janssen.
Joey van Spunteren, I think.
Oh, 356, my apologies.
356, Joey van Spunteren. So that is an absolute disaster for Joey van Spunteren. So that's not gone well at all for him, the 356. Is that correct? I don't think that is. I thought he was on a CPB Sport card.
I think it was Rasmus Janssen.
Ah, it is the 358. My apologies.
Change team.
Yes, I do apologise. That is Rasmus Janssen. You're absolutely right. As KZ2 picks off the first one. That's Brandon Nilsson. So he's got through and into 5th position. So now the Lithuanian on the energy course, run by Mick Panigada and the team in blue, red and white. They're now going to try and charge further forward. The next target, Jorge Pescador.
And of course, the former team of Joey van Spunteren, we were just mentioning, that went to CPB Sport for this event. But unfortunately for him, he's still very much in the mix. In 10th place, the Dutchman. 5 places gained for him in front of Genis Civico. At the moment, the fastest lap in Giacomo Polini, 7 tenths of a second, 8 tenths of a second on your screen, trying to decrease the gap as much as he can. The CRG driver, Daniel Albanese, is having none of it at the moment. He doesn't look over his shoulder. Keep on going lap after lap in qualifying mode, that's for sure, as about to complete lap number 6 on his way to potentially what will be his first victory of the weekend. And that's what he needs, of course, because he's certainly one of the names that we didn't expect that high in the classification in qualifying, but he has nothing to lose, Daniel Albanese, and he's going to go for it all the way. Warning flag indeed for Axel Beckson, the 336, who's running at the moment, trying to see where he is. And the classification is
17th. He's in 17th at the moment, Axel Beckson. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that's for. That could have something to do with why Rasmus Janssen was off at the side of the road, because they were on the track together at that point. So maybe that's got something to do with it. A very sluggish Jorge Pescador out of the hairpin. So KZ2 getting very impatient, almost nudging him round the hairpin apex. Come on, man, put your foot down. We need to go for this now. And KZ2 getting very desperate in his bid to try and get past the Spanish driver. Jorge Pescador, backed, of course, by Lucas Guerrero and the team over at Valencia. And fantastic stuff for him to be charging at the sharp end of the field here. Obviously flying the Valencia colours very well indeed. And Everybody back home there is going to be rooting for him, but the move is imminent from KZ2 Knellis. The way things are going, I tell you what, he got the first corner wrong there, didn't he? Just flew straight off the road.
Yeah, you could see how wide he was on the outside of turn number 1, making his way to turn number 2. A very particular section, actually, where you need to brake so late in order to make the corner right on his way to the middle section with the 3 and 4th. And Bas Lammers actually kept saying that if you get that middle section wrong by clipping the curb too much, you lose so much momentum that opens the door for the rivals to go through. So very, very difficult to handle. But at the moment, it seems like KZ2 Knellis hasn't been able yet to find that bit of a space for the overtaking to happen. But at the moment, Danilo Albanese increasing his gap close to a second now, as about to conclude lap number 8 out of 12 in this race. And you can see the gap increasing. Polini is still second. On your screen, KZ2 is trying to keep the pressure on Jorge Pescador. Pescador looking over his shoulder in turn number 2, but once again is not going through.
I'm afraid the Croatian is out of the race now. Jan Pokos, who was up at the sharp end of the field, he has now retired from the race now as well, joins the list that also includes Rasmus Janssen, Marcus Kayak, and the youngest man, I believe, in the entire field, Chris Harnan. So a very interesting run as the battle continues for KZ2 Knellis. He is desperately trying to find his feet on Jorge Pescador. That incredibly strong character-building season from him in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2019 really taught the world what this boy was about. He was so consistent across the 3 weekends as an academy driver. Last year, he really stepped up the attack in senior and did a fair job. And now he has gone one step higher to go into the world of gearbox racing in KZ2, opting to go for the slightly heavier weight category where there are more drivers competing. But I tell you what, KZ2 Knellis is definitely a talent for the future. If he keeps building up on this, he could be leading Energy Courses campaign in the KZ World Championship in years to come. He's doing such a fine job.
Yes, indeed. But right now, he's not able to get past. And watch out for Brandon Nilsson behind, because KZ2 Knellis is about to be taken into sandwich mode, because Nilsson is actually coming to rescue his teammate wearing the CRJ colors. KZ2 Knellis doesn't have much of a choice right now, because he wants to go for the attack, but he has to play defensive as well, not to lose his position. He's running in 6th at the 5th place at the moment. Brandon Nilsson just behind in 6th. Then the rest of the field, we have Jakub Kadiak and Francesco Iacovacci, 2 wildcards in the mix. Maximilian Paul in 9, and Jeremy Sputeren still in 10th. As we're getting here, checkered flag, and Danilo Albanese with more than 1 second seems to be in comfortable position.
And let's not ignore the fact that these guys are doing this in 34 degrees Celsius heat and climbing. So this is so difficult for the drivers out there to keep focus. Polini still staying within about a second of Danilo Albanese, but he can't get any closer to the Italian. He's just keeping it nice and steady for the moment there, the 3:12 in second place, but he can't quite chip away at Albanese's pace. The Kart Republic looking very strong at the front end of the field, but considering how nervous CRG were coming into the race weekend, that they would not have a massive amount of pace, they certainly seem to have found it in time for the races. Has Polini got an issue with the front fairing? Is that a little low?
Yeah, I was actually asking myself the same question, but it might have to do with the design, of course, of the front fairing and nose of CRG. But looking at it, you know, I said to myself, this is a bit low indeed.
I certainly hope not.
Is it something to be concerned about? But looking... Yeah, it's
looking a little loose, isn't it? As they come off the curb there at turn 3, it is looking a little loose. Now, if he gets a loose front fairing, that will be a 5-second time penalty. That will drop him to 9th position as it currently, 8th position as it currently is. So that's definitely going to be a problem. But this man, Danilo Albanese, has just been flawless in this one, taken the opportunity, got into the lead, and just driven away. And a fabulous, fabulous run from Danilo Albanese, looking so strong this weekend. Off the final turn, checkered flag, starts the weekend as he means to go on with a win in the qualifying heat. So a good run there from Albanese. Excellent performance so far. Polini in second place. Hopefully there is not a penalty coming his way, but it does look a little bit suspect, that front fairing. We focused in on it a couple of times. Tonteri, 3rd position. Pescador, 4th place. Nilsson in 5th. So he did manage to get back past KZ2 Knellis at the end there. A frustrating race for the Lithuanian. Could have had so much more.
Yeah, but this is the first of a couple of more to come. 5 races to go through for each of those KZ drivers, KZ2 drivers, shall I say. Danilo Albanese on your picture, winner of his first race this weekend from pole position. A client certainly for the victory on home soil for the Car Republic driver in those beautiful Italian colors that Jake Jensen actually can no longer see. But you'll be all right, Jake. Let's have a look at the classification, shall we? Danilo Albanese, winner, 1.4 seconds in front of Giacomo Polini. Paavo Tonteri in third place from Jorge Pescador, Brandon Nilsson following in fifth, Gary Sixnellis in sixth from Jacob Kadiciak, Francesco Iacovacci, Maximilian Paul in ninth from Joey van Spluteren, followed by Jenny Stivico, Nicola Rossini, Alexandru Iancu and Matteo Zanchi, as well as Jakub Wovitic in 15th place.
Axel Bengtsson, P16 from Karl Lukaszewski and Francesco Leoni. 19th for Charlie Anderson. Alvaro Garcia in 20th place from Gabriel Bizzozero, Mihai Munchean and Warren Kim. The retirements, Jan Pokos, Rasmus Janssen. And then on the opening lap, Marcus Kayak and Chris Harnan. Well done to Danilo Albanese, as you rightfully mentioned, waving the Italian national football colours. It's a bit of double disappointment for me, not just because I'm an Englishman, but I'm also an Arsenal fan. So at the moment, football's dead to me. I'm just putting it out there. Let's not talk about it at all. We're going to focus away from the KZ2 category after their opening heats. They will return, of course, at 12:25 local time. So you've got about an hour and 20 minutes before the KZ2 drivers come back out on track. Now we're going to focus our attention on the 12th annual running of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. If we have a discipline in karting which could be used in the Olympics, this is definitely it. The Karting Academy Trophy. All of our competitors are selected from their national motorsport governing bodies around the world. They are selected by their ASNs, and then they can race out in the European Championship. Many of them racing for the very first time, waving their nation's flag. It's a wonderful opportunity for many drivers, and some very talented names have come out of this category over the years, including Formula One driver Charles Leclerc, who actually won this title back in 2011, 10 years ago. One of the drivers that's definitely going to benefit from this kind of racing, where there are no teams, no battles between different rival chassis or anything, is a man who regularly races as a privateer. The young man from the Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev, who's definitely a title contender in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, did great in Wackersdorf, and we caught up with him on Thursday ahead of the second round of the Academy Trophy.
It's a mix of long straights and low-speed cornering, because I drove here a lot and I know this circuit very well, but it wasn't really a great experience for me in this track, because I never really got a podium in any of the races that I made here. But hopefully this race will come to my side. Here in the academy, it's all in the same cars, same engines, so you can't really make the car for you, that it's easy for you to drive. So here it's mainly to adapt to the car that you have and try to do your best. This track is like, there are a lot of overtaking opportunities, because there are a lot of hairpins, and if a driver doesn't defend, you're able to overtake in almost all the corners. This racing with the FIA Karting Championship is like the highest level in the world, so you have to do your best in every session, training, qualifying and so on, to be in the top and try to fight for the podium.
So it'll be interesting to see what young Alexander Bondarev of Ukraine can do in this competition. But the Academy Trophy has already been very exciting over the course of this 2021 season. Wackersdorf really gave us plenty of interesting indications as to who's going to be at the sharp end of karting for years to come. A lot of great talents in this field. It was Renaud Franco that ended up taking the win in the pre-final and then cantering on to the win in the final itself, with great challenges from the Colombian Salim Hanna and the British British driver Bart Harrison. That doesn't really tell you the whole story, though, because all the way building up to that weekend, it was the Sri Lankan star, Yavan David, who was eagerly the one to watch over the course of the qualifying heats. He was looking at pole position until it all fell apart in the pre-final, so he never really got the chance to shine. He did manage to fight his way back, though, to 4th position in the final, so we need to keep an eye on the young man from Sri Lanka. He's definitely turning into one of the megastars of the Academy Trophy. Interestingly, though, he's not going to be the man charging away from the front end of the grid in this first race. That is going to go the way of the young man from Monaco, Oscar Wirtz.
Oscar Wirtz starting from pole position with Salim Hanna indeed by his side. Salim Hanna, of course, one of the main contenders for this year's title in the Academy Trophy after his 2nd place behind René Frankert in Germany. 1.3 seconds, quite a good gap, great gap that René Frankert had been able to build in the final at Wackersdorf. But as you said, Yavan David was able to climb 7 places in that race a couple of weeks ago. So once again, a contender to keep an eye on. René Frankert, talking about him, will be starting only from row number 4. So he has approximately 7 drivers to go through if he wants to succeed in this first qualifying heat of the day. Each of those drivers in the Academy Trophy have 3 qualifying races to go through in order to qualify for tomorrow's final. But Oscar Wirtz, Salim Hanna, and as well as the young man that we just heard in the interview, Alexander Bondarev, as well as David Walter, will be on the first starting rows of the grid. Tom Braken, we got a chance as well to interview the young Belgian. He was in his 2nd year in the Academy Trophy. There's only 2 out of the 44 competitors in this year's Academy Trophy who are in their 2nd season. We have Tom Braken as well as Oscar Wirtz, the young man who will be starting from pole in this race. So what will it be? Of course, all the odds are open. This is a very, very strong category in terms of competitiveness for those youngsters. And we often refer to the Academy Trophy as the school of karting, pretty much, because as you said, everybody is on the same level. Same color suits, same material, same chances, and that's what, of course, the Academy is all about, you know, to allow the drivers and the skills of the drivers to really emerge in that very competitive field.
That's it. There's no teams. There's just one driver, one mechanic per machine, and that's it. It's all down to setup and all down to driving talent. Oscar Wirtz of Monaco in pole position from Salim Hanna of Colombia. Alexander Bondarev and David Walter from Tom Braken and Leo Robinson. Max Schlemer and René Frankert from Ghazi Binfazal Motlakar and Leon Zelenko from Junio Kim and Augustin Bernier.
Then we have Stefano Cagnalo, Alexander Skeltjen, Daniel Mulhem. Then we have Lukas Fluccia, Nemanja Jovanovic, Saul de Colambres, Jaco Leitinen, Ludwig Franzen, Philip Ganna, and Emil Jedrum on the 11th and last row. 22 drivers for 8-lap qualifying race. The first one, opposite group B and C in the Academy Trophy.
Wonderful to see all 6 continents represented pretty much within this one field. The only one that's absent actually from the Academy Trophy this year is Australasia, based on the current COVID difficulties. Unfortunately, neither drivers from Australia or New Zealand could be represented, but we miss you all and hope that as the conditions around the world improve, we will see you guys back in the Karting Academy Trophy very soon indeed. It's going to be fascinating to see what these guys can do, though. Some of them have never even done national competition races, including Philip Ganna, who's only been doing rental karting before this point. So the Nigerian, along with everyone else, should have a great time of it. Let's race in the first go at the Karting Academy Trophy. Straight away, the competitors launch through turn 1. Looks as though everybody's got through without major incident, and leading the charge, Oscar Wirtz still hanging on to things at the head of the pack. Salim Hanna has held on to 2nd place very nicely indeed. The Colombian has already started pushing and edging closer, but it's going to be, that's Bondarev actually in 2nd. No, in the lead, but drifts wide of the hairpin. Wirtz gets back in front, and Bondarev is still there to the inside, has to bail out of it. So Alexander Bondarev, after a great start, finds himself 2nd, and he's already hunting Oscar Wirtz.
And here we go for the first battle, first lap in the Academy Trophy, and a great start indeed from some of the contenders over there as they complete the opening lap into this qualifying race. And watch out for the move for 3rd place, beautifully made from further back as he's trying, actually the driver is saying to his rival, let's keep going, let's not fight back right now as we have a bit of a gap to reduce in this opening lap. So Oscar Wirtz, Bondarev, Salim Hanna and David Walter on your picture, beautifully made by Salim Hanna. He's taking the championship side by side into turn number 2.
That's Bondarev.
Bondarev actually going ahead on Oscar Wirtz. Change for the lead, and Wirtz tries to fight back in turn number 3. This is not happening quite yet. Clipping the curb, trying to shut that door. But in the meantime, Bondarev and Wirtz, actually Wirtz still in 2nd, Bondarev pulling away.
Well, look at how much momentum Oscar Wirtz lost there, trying to get back onto the inside. He's now back into the path of Walter and actually backing him up in the hope that Salim Hanna gets through into third place. If Walter obviously loses that place to Hanna, it gives Oscar Wirtz a bit of breathing space, which is why he's trying to back him into him. Fifth position there, Max Schleimer, the German driver, doing such a better job than he did on home soil in Wackersdorf. He really has got the hang of this chassis now and is really starting to make names and take places. Tom Breiken is there in front of Renault Franco, and he of course is the championship leader here. So Renault Franco hoping to make some process. Watch a bit of a move up the inside. Eventually Walter does get his chance as he makes the move on Oscar Wirtz. Wirtz trying to fight back. Salim Hanna is there in fourth position, a side by side for fifth and sixth positions. That is Breiken and Franco, I think, going for it in the top six. And up the inside, that's Gazi Motlakar, the Mozambique driver who had such a horrific time in Wackersdorf. Now he's absolutely launching it. Great stuff from him. Now up the inside, another good lunge there. That's Tom Breiken. So Breiken getting through and up into fifth place past Max Schleimer. So Breiken gets through and Motlakar has just got past Franco. There's the move again as on the ascension comes Schleimer. He gets the move and there's three wide coming off the hairpin as they battle away just in the top 10 there. I think that was Franco, Kim and Zelenko all getting very close together. Excellent stuff, but Franco has managed to get past Gazi Motlakar for seventh. It's all kicking on and Schleimer now defending again from Tom Breiken. Breiken trying to move his way forward.
Yeah, Breiken has the experience of that category. He's going to try in turn number 3. He's not going through. Good defensive driving from Maximilian Schleimer, as you said, on a much better pace than the opening round in Wackersdorf. We have battles all throughout the field. David Walter, 51.5. The driver, the fastest on track, David Walter in second place, going to try to decrease the gap. 8/10 of a second already built by Alexander Bondarev, the Ukrainian, in the lead. 7/10 now as David Walter is pushing. He still needs a bit of time. He still has a bit of time. And watch out on the inside. Beautifully made by the 516 of Tom Breiken ahead of Maximilian Schleimer. Schleimer is shutting the door because Renault Franco as well as Gazi Motlakar might have the same idea.
Well, Franco managed to get through on the inside line past Schleimer. And look, down the straight, we've got Leo Robinson defending from Bernier. Bernier's going to get through there on the inside, and I think Skelton was able to get the inside line too. So battles in the midfield as well as there are at the front end of the field. Excellent stuff from the Academy Trophy so far. David Walter now in second place, charging after Alexander Bondarev, the Danish driver trying to catch the man from Ukraine. And it's Oscar Wirtz still hanging on to third. This is that battle further back as we've got Breiken in fifth, Franco in sixth, Schleimer, Motlakar, Zelenko, Robinson, Bernier, Kim and Flusha. Skelton is there in 14th place. So a very exciting run all the way down. 15th is now, that's got to be Ludwig Fransson, I think. So 15th place in front of Jaakko Leitinen. And then we have in behind is Emil Gjödrum, I think, trying to get past Stefano Cagnolo, the Argentine. So a very exciting run so far, but Bondarev 4/10 ahead of Walter, and with 3 laps to go, Walter has time to catch him. Breiken is really struggling to fend off from Franco.
Yeah, watch out for the championship leader. Renault Franco being taken in sandwich with a Schleimer behind and Breiken just in front of him. David Walter putting another fastest lap in this race, the 5:05 on your screen. Then look at him actually getting back on Alexander Bondarev. The battle is on as we're about to conclude lap number 6 of this race. A very short qualifying race, and Alexander Bondarev knows it. He can feel the pressure from David Walter just behind as we have Jaakko Leitinen being warned by the officials. Warning flag for the 521 running at the moment in 16th place. But the battle is on and all eyes on who's going to come on top in this qualifying race. Will it be David Walter? Will it be Alexander Bondarev? As we're about to enter the last stages of this race. Lap number 6 completed as the pressure is intense. 2/10 just behind between Alexander Bondarev and Walter. Where can he actually try to pass in the second sector coming to that particular turn, turn number 3, where we have seen a couple overtaking maneuvers being achieved over there, clipping the curb. That's an aggressive driving from both of those young drivers. But Walter, once again, the fastest, is really pushing and giving everything that he has. But can he actually make it click?
I tell you what, there is a fine line between the road and track limits, and both boys are flirting with it right now. They are pushing so hard as Bondarev and Walter are matching each other sector for sector as they push their way around this Adria circuit. When is the big lunge going to come from David Walter? Almost certainly going into the last lap, because we are now approaching that charge. Bondarev of the Ukraine, David Walter of Denmark, as they charge out of the final turn, and Oscar Wirtz of Monaco is in the background in third place on his own, ready to benefit if these two get feisty. And already the defensive lines are starting from Bondarev as they go through turn 2 and up towards turn 3, which is where they have obviously got to be very careful where they pitch the car. Walter is on the faster line as he comes through, now protecting on the inside. Bondarev is backing him, hoping that Oscar Wirtz catches him and makes a bid into second place nice and early. There's the move from David Walter into the lead on the final lap, and David Walter now has to do the same thing. He's got to defend from Bondarev. Here comes the move on the inside. He can't get alongside. Wirtz is going to get the move on Bondarev, and he tries to go for the move on Walter. 1 lap to go, and they are already feisty all over each other. Bondarev gets back on the inside of Oscar Wirtz. There's not going to be enough time. Is there? He goes for it in the final turn. Bondarev gets it from Wirtz, and Walter, what a finish!
What a race that was, and what a victory from Alexander Bondarev. Wow, that's the kind of race we're talking about in the Academy Trophy, and once again a great show put together by the youngsters. But what a final lap that was. In the last corner, Bondarev went for the move. He saw that bit of a gap on the inside and just went for it and took his chance, and it was succeeded. One first victory for Bondarev on your screen for just less than a tenth of a second in front of Oscar Wirtz and David Walter. Both those drivers thought they had made the most difficult part and maybe had a shot to the win, but it was, of course, forgetting about Bondarev's determination.
Time to paraphrase Will Smith. That is how you overtake. From now on, that is how you overtake. Amazing from Alexander Bondarev on Oscar Wirtz and David Walter. A thrilling last lap battle. And the man from Ukraine stands tall above his two opponents. Any one of the three of them could have won that on the final lap. They were so close together. But Alexander Bondarev reads the situation perfectly and gets the job done. So Alexander Bondarev is your first Academy Trophy winner of the weekend. Oscar Wirtz in second from David Walter and Salim Hana. Tom Braken, Renaud Francote, Max Schlemer, Gazi Motlakar. What a comeback he's made. Leon Zelenko, Augustin Bernier and Leo Robinson.
Then for the back, we have in 12th place Joachim in front of Alexander Skelton, then Lukas Flucha in 14, followed by Ludwig Fransson, Stefano Cagnolo, Jaco Leitinen, Nemanja Jovanovic, Daniel Mualen, Emil Gerdrum, Saul de Columbres, and Philippe Gana. Everybody in. The 22 drivers make it to the checkered flag at the end of the 8-lap race. The first qualifying race of the Academy Trophy, but what a great show already. So it gives you a bit of perspective of things to come this weekend. This will be hectic all the way to the end.
Do you know what? I don't think there is one particular driver that stands head and shoulders above each other this year. We've seen it in a couple of years gone by in initial build-ups to heats, like Robert de Haan was particularly strong in 2019, if you remember. And last year, in the lead-up to the Academy Trophy, we obviously had some great standout performances all the way through the competition. Before the American Conor Zilic won the title. But this year, everything is so evenly matched. Everything is so tight. I don't think there's one particular racing driver who is that remarkably faster than anybody else. It's all still so even and so open to play for this year.
Yeah, Conor Zilic, as you said, young American, was very dominant in last year's Academy Trophy with 2 wins out of 2 races and collecting a lot of points in front of Massimo Capieto and Maxime Piron-Castelin at the time, who were running up the top 3. One of the drivers, of course, we talked about him and we had a chance to talk to him as well in the interview, he will be certainly one of the young drivers to keep an eye on this season and for the years to come. He is from Sri Lanka, and this is Yevan David at the interview.
It's great to be back. We had a good round in round 1 in Wackersdorf, and I'm excited to race this weekend. I think we can get good results, and it just feels great to represent Sri Lanka once again. Well, Adria has a very nice circuit. It's quite technical, it's quite flowing. It can be quite difficult on your neck as well. Overtaking in places, they can be done quite at a lot of places, but for sure they're difficult. Qualifying will be quite important here because it makes or breaks your weekend at this track. But I love this track. I've had a lot of experience here, so it should be good. Yeah, it's been lovely. I've really enjoyed the experience racing against everyone with the same car, same engine. It's been a great experience, you know, especially that I get to represent my country. I get to race for Sri Lanka and make everyone proud at home.
A fabulous opportunity in 2021 for Ivan David. Struggled actually in time qualifying coming into this one. So the Sri Lankan will only go off the 7th row of the grid. But the way this 2021 FIA Karting Academy Trophy season is playing out, he's still got a great chance. Let's not forget that he couldn't start in a decent position in the final at Wackersdorf, and he still managed to fight his way through the field to get up to 4th position. So he clearly has the motivation, he clearly has the will. So even though he's starting out of position for these heats, anything's still possible, and it's very wide open.
It's wide open indeed, as it was starting from 11 up to 4th on a very technical track. More fast flowing it is here in Adria, and we've seen plenty of overtakings already in this opening race. So it shows you or many opportunities there are, or many overtaking opportunities there are on this track. If you are in a direct drive category, which is might not be equally the case in the gearbox classes, very, very difficult to make yourself through in those highly competitive field where the gaps are really, really tight. But once again, beautiful last lap and a great victory from Alexander Bondarev to get things started. As you can see, it's still very, very hot above our heads on the Adria Karting Raceway. 34 degrees Celsius and a clear sky, pretty much no wind, pretty much no humidity. Thankfully, we got a bit of air conditioning in our speaking booth, but still, that might not be enough. But all right, don't worry for the both of us. We'll make it through until the end of the weekend. We've seen through rows. But,
I was just going to say to anybody who's sitting there thinking, oh, well, those commentators are all right. They're in their booth with air conditioning. It's not working that brilliantly. So I wouldn't, we are feeling the heat as well. And we're on here with electronic equipment and everything, which is also producing heat. So we get it. We're feeling the pressure as well. We're feeling the heat. So it is very, very tough out there. 34 degrees Celsius, and we're not even anywhere close to as hot as it's going to get over the course of the day. If you think that it's only just now approaching midday, and in Italy it doesn't really get to its height until about 4 p.m, 5 p.m. So we have still got a long way to go here, and 34 degrees Celsius. What's really making it difficult though is the humidity is at 35%, so it is actually quite high in terms of humidity. I would describe this as sticky weather, and that's not easy for anybody out there to cope with, especially the drivers who are obviously there in race suits, boots, thermals underneath, of course, and the protective kit they have to wear. The rib protector is obviously made of a very thick material, and that's obviously going to be conducting heat when they're standing on the grid ready to go. And then you've got your balaclava, your helmet. It's a very, very tough mission to keep focused in all this.
Absolutely, and the conditions have been quite similar for most of the season so far, ever since we got going with the FIA Karting Championship. Not only in Italy, but also in Spain and even in Germany, the conditions were very, very hot all throughout the weekend. So it's fair to say that those drivers, whatever the category, have been quite used so far to cope with those very difficult conditions. That's part of what makes you a karting driver, is being able to really manage those very hot weather conditions and try to maximize the situation and get the best out of it. But let's see what's going to happen with the youngsters of the Academy Trophy, as we have the second qualifying race of the class coming up. It will be opposing Group A and D. And starting from the front row will be the young man, the fastest on track in yesterday's qualifying, Federico Arifai. A surprise, shall we say, because we usually and logically expected some of the contenders from the first round to maybe fight at the front a bit more. But Federico Arifai was actually quite smartly managed his qualifying practice, had a good lap and put himself in front.
Absolutely. I mean, halfway through the qualifying session, he ended up accidentally getting into an incident on track with the Brazilian driver Luca Neunschwander, and unfortunately he ended up off the road. But he was fortunate in that no one was able to improve upon his time, so he remained in pole position. So good to see that he will start from the front. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we've come to the knowledge and experience within the Karting Academy Trophy, as we do with most of these karting events, that when you see a guy in a particular position at the front in one weekend, you expect that will just continue on in the trend to the second consecutive weekend. But this year, 2021, the Karting Academy Trophy is proving to be the most competitive it's been for a long, long time, actually. And you can still look through this field of 44 drivers here this weekend and say there's probably about 18 of them who still have the potential and ability, with dropped scores taken into account as well, who could become this year's Karting Academy Trophy champion.
Yeah, that's the particular thing about this series. We're talking about academy that has 3 rounds, drop scores, of course, being taken into account. But referring about the European Championship for KZ2 and KZ, they only have 2 rounds, no drop scores in that case. But this is so short of a championship that this is something that's usually comes up in conversation where we talk to the drivers in the paddock, saying, "Oh, would it be great to have a bit more races? At least 1 or 2 more in order to score more points." Because last year, if you remember, if you were with us for the European Championship, for instance, in the KZ class, it actually from one round to the other, from Adria to Genk, actually the whole situation was turned on its head, and we ended up with Marion Kremers winning the championship after a very bad start, the contrary for Alex Irlander, for instance. So same in KZ2, Senna van Wonstein was dominant in Wackersdorf, had a pretty decent start, of course, to his weekend, but anything can happen in such a short amount of time.
It's so difficult to get 2 weekends done absolutely perfectly, and the pressure that's on them really makes it very tight. It's ironic because a lot of the drivers that we spoke to in the KZ and KZ categories on Thursday for our interviews, which you'll hear through the course of the weekend, a lot of the drivers actually being frustrated that they only get 2 weekends. They actually think 3 would be the ideal, which is ironic because that's what we have in the Academy Karting Trophy. They have 3 weekends over the course of a year to battle for their crown. And a lot of the gearbox drivers kind of feel, well, that's what we should have as well. So that's an interesting one. And I wonder if that conversation will continue to rumble on. It's obviously a very difficult thing. It's obviously very important to remember just how much hard work the FIA and the CIK have been working to put everything together for these events, especially in the world situation that we're in. And it's amazing that we still are able to have representatives from all 4 corners of the globe, all 6 continents here represented in the field. And a lot of drivers from countries you would not normally get to see or expect to see, certainly in the world of motor racing at a top professional level. So it's wonderful, the groundbreaking work that the FIA are doing with the Karting Academy Trophy to bring a lot of these drivers from the nations who are really getting to represent on the world stage for the first time. It really is quite refreshing to see. Federico Al Rifai from the United Arab Emirates will be starting from pole position after his run in time qualifying. And then we will get to see a great performance from Maciej Gladij, the Polish driver, who will be next up in the mix on the front row of the starting grid. Then we will get to see Noah Monteiro, the Portuguese driver, who is the son of Tiago Monteiro, Formula 1 driver and FIA World Touring Car competitor. Nicolas Roos will be there in 4th position on the grid for South Africa. From Singapore, it will be Dion Gouda, who lines up 5th on the grid. And another man who we've been very pleasantly surprised to see how strong he's been this weekend, from Chile, Nicolas Ambiado, who was fastest in 2 of the 6 practice sessions yesterday. So he's definitely one to keep an eye on. And a name that we didn't expect to see at the sharp end, but he's clearly found some good pace here. The home favourite, though, that everyone here in Italy will be hoping can get a good run will be Riccardo Iannello, the Italian star who will fly the colours on his race suit of the Italian flag. Luka Neuenschwander of Brazil will be there in the top 10, along with Mark Dubnitsky of Estonia and Mark Kastelic of Slovenia. The drivers heading out onto the circuit as they battle away in the elements. Federico Al Rifai, pole position from Maciej Gladij of Poland. Then it is Noah Monteiro, Nicolas Roos, Dion Gouda, Nicolas Ambiado, Riccardo Iannello, Luka Neuenschwander, Mark Dubnitsky, Mark Kastelic, Bard Harrison of Great Britain, and Japan's Leon Ochiai.
Then we have Jevan David with Darius Babayanona alongside him on row number 7, row number 8, Caleb Garafar and Matej Konic, then Nando Weichselbaumer and Tyler Robinson, followed by Alberto Benitez Berjano, Kanata Guzani, Lenny Kiefer and Matej Spurs. 22 drivers onto the track. Do we have everybody in? Yes, we do. 8 laps to go through for the qualifying heat opposing Group A and D. So this will be the last Academy Trophy qualifying race for the morning. Of course, we have the KZ coming up, and then the KZ2, a couple of more races before the lunchtime. Then we'll find our youngsters back in the afternoon, of course.
And let's not forget that there are 44 drivers here competing this weekend in the Academy Trophy. There are only 36 places available in the final. So 8 of these competitors across the 2 groups of races are going to be unlucky in not being able to make it through. You've got to be focused and you've got to be patient as we go around again. It is a false start, so the competitors are not in position suitably enough to go racing. So they will go around a second time of asking. That can happen occasionally, particularly amongst the youngsters. Obviously, they are still learning their craft. Many of them, of course, have never been out of their native country before this season.
Yeah, and once again we're gonna go for another start. This is the first time still this weekend. I was happily surprised that the first start actually went very well, and you could see some of the drivers at the back end of the picture and the grid not aligning themselves in the corridor, of course, and that could be met with penalty if one driver puts 2 or more wheels outside of the corridor. But this time around, let's see if the pole sitter Federico Arifai, the first time that he finds himself in such a position. So let's not forget that not only with the pressure on his shoulders from starting at the head of the field, he has to pace down everybody, and that's quite a difficult task because you're not used to that kind of situation with coping with the pressure of having to fight, but also reducing your speed quite enough for everybody, as you can see on screen, to really get together.
Absolutely. This is Federico Al-Rifai's first season out of the United Arab Emirates. He has started on pole position in a European event, but it's never been as high in credence as this. Let's see if he can get underway. Yes, he does! And away we go to the first corner. Good start from Al-Rifai and Montero, who launches into second place off the start. So the Portuguese driver trying to make it nice and easy through the first corner. Has he been taken back by Maciej Gladys, I think, on the run through? Diving up the inside, Gladys had a look there as Montero sorts out the cart and balances the throttle. That is Gladys back into second place, swarming around behind Federico Al-Rifai as they come off of the turn 4 hairpin. Everybody's kept it pretty much clean as a whistle, but Gladys is already threatening up the inside and taking the lead on the opening lap. Maciej Gladys gets through into the lead, and Noah Montero is threatening to make the move on Federico Al-Rifai and should get there on the inside. He does. So it is now Gladys leading, Montero second.
Yeah, beautifully made from the young Portuguese, indeed, making himself up to second, and he needs a good result and a good weekend after his DNF in the final of Wackersdorf, as he was coming to this last race with a lot of hopes, and now he's getting started his weekend on a strong note. So Maciej Gladys, 7/10 of a second already, pulling away a bit of a gap in front of Noah Montero, having to go defensive on Federico Arifai. Not the opening lap that he wanted, unfortunately. The young pole sitter having to defend against Nicolas Roos in 4th place. Watch out for Roos, as is going around the inside in turn number 3. Yes, he does. And a change for position, turn number 4. My apologies. But watch out for the counter-attack of Federico Arifai, who finds back. A beautiful battle for 3rd place. And watch out, because we could have actually Luca Neuscher-Wander getting himself as well in the mix. As in the meantime, Gladys is pulling away from Noah Montero as well. A bit of a gap created between the Portuguese and the rest of the field.
Al-Rifai back into 3rd position then as he gets through. Neuscher-Wander still battling with Nicolas Roos, and I think the South African has got back into 4th position. So a good run there from Nicolas Roos. Next up then is Luca Neuscher-Wander, the Brazilian, who finds himself there in P5. Then Gauda. Dubnitsky is up to 7th in front of Ambiado, and Jevan David is in 9th position. Here he comes. I told you he wasn't going to be waiting around on row 7 for long, and he is already cutting his way through the field as there he is battling. Oh, sorry, that is Dubnitsky battling away for position. So Dubnitsky is trying to shake off the attentions of the 506 of Dion Gauda. So Gauda is holding his position at the moment, the young man from Singapore, with Mark Dubnitsky all over the back of him. The Estonian trying to make the move for 6th position, as Jevan David closes up on the Chilean Nicolas Ambiado in the background, but he has made his way up to 9th place. That is a great effort. Here comes the move from Dubnitsky. Gets the run there on the inside of Dion Gauda. Gauda on the switchback is trying to get back. He has to let him go.
Yeah, beautifully made from those two. Dion Gauda had nothing to do here. He's going to have to fight back on this one. The young driver from Singapore, competing in the junior championship with Griffin Motorsport, of course, and a strong contender of this 4th place in Germany. But the battle is on, as Maciej Gladys is having none part of this, as he keeps on increasing his gap more than 1 second on Noah Montero in 1st. Nicolas Roos fastest on track, 51.6 for the young South African driver in 4th place, trying to catch up with Federico Arifai in 3rd on your screen. As we're changing position to 5:14, this is Federico Arifai being chased by Nicolas Roos, as we said. Luca Neuscher-Wander in 5th place from Mark Dubnitsky, then Dion Gauda still in 7, Ambiado 8, Jevan David is 9, and Caleb Garafar is running at the top 10 at the moment. Good recovery effort as well for Garafar. 5th place is up in the grid, as 4th place is gained as well for Jevan David.
Yeah, the young man from North Carolina doing a great job there, Caleb Garafar, really starting to make some good impressions on things as he continues to work his way forward. But the battle is raging in this position as up the inside. That is the 514 getting through. Federico Al-Rifai gets the move on Noah Montero, but getting his move on the inside. Nicolas Roos is trying to get through on the inside line as well. Nicolas Roos is held up, but he gets through into that 3rd position past Noah Montero. So Montero in the 520 is down to 4th position. Nicolas Roos, the young man from South Africa, now hustling Federico Al Rifai, but this battle has given Maciej Gledizh the golden opportunity. There goes Nicolas Roos. He gets through on Al Rifai, and Montero is there in fourth position, trying to counteract and make his own bid to get up into the top three once again. But Gledizh is long gone up front, and it's Roos, Al Rifai and Montero trying to get away from Luca Neuenschwander.
Yeah, switch of strategy, I'm afraid, for Noah Montero, who's no longer part in the battle for the win. He's going to go defensive. He needs that second position. He wants to keep it as much as possible, but watch out, because all the drivers are in the same mix right now, split by just a couple of meters. Look how aggressive he went, but Noah Montero, this won't be enough, I'm afraid, as Federico Al Rifai goes through on the inside. Fighting back is Nicolas Roos as well. But watch out for what's going to happen, because all those three drivers could actually turn that classification around in a split of a second. But at the moment, Nicolas Roos seems to have the upper part in front of Al Rifai. Noah Montero dropping positions down in fourth.
Yeah, it's good foresight from Nicolas Roos. He knows that Al Rifai is going to go through on the inside line, so he just bails off the throttle, plants the brakes, gets on the throttle earlier, and is able to accelerate back past him on the undercut. So it's a very tough maneuver to pull off, but the drivers learn it at this young, tender age, and it's basically sacrificing the position to gain it straight back again. You learn that technique here in karting. It's always about just giving yourself plenty of opportunity to get a faster line through. If you can seed the corner initially at the apex, but get a faster line off the throttle on the next, that's how you're able to get back on terms with your opponent. And Nicolas Roos learning that in brilliant style as he battles away with Federico Al Rifai. Maciej Gledizh is alone, though, out in front at 51.38. Nobody's taken this win away from him, are they?
Yeah, a confirmation of his intentions and ambitions this weekend with the fastest lap. He has nothing to worry about with a 2.4 second in front of Nicolas Roos, going defensive and protecting his second place from Nicolas Roos and from Federico Al Rifai and Noah Montero. But Maciej Gledizh, a strong sign of things to come, and his ambitions of winning in the final lap as he enters will be very much high for the former Mini driver, climbing through the ranks of karting. Maciej Gledizh from Poland on his way to what will be his first victory of the weekend. A dominant first win that will be, that's for sure, as Nicolas Roos, Al Rifai, Montero certainly will finish in the same order. One last lap as Riccardo Ianiello put himself the fastest on track, 51.2. Ianiello is running at the moment further back in the field, I'm afraid, for him. Yes, he's in 16th place after dropping 9 positions. Not the race he wanted, the young Italian, unfortunately. And this fastest lap will come as a very sore consolation.
Well, Maciej Gledizh is going to run this race to the ragged end, and fantastic style up front. He made good work of Federico Al Rifai on the opening tour and has just disappeared into the distance. The young Pole, definitely one to watch out for. Maciej Gledizh takes the victory in his first Academy Trophy heat of the weekend. Nicolas Roos just in front of Federico Al Rifai. Noah Montero fourth in front of Luca Neuenschwander. Dion Gauda and Jovan David has made his way up from 14th on the grid to, 13th on the grid, I should say, to 7th place. He's gone through half the field in one qualifying heat. If he does that twice more, he's definitely going to be in a solid position heading into the final tomorrow. Very good work, but Maciej Gledizh untouchable in this one. Excellent stuff from him.
Excellent stuff indeed. Maciej Gledizh, 2.7 second lightning gap that he has been able to pull in just the course of 8 laps, taking advantage as well of the battle happening further back between Nicolas Roos, getting the upper hand on Federico Al Rifai and Noah Montero in 4th place. Further back in the classification, we have Luca Neuenschwander in 5th place, followed by Dion Gauda, Jovan David, Mark Kastelic in 8th. Nicola Ambiado is 9 from Darius Babayona in 10th, followed by Bart Harrison, Caleb Garfar, Alberto Benitez Berhayano in 13, followed by Nando Weichelbaumer in 14, 15th place for Riccardo Ianiello. Mark Kastelic follows in 16. Tyler Robinson is 17 from Leon Okai, Matej Preuss, Kanaka Gusaj, and Matej Konik with one driver missing in the classification. No, it just crossed the line, my apologies. Lenny Kiefer. So everybody in after this second qualifying race of the Academy Trophy and the first win of the weekend for Maciej Gledizh. Good performance indeed from the young Polish driver, as we're going to switch our attention for the first time this weekend in just a few moments to the top of all classes, the KZ class, with 24 participants, 24 competitors. This is pretty much a Formula 1 grid that we have for the closing round of the European Championship. And we often refer to the KZ drivers as certainly the fastest and best karting drivers in the world. But this is actually a reputation that has been built over the years. And you can see how high the level of that class is. But still, There's a newcomer this weekend in the KZ class, and this new fresh face was about to put himself on pole position.
There certainly is. It's a very exciting story that we're talking about this weekend. We're getting ready for the big show. KZ is on the march. Been an absolutely astonishing weekend building up to this one so far as the competitors continue to come. But this is the season and this is the category where the kings of the sport have become European champion in the past. Jonathan Tonon, Baz Lammers, Paulo De Conto, Jorrit Pex, Rick Driesen, Marco Ardigo, Jorrit Pex, Maran Kramers, and of course Max Verstappen. They've all won European championships at this level. It's been absolutely phenomenal to watch what these guys have been able to do in the past. But this weekend, one man is throwing his hat into the ring for a crack at the World Championship at Kristianstad in a few weeks' time as he goes pole position on the grid in his first KZ event. This guy has been phenomenal in direct drive this year in the OK category, clinching his back-to-back European title. The first one to do that since Marco Ardigo back in the 2000s. Now there's a chance for Andrea Kimi Antonelli to assert himself as the ultimate god of karting in 2021. He's already been the king of OK in Europe. He might just put on a bit of a show here this weekend. We caught up with him on Thursday. At that point, we had no idea at all that he could bag a pole position.
For sure, yeah, the category is much different to OK, especially on braking and also the lines. And also in this category, you have the gearbox. So, yeah, it's a new challenge for me. And yeah, I've done some tests before. And yeah, every time I'm improving myself, I'm getting more the feeling with the go-kart. But yeah, I'm quite happy. Today, we show really good speed, and yeah, we'll see tomorrow what we can do. Feel more comfortable with, of course, with OK because I've drove it for a lot of time. For me, the most difficult thing on KZ is the braking because you have to brake really deep and late. In terms of speed, we can do very good, especially on tomorrow's quali. And yeah, also we'll see in the race. The race, you know, is much different. And yeah, but we'll see. Of course, we will do the best time we can. And I think we can achieve a good result. I want to learn as much as I can because we will do the World Championship in KZ as well. So yeah, for that race we have to be as much ready as possible. I'm really happy because after the incident is never easy. I struggle a bit to get the feeling back. But yeah, I'm really happy that I came back stronger than before. And especially mentally, I feel much stronger. I'm really happy and I'm really excited for this new challenge.
So why are we getting particularly excited about the fact that Andrea Kimi Antonelli is pole position for these KZ races? Well, first of all, it's on his FIA KZ debut, which is amazing. It's his first ever weekend in this class because he's only done KZ2 before this. So here he is straight into the Premier category and has banged it on pole position. Second of which, the previous youngest world champion at KZ battle. I know this is the European Championship, but it's only a few weeks until the World Championships at Kristianstad. The youngest ever world champion at this level, Max Verstappen, 2013, a legendary season for him. He won all but the World Championship in direct drive OK. He was third that weekend, so he claimed silverware in all four major events. Andrea Kimi Antonelli has already won the European Championship in direct drive. There is the most minute of chances that he could win the European Championship this weekend in KZ, and we are talking like the miracle upon miracles, he could do it. The only way it's possible is if he blitzes the weekend and scores the 35 maximum points for being on the pole position for the final and then winning the final. He'll score 35 points. The only way he can win the European Championship is if he does that and Longhi and Denner don't score decent points, nor could Orlando, Pex or Hiltbrand. So it is literally the most minute of miracle chances that he could get it done. But imagine if it happens. Just imagine if it happens. He'll be the first man since Verstappen to win European Championships in both classes. And let's not forget that in a few weeks' time is the World Championship. If he wins that in KZ, he will be the youngest ever world champion. He could break Max Verstappen's record.
Yeah, that will be a thriller scenario and a fantastic end to what is already a fantastic season for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who is, let's not forget, came back from a very severe injury back at the 2020 World Championship in Portimao. But as he told us, he came back even stronger physically and mentally, and that's something he's been showing all throughout the 2021 season, sealing the deal in the European Championship and really already putting himself on pole position for his first KZ race in the FIA Karting Championship. So that's quite a statement that the young Italian is showing to the world of karting, and there's more than one KZ driver in the field that will be willing to fight against him and really try to everything that they have in their position. First of all, experience and driving skills to prevent that from happening. But there's going to be a thriller scenario, of course, that we're going to be witnessing on track in just a few moments with the first KZ qualifying race coming up. And one of the drivers to keep an eye on as well in the contention for this weekend's victory is Matteo Vigano, of course, from Local Racing, who will be starting alongside his fellow countrymen on the front row. It's fair to say that we had a lot of surprises in yesterday's qualifying, but especially in the KZ class. And if you didn't check the results, and if you're looking at the grid right now, you might actually find a few big surprises, considering especially the contenders for this year's title. And you know, let's be honest, we were the first surprise about what happened, but we have the likes of Simo Pohaka, but also the Pex brothers, and especially Riccardo Longhi, the provisional championship leader, who will be starting from the back end of the grid, as well as his Birala teammate, Marian Kremers, who has nothing to lose in this championship, that's what he told us. But still, frustration was really everywhere in the Birala tent yesterday.
Well, that's it. He is a world champion. He is a European champion, so he will not want to be at the tail end of the field. But yeah, absolutely. If you look at the field and the grid for this race, it's almost like people have had names drawn out of a hat to decide the grid. On the back four rows of the grid, you've got Alex Orlando, Marian Kremers, Fabian Federer, Riccardo Longhi, the championship leader, Davide Fore, one of the legends of our sport, is there on the 11th row. Jorrit Pex, multiple world and European champion, is there on the back row of the grid. It is a crazy starting lineup for these heats, and they're only going to do it 3 times in this order, of course, but even so, you've got some of the world's best racing drivers, never mind kart racing drivers, towards the very back end of the grid for this, while you've got some of the emerging stars coming through. Emilian Denner now has a golden opportunity to go for the European Championship here. He's 5th on the starting grid, but he is 4 points back from Longhi in the title fight. If Longhi stays towards the back end of the field and Denner scores well, the Frenchman could be looking at the European Championship, especially knowing that Alex Orlando and Stan Pex are not starting in great positions either. Stan Pex is on the inside of row 6. Orlando is on the inside of row 9. So this, again, could throw a real curveball to the European Championship. And if all hell breaks loose, the man on pole position, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, could actually do this. It's not impossible.
That's not impossible. That's definitely a golden opportunity that Antonelli will be willing to catch. But talking to his father yesterday, for us in the Antonelli's family, this is already feels like a victory. You know, being on pole position in such a prestigious event for the first time in his career feels like a win already. And the rest of the weekend, the father told me, it's like learning, getting experience, getting a lot of fun as well out of it. But if all of this can come with a great result, of course, that's the contract completely signed.
It's one of the most bizarre grids in KZ history if you look at the context of it all. Antonelli and Vigano, Gustafsson and Ippolito, Denner, Iglesias, Hiltbrand and Salenta, Renaudin, Millel, Stan Pex and Johan Sugel from the likes of Lundberg, Puhaka, Tozzolini, Massatani, Orlando, Camplese, Kremers, Federer, Longhi, Fore, Jorrit Pex and Lewis Speck, the youngest man, well, was the youngest man in the field. Now that's Antonelli. It's just baffling.
is baffling indeed. And those drivers only have 12 laps from the back end of the grid to try to recover from that disastrous qualifying effort that had partially to do, as we were talking to drivers yesterday, to the difficult managing of the tires due to the conditions as well, because they only had 2 laps to put everything that they had. But because of that, lap difference, because of the tires partially, they couldn't actually make it until the end.
But let's quickly pick up on the Kramers and Longhi deficiency at Birolart. They will have seen Palomba in the KZ2 race earlier. How big an impact do we think that could have made to their setup? They could have made something very special come out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fair to say that the Birolart chassis is working very well on this track. Looking at Matteo Vigano, who is using, of course, this very chassis from his son under the Leclerc colours, and some of the Birolart contenders at the back end of the grid. Vigano up front, Victor Gustafsson as well, the reigning KZ2 European champion, who has something to say in this race after his DNF in Wackersdorf. Once again, pretty much as Matteo Vigano, has nothing to lose in this race.
Here we go. Andrea Kimi Antonelli steps into the unknown pole position in his first ever FIA KZ outing. This could be a historic day here at Adria. Let's see what happens as we race. And it's not a great start for Antonelli. Vigano gets a better start. Antonelli's in second position, so they fly their way through. Vigano, with the better experience, has been able to charge forward and put the Leclerc chassis into the lead. Antonelli in second place. 2 karts chasing after very quickly indeed. That's Ippolito, who has come forward into third in front of Emilion Denner. And then we've got the 9, that's Gustafsson, running in there in 5th position in front of Pedro Hiltbrand. So some good starts there as the Birolarts further back are squabbling away. Longhi has got a better start than Kramers, by the way. So the championship leader is already making up an impression.
Yeah, let's wait for what Riccardo Longhi will be able to do. He's a recover, and we've seen that through the past few seasons. He can actually put up the pace if he has what it takes to go through. Opening lap almost completed into this first qualifying race of the KZ, and the leader is Matteo Vigano. You could feel the experience of Vigano, and watch out for the back, beautifully made. This is actually Victor Gustafsson going ahead of Emilion Denner. The battle is raging. The Frenchman just lost a position to Victor Gustafsson, so Gustafsson up in 4th in front of Emilion Denner, back in the position where he started. Definitely not the scenario that the Frenchman wants, especially that he has Pedro Hiltbrand just behind. So the Leclerc teammates actually surrendering the intrepid young prodigy. But can Emilion Denner try to get out of the trap that is about to close on him? But at the moment, Matteo Vigano is pushing like never before. 3/10 of a second on Antonelli. Paolo Ippolito in 3rd. Gustafsson now in 4th in front of Denner, Hilbrand, Iglesias, Stanpex, Celenta and Ranoda in 10th position.
So where are the rest of the big players? Simo Puhaka is currently 11th in front of his teammate Noah Millel, the Tony Kart factory drivers. Orlando is up to 13th. So making good progress. 16th place is Lundgaard in front of Longhi. So Longhi is up to 17th now. Tozzolini is there in 18th place in front of Kramers and Davide Fore, who is now in 20th position. Down at the back, we've got Federer and Jorrit Pex, who can't make a move as Denner tries to close up again on Hiltbrand, and he's not quite able to make the move as Andrea Kimi Antonelli under investigation. Now, I did wonder on the initial start, looking out of the window, if he crept forward the tiniest couple of millimeters. That might be what they're investigating for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, because he stopped himself, and that might be why he didn't get a great start compared to Vigano. So inexperience there, potentially bouncing back on Andrea Kimi Antonelli. We hope it's not going to come to anything untoward. But Paolo Ippolito, who was at the center of the Lonato controversy last year, has now got himself into a brilliant position, and Paolo Ippolito on home soil could go for something pretty special here in 3rd place.
Yes, indeed, and he's closing up on Andrea Kimi Antonelli. As you can see, 3/10 down, as the 3 leaders are still very much into contention, into the same mix. Victor Gustafsson, 48.5, the Swedish driver, the fastest on track, as he's running in 4th place in front of Pedro Hiltbrand and Jeremy Iglesias, the reigning KZ World Champion that you can see on track. The 98 of Antonelli, he needs to do what he needs to do, of course, in this race. He's getting a good result, no matter the outcome in the end of the weekend. Of course, he's going to go for everything that he can take. But this is still, as he said, bonus for him after yesterday's pole position. He's looking over his shoulder. The pressure is on with Paolo Ippolito, his fellow countryman. He's going to try to go around the inside Kimi in the turn number 2. not quite yet, as the drivers need to align themselves on the way to turn number 3. There he goes, beautifully made from Paolo Ippolito, overtaking Antonelli for second position.
Well, this is such a challenge for Antonelli. He was the king of the OK category this season in the European Championship. Now he's having to learn it all again in the gearbox category in KZ, and what an education he's getting, battling away with the likes of Vigano, Ippolito and Gustafsson, 3 of the toughest young opponents that he could go up against in this karting category. And Gustafsson is definitely starting to come good now. He had a frustrating start to 2021, Victor Gustafsson. He was very vocal about it on social media. He felt like he was letting people down, and he really got his back up as a result of it. Now they're starting to get things together. The mojo's returned. He's getting back on the horse. The Leclerc by Lennox team definitely have a good setup this weekend. We've got Vigano out in front, and Gustafsson and Hiltbrand are storming up in the top 5 compared to the factory Birolard group effort that are floundering down the back. So Gustafsson, full of confidence, he's definitely going to want to go for Antonelli's 3rd place.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. And in the meantime, you can see on the left side of your screen, Emilian Denner lost a position to Stan Pex, done in 7th, the Frenchman from Intrepid. Not in the pace that he wanted coming to this weekend, certainly, as he has a title to chase against Riccardo Longhi. Longhi in a worse position as it is, 15th place, 6 positions gained already for the young Italian.
Oh, and that's Massitani. That's Matteo Massitani. So the Formula K chassis has sadly parked up. That is unfortunate for him. Of course, that was the chassis that we saw claim the World Championship 11 months ago with Jeremy Iglesias. So he's now on the CRG, of course, in 8th position behind Denner. So unfortunate for Matteo Massitani. The title defense for Formula K not going so well.
Yeah, Jeremy Iglesias deciding to go to a CRG for this year. A complete change of colors and mentality and factory for Jeremy Iglesias. And talking about CRG, we can see Paolo Ippolito now in 2nd place, fighting for victory. We've seen that in KZ2 as well. And if anyone in here still doubts that CRG is very much back into contention for the wins, or at least for strong results in karting, after a couple of years of break, shall we say, where they said themselves that we spent those past few seasons learning about how to get back to the top. This season, they hired so many great drivers, including Jeremy Iglesias, Alex Orlando, and some others as well, with the satellite team. So CRG is very much back in the mix.
I'm glad you picked up on that, because yes, bringing in the big names like Iglesias and Orlando has definitely helped. But isn't it interesting that at the lead of this battle is their loyal favourite, Paolo Ippolito? He has had so much bad luck over the last 18 months. And of course, you know, it's so devastating that he was the centre of all of that fisticuffs and, you know, the viral videos and everything that came out of Lonato last year. But so rewarding it is to see Paolo Ippolito take full advantage of the opportunity he's got now and is there in 2nd place, charging after Matteo Vigano and proving his worth, proving his accolades and his skill here. This is great from Paolo Ippolito to really storm back up to the front and say to the world, look, I'm not a media star because I'm in that video. I'm a media star because I am an exceptionally fast racing driver, and I'm showing the European champion in OK a thing or two about how to go about this. It's great to see Ippolito getting the respect and the credence out here that he deserves, chasing for the victory in KZ at the front. Brilliant.
Great stuff indeed. And Stan Pex in the meantime, fastest lap for the Dutchman, 48.3. Stan Pex trying to climb the field as much as possible. 6th place already for him and 5th positions gained since the start of this race. We're about to conclude lap number 9 out of 12. And you can see that Andrea Kimi Antonelli is keeping up with the pace of Paolo Ippolito. He stays very much in his shade, trying to decrease the gap as much as possible. Matteo Vigano in the meantime leading with half of a second advantage on Paolo Ippolito. Less than half of a second now as they come across the start-finish straight. And Vigano hasn't been able quite yet to extend the gap as much as he would like. On your picture is the pressure on Emilian Denner with the Intrepid colors. Jeremy Iglesias is just behind him, the KZ World Champion. He's going to try to do something to get past the young Frenchman. Stan Pex confirming his rhythm at the moment with another fastest lap. But Jeremy Iglesias very much in the on the tail of Emilian Denner. This is the battle of the Frenchmen at the moment, with the Intrepid colors against the CRG chassis. Who will win in this one? This is a 7th place battle, of course, battle for 7th place. But Emilian Denner, I'm quite surprised not to see Emilian a bit upper in the classification, seeing his pace and momentum that he had in Wackersdorf. So you could really see that Denner, as well as the Birolard drivers, have been struggling since the start of the weekend. First in qualifying, and now with the pace, as he's not quite able to really extend his gap on Jeremy Iglesias.
So Matteo Vigano leads Paolo Ippolito by 4/10. There's the move on the inside from Stan Pex. He gets through on Pedro Hilbrand. Nice overtaking move there from the Dutchman, racing in his own team's colours. Great to see the Stan Pex Motorsport brand represented in the KZ category on the European stage as Stan Pex makes big inroads. Now, Jorrit Pex, his brother, not able to be at the sharp end of the field in the same way, but this has all been about Stan Pex really starting to build up his own credence. He decided to run his own team to look after the next generation of youngsters working his way through, and they've had some great performances from their youngsters this year, including Tom Bryken and Tim Gerhards. But now the Stan Pex Motorsport brand gets to represent on its own 2 feet here in the KZ in the European Championship. Matteo Vigano is struggling to stay in front of Paolo Ippolito. It's great to see the CRG chipping away at Vigano's advantage here. Second place will be such a big result for Ippolito, for the CRG factory team. That will be the statement of intent from the guys who are based just down the road from the Lonato circuit at CRG. Signor Tonini will be absolutely delighted with the way this is going, as the CRG brand is right on the tail of the Charles Leclerc chassis of Matteo Vigano, who is going to come through. He was denied the European Championship back in 2019. Vigano has a great chance to go for it now as he comes out of the turn and takes the first win of the weekend in KZ from Paolo Ippolito and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He may not have won the race, but he's showcased a lot of his talent in this first race in front of Victor Gustafsson and Stan Pex. A lot of people said that racing would be very different to actually qualifying for Andrea Kimi Antonelli and that he might not be able to hack it. Do you know what? Top 3, that's good enough in my book.
Top 3 indeed, a good way to start the weekend for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and another strong way as well for this young man on your screen. Matteo Vigano, who unfortunately did not have the best of outcome in Germany for the opening round of the European Championship. So there's a revenge to take for Matteo Vigano, the former international Super Cup of KZ2 winner back in 2018, and certainly one of the strongest standard bearers of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing chassis. And first victory for him and at the end of this first qualifying heat of the weekend for the KZ class. Matteo Vigano, 7/10 of a second in front of Paolo Ippolito. Strong result for the Italian driver on Omsol. This is the top 3 from regional heroes with Vigano, Ippolito and Antonelli in front of Victor Gustafsson, another driver in need of strong results after a disappointing outcome of his opening round in Germany. Stan Pex in 5th in front of Pedro Hilbrand. Emilian Denner running in 7 from Jeremy Iglesias, Adriano Noda and Simo Pujaca, who managed to recover 4 places up to the top 10. Francesco Salenta is following in 11 from Noah Milel, Riccardo Longhi, Alex Orlando and Lorenzo Complese in 15.
Johan Sogel, 16th position in front of Marijn Kramers. That is devastating from his point of view. Douglas Lundberg, 18th place. 19th for Jorrit Pex in front of Fabian Federer, Mirko Tozzolini and Davide Fore, 22nd. Where is the pace for him? Louis Speck out of the race, so too Matteo Massatani. So some big questions to answer from that first KZ race. But certainly for Jordan Lennox-Lamb and the entirety of the team at Leclerc by Lennox Racing, they're very happy with the way things are as it currently stands. 3 drivers in the top 6 ahead of the factory effort, and a very impressive run from Matteo Vigano. First blood to the Italian, and it's 3 Italians in the top 3. Wonderful to see Paolo Ippolito in second place. He richly deserves a chance to prove himself. And Andrea Kimi Antonelli, what a whirlwind in the top 3. Hopefully that investigation isn't going to affect things too much for him. But it's definitely a great start to KZ. Let's return to the world of KZ2. So in we go to the next phase of the KZ2 competition. There are 3 rotations left for KZ2 heats today. We're going to kick start with the drivers from B versus C. This is an international competition with competitors from all over the world. They have come out of their national grade gearbox categories and they have stepped up to the European stage and done a fantastic job. But it's always very difficult on this European platform with so many great racing drivers. And the battle between these competitors can be swept over the carpet from 80 drivers down to a second and a half between the entire field. That really does show how physically demanding and how tough it is. Britain's top racing driver in Europe is here, and we spoke to her on Thursday. Hannah Lang has been catching up with us about how things are progressing and what it's like to drive this Adria Karting Raceway circuit.
The circuit here at Adria is a good circuit. It's technical in the infield, but it's also fast and flowing with a long straight. The circuit also has a lot of grip that comes throughout the weekend, which we will find out as we go along. Once you've got your tested in for the day, you'd usually have the setup, so it's not that difficult. You just need to know the temperatures of the track and the driving style that you need to go with. The toughest challenge of racing here is going to be overtaking, as there's quite a lot of long straights which evens out in the overtaking, but when you get to the infield it's going to be where it's at. Here it can be quite difficult to overtake, but I guess if you're going to be confident enough to do it, then it's easy. I cope quite well, but it's also difficult if you have one bad round, then that's it. It's pretty much finished from there, which does make it difficult, but then I guess you could have a bad round anywhere and that could put you out of the championship.
Hannah Lang, good to catch up with her. Had a terrible bad luck run in qualifying, was a lot faster than that through the practice sessions. But this is the story we talk about time and time again in the FIA Karting Championship. Karting is so based now in these international championships on a decent qualifying run. If you have a decent qualifying run, you're going to have a great opportunity to consolidate on your race weekend. You can be as fast as you want in practice. You can be trading sector times with the guys at the front. But if you can't pull that one qualifying lap together that's going to get you 6 to 7 rows further up the weekend, you're basically going to be chasing your tail all weekend long.
Yeah, definitely. And in the case of Anna Lang, actually, she told us that, and we saw that on track, she went out very early into the qualifying practice, 8 minutes long for the KZ2 driver as for the rest of the field. But usually what happens both in KZ2 and KZ is that the drivers need to wait until the very last minute of the qualifying practice, actually down to 3 minutes. The KZ driver actually waited only until the last 3 minutes of the qualifying session. That gives you just 2 laps to try to do something in your quali. The KZ2 drivers around 4.5 minutes left, but Anna actually went out very early in the first minute, just tried to maximize the track time actually and try to get a good performance out of it. But unfortunately, after putting out the first few laps, the rest of the field actually joined her on track, and then she was being held off, as she explained to us, and unfortunately wasn't able to get the performance as she wanted. Yeah, you have to take the context of how these qualifying sessions play out, because you can look at somebody who's been in the top 5 of their nation as their particular discipline, and obviously you can't get into the top 5 of a national championship in karting if you are not very high quality indeed, because certainly in karting you are chasing hundreds and thousands of a second in these qualifying heats and performances, and knowing the British scene of gearbox karting as I do, you know how incredibly tough it is to race. So to be in the top 3 of that championship, as Hannah Lang was a couple of seasons ago, you know, it proves her credence and her ability. But you come into a qualifying session like this, and you've got 80 other drivers to try and battle with. You've got to get the absolute perfect lap. It's so difficult to nail these things together. And she's not the only one who's down the order who's really struggled in terms of qualifying laps. Just looking through this field, you've got some big names that have really struggled. Andrea Dale, we've seen him at the front of the field many times before. He's a champion, and he was already struggling there in position. He's in the middle of the pack. Giuseppe Fusco is in that mix. Jean Nomblo, Valentino Fritsch, Rodrigo Ferreira, very talented young man from Portugal. Danapongpak Satumnu, who was a midfield runner and very, very talented racer in the OK category before switching to gearbox. So there's a lot of great performances and great talents that have really struggled to maximize the pace. So you have to take the long picture and the big story of all of these things in context to see why these drivers are struggling. So those who want to denigrate a driver for not being at the front end of the field, I dare you to try and get at the front, because this is such a difficult and competitive field. And the KZ2 drivers heading out now for qualifying heat B versus C. Check out the names of the competitors on this grid.
Giuseppe Palomba and Sam Louyer on the front row from Hubert Petit and Leonardo Marsiglia. Lorenzo Travasanuto, 5th place. Artur Carbonell, Marco Torman and Martin van Leuven, Moritz Ebner and Nikita Artemanov, Marcus Funda, Andrea Dalle, Christina Bulin and Kasper Nadolski.
Then we have Nicola Bartolini, Jean Louyer, unfortunately not with us as he's watching from the sideline, Giuseppe Fusco, Fabrizio Rosati, Jean Nomblo, Valentino Fritsch, Christian Gaffuri, Tanapongan Sutumno, Angelo Lombardo, Rodrigo Ferreira, Thomas Guinness, Paul Ribeiro, Jesper Westerholm and Anna Lang. 27 drivers onto the track. Do we have everybody in? These are the last qualifying races of the KZ2 class before the lunchtime. Of course, stay with us until the end because this is going to be once again very, very much exciting. Giuseppe Palomba starting on pole position has already 1 win in the bag. 2nd place for Sam Louyer by his side for the Swiss driver. Lorenzo Travasanuto 7th place in his opening heat, 4th place for Hubert Petit. Unfortunately, Leonardo Marsiglia had to retire, the Car Republic driver, from his first race, so he needs already desperately, shall we say, a very strong result in order to recover, because as we said, at such a high level of competitiveness between the drivers, and considering that they only have, so to speak, 5 races to go through and to recover from a difficult result or a DNF, this is the situation that Marsiglia finds himself in. He needs a strong result, otherwise his weekend can actually go from worse to even worse.
It was devastating for poor Leonardo Marsiglia. He didn't deserve that when he was battling away tooth and nail. There was actually ahead of both of his superior championship rivals at that point. So from Marsiglia's vantage point, that is an absolutely devastating consequence, especially when you consider that there are so many drivers in this KZ2 field. We have to keep reminding ourselves just how competitive it is in this KZ2 category. You get more drivers here than you do in any other category that we have here this weekend. Just looking through the basis of how things are, we have 88 drivers confirmed, and there's only 36 places that are going to be given to them coming into the races. So it's definitely going to be tricky. 81 drivers, in fact. So the drivers getting ready for the start. Is it going to be a perfect getaway for Palomba? We wait and we find out. A terrible start for Louyer. He doesn't get a great launch at all, and he is swamped down to 6th position as Travasanuto gets through on the inside line. Not a great start at all for Sam Louyer. So Palomba is through from Petit, Marsiglia, Carbonell, Travasanuto and Sam Louyer, who falls to 6th position. Travasanuto has now lost the place to Sam Louyer at turn 2. So Travasanuto back down to P6, the Paralympic driver and double OK world champion, trying to force his way back up the inside, and he's there. Oh, there's contact further back. 2 carts come together there. Now that, I'm afraid, is Angelo Lombardo and Paul Ribera. I think Jesper Westerholm is off the road somewhere as well. In fact, he has been caught up in the mix up towards the first couple of corners as well. He's now continuing, but it's devastating for the 2 drivers in the mix there as Ribera and Lombardo do get going again, but it's whether they'll be able to keep racing or not. Palomba from Petit, Marsiglia, Van Leuven is up into 4th place. Cracking start from him ahead of Carbonell and Travasanuto.
1 lap completed and 3/10 of a second already between Palomba and Hubert Petit, who is trying to increase the pressure and keep himself within a distance from Palomba. But watch out, because Leonardo Marsiglia is very much over there in the shade of Hubert Petit, but the battle for second is on, and we can see Marsiglia going for the move in any moment now as the Italian is increasing the pressure. Watch out in the middle sector. What can Marsiglia do in this particular technical part of the track? As we said before, very difficult to nail an overtaking, and there he goes through, or at least trying to, Leo Marsiglia. That was a very, very ballsy from the young Italian, actually, who tried to clip the curb on the inside, but actually was a bit too short in the last sector of the track. That didn't make it stick quite yet, but that's the first sign, that's a sign, shall I say, of determination from Leonardo Marsiglia. He needs a result. He's there for the taking, but Hubert Petit actually shut the door on the exit of the corner, and as a result, unfortunately, Leonardo Marsiglia lost a bit of momentum on the Frenchman, the Swiss driver, shall I say. No, the Frenchman, I'm right. Hubert Petit in 2nd, as it allows Martin van Leeuwen in 4th place to catch up as well with the Italian. Artur Carbonell in the rest of the field in 5th place from Travasanuto, Louyer, Torman, Artamanov and Andrea Dalle in 10th place.
Carbonell just got the move there. So Artur Carbonell has got through into 4th position past Martin van Leeuwen. And that is a good move for the Frenchman, and that's an important one as well, because that puts him 1 step closer to Leonardo Marsiglia as they come out of the final turn. Now, interestingly, Leonardo Marsiglia and Andrea Kimi Antonelli have the same thing in common at the Kart Republic factory team, because their other kart carries a different graphics kit, and that's in the Italian national colours. Marsiglia has one of those as well. But interestingly, they've gone for the setup where it's the Kart Republic racing team colours for the works team. As through goes Travis Anuto. He now picks off Van Leuven. And that's Sam Louyer queuing up there with Mirko Tozzolini on the, that's the Modena race team card. It is the Birolart chassis, but it's raced by Modena ASD, where we saw Simone Cunati win the Super Cup last year. And he's trying to get his move on Sam Louyer. Marco Torman with an investigation flag. That could be off the start. And in fact, that is Marco Torman. We're watching battle away. So it's not Mirko Tozzolini. My apologies. That is obviously a competitor in the KZ. I do apologise. It's Marco Torman who is there in the 311 as he runs in front of Nikita Artemanov and Andrea Dale. And then we have the 342 next up. That is Kasper Nadolski. But Marco Torman is under investigation. We're not entirely sure what for. It could be off something from the start.
And we're back in the lead, and the battle is raging still between Hubert Petit and Leonardo Marsiglia. Giuseppe Palomba, your leader, is the fastest on track, and nothing to worry about for the Italian, not looking over his shoulder. 48.9 as he increases gap up to 0.6 of a second, taking advantage of the battle raging behind him. Marsiglia once again is trying to get ahead of Hubert Petit, who is having none of it. The CPB driver is shutting all the doors. He needs that position as well as from his first race, but let's see what's going to happen between those two. Further back, still Arthur Carbonell trying to resist as well from a return of Lorenzo Travisanito, the Italian from Parolin, as they come across the start of the straight. 7 tenths now between Palomba and Hubert Petit, the Frenchman, who unfortunately for him is having his full focus on his defensive mode, because Marsiglia is very much there and is throwing once again the young Italian in turn number 3. But once again, Hubert Petit is shutting the door. So this is the middle part of the track where actually you can manage to succeed in overtaking maneuver. Kasper Nadolski is being warned by the officials further back in the field, as Marsiglia once again tries to get past Hubert Petit, but Petit is shutting the door, so it's not happening quite yet for Marsiglia, I'm afraid. And in the meantime, he's losing time on his fellow countryman Paloma in the lead.
This is yet another comeback story, isn't it, for a chassis? The Sodi Kart outfit, which is the CPB Sport team in the KZ2 category. There's the Sodi Kart factory effort in KZ, but it's great to see them really starting to kick on a pace. You've got Hubert Petit in second, and Arthur Carbonell is in 4th position, and the whole squad has definitely taken a quantum leap forward compared to where they were in 2020. They had flashes of pace, but in 2021, it's authoritarian performance now from the CPB Sport team. Travis Anuto, though, is going to try and get his move on the inside of Carbonell after yet another fastest lap from the two-time world champion in karting in the OK category. Made the switch to KZ2 at the tail end of last year, and now he is here battling away. Travis Anuto trying to fight his way forward on the Parolin chassis, and he is up to 4th. Here we go.
Yeah, it's another strong progress from a driver from the DL Drive class that we can see in Travis Anuto, actually, since he joined this highly competitive field. But we're wondering, at what time actually Travis Anuto would make the switch after being in DL Drive classes through junior and OK class for so many years and being at his top level. So that's a brand new challenge for Travis Anuto, and he's been, the stars, the debuts were not that easy as he conceded, but now we can see him picking up the pace and progressing to the ranks of KZ2. On your screen, back with Martin van Leeuwen struggling under Sam Louier's pressure. Louyer is going to try to go around the inside of the Dutchman, but is having none of it at the moment. Leeuwen in 6th place, Carbonell in 5th, just in front. Further back, Louyer in 7, Artamanov still in 8 in front of Nadolski. Marco Torman, the top 10, pretty much unchanged at the moment, but Martin van Leeuwen with the Energy Corsic colours is fighting to keep his position alive. Samuel Louyer with the Tony Kart outfit is trying everything that he can in the last corner. We're about to conclude lap number 8. And the checkered flag is getting near. Can Sam Louyer try to go around the inside of the Dutchman coming to turn number 1? A very heavy braking zone, turn number 2, where you need really to kick that braking pedal very, very early to align yourself on the way to turn number 3. But this time around, Sam Louyer is unable to really make that move happening. Travis Anuto once again the fastest, and there goes Louyer around the inside. That was close. Beautifully made from Louyer. Can Van Leeuwen fight back? Not quite yet, as he's saying to his opponent. Let's not fight back right now. Let's try to pick up the pace and catch the leaders, because we still have a bit of time, but not so much remaining. But that was beautifully made from Sam Louyer.
That was such a narrow margin for error there by the young Swiss, who manages to get through, and I'm sure brother Jean in slight discomfort on the sidelines, but will still be enjoying this as Sam Louyer tries to make his progress back up to the front. Not had the greatest of starts, unfortunately, Sam Louyer, so that's put him on the back foot in this one, but he's making good progress to return to the top 5. Needs to get back on terms now and close up on Arthur Carbonell, but he's not going to have a lot of time to make up the 1 second deficit he now has to the Frenchman. But Giuseppe Palomba is still leading the way as Travis Anuto bangs in another new fastest lap to close up on his countryman Leonardo Marsiglia. So Marsiglia is obviously going to be the next target. But Leonardo Marsiglia is just praying he finishes this one after pulling off the road last time with a mechanical problem. He's got to hope that he doesn't have any more, because if he has a DNF now for the second time, Marsiglia's championship is pretty much done.
Yes, indeed, and as the least we can wish, of course, to Marsiglia, who's doing a good job right now in third place. Still on your screen, Martin van Leeuwen has still something to say in his race against St. Louis. It's the battle for 6. We're back with the 309. This is Hubert Petit being put under pressure by Leonardo Marsiglia in turn number 2. 1 second between Palomba and Hubert Petit, who is going defensive, and watch out for Travis Anuto as well. He's been adding fastest lap after fastest lap, and can he actually try to make the connection with Marsiglia, who's being pushed, who's being held off, by Hubert Petit, who's doing what he needs to do, is shutting all the doors, going defensive. This is his position, and he says to pretty much to Marsiglia, "You're having none of it, mate. I'm gonna go all the way to the second place." And Marsiglia needs that result, even though third place will be quite strong enough for him to recover from his DNF. But one more position is up for grab, and he knows it.
Yeah, Petit has accepted his fate, hasn't he? He knows he can't catch Giuseppe Palomba up front, so he's just parking the bus on the inside apex. I can't catch up to this man. Palomba has been far and away the star performer in the Birla awning all weekend. Great to see Giuseppe Palomba really starting to make hay while the sun shines. He did not have a great weekend at all at Wackersdorf, so he's got nothing to lose from his point of view. Now Marsiglia is going to try and do something a little bit drastic here to get on terms with Petit. Petit still holding on. Watch out for Travis Anuto. He could catch both of them and make a cheeky move at the end of the lap. So Marsiglia still sizing up his options. I don't think he's got many left. Hubert Petit is covering all bases here very nicely indeed. He's got good acceleration. The Sodi kart's looking after its tyres well. And I don't see this happening now. Giuseppe Palomba is going to come through for win number 2 this weekend from the front. Excellent work from Giuseppe Palomba. 2 out of 2. And that could not be better time from his point of view. He has definitely got himself a great chance to stand on the top step of the podium on home soil here at Adria. And a wonderful display from Giuseppe Palomba, who's carrying the hopes of the Birla factory team this weekend. They may have had a real struggle in KZ, but Giuseppe Palomba is keeping their spirits alive in KZ2. They've still got plenty of opportunities to grab silverware, and Palomba is the main man to do it.
And Palomba confirming its potential from last season in 2020 on this very track as he finished third, and once again having a good start to his weekend, something he needs more than ever after a difficult opening round in Wackersdorf. But another victory, 2 out of 2 so far for Giuseppe Palomba, who does what he needs to do, staying in front, not looking over his shoulder, and making it to the end in impressive fashion, has to be said, with 7/10 of a second advantage on the rest of the field, led by Hubert Petit in front of Leonardo Marsiglia, split by just 0.2 of a second. Travis Anuto making it to 4th in front of Arthur Carbonell, Sam Leuillet in 6th in front of Martin van Leeuwen, Nikita Atamanov, Marco Tormen, and Andrea Daly. That's the top 10 appearing on the screen, as we have in 11 Kasper Nadolski in front of Fabrizio Rosati, Jan Noblo, 3 drivers who actually managed to collect a couple of positions. 6 places gained for Rosati and Noblo, up to 12 and 13, followed by Christian Abulin, Valentino Frisch in 15th place. A good recovery as well for the young German in up to 5 positions, up to 15.
So obviously 16th onwards, Marcus Funda from Nicola Bartolini, Moritz Ebner and Dara Bongbang Satumnu, Jesper Westerholm and Christian Gafuri from Giuseppe Fusco, Rodrigo Ferreira, Thomas Guedes and Hannah Lang. The 2 retirements, Angelo Lombardo and Paul Ribera, who collided on the first lap. Angelo Lombardo tried to get going again, but there was too much damage to the Parolin machine. Unfortunate there, and a very interesting scenario that is playing out now as a result of Palomba's performance. He really is starting to become the favourite for this weekend. He's looking very strong indeed. One man who's hoping to change that and is still currently waiting on the decision of the first opening heat of the day, as is, of course, Daniel Vazil. 2 drivers there that are currently under investigation deviation from their earlier race battle. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens, because that race is not declared as official at the moment, the opening heat. So as it stands, Senna van Waalstein and Daniel Vasil are still in the top 5, but that result is still pending. It has not been declared yet, so we will have to find out what happens in the interim. For now, though, let's catch up with the European Championship leader coming into this weekend, Senna van Waalstein, who looks particularly confident about his chances.
Adria has a really fast circuit, and you have mixed corners. You have the small corners, you have the long, fast corners. So it's quite difficult to drive and to manage your tires, because obviously it's hot conditions here and it's a really fast track. So the tires will last a lot shorter than you're used to be. And yeah, it's quite difficult to be close to somebody because it takes away the grip. So when you drive close to somebody, it's almost impossible to overtake. But yeah, it's quite difficult circuit for us to drive for. Sometimes you come on the track and you feel directly comfortable with the car. And the other time you really need to work on it. And yeah, it's not easy, of course. But as long as you're really good with your mechanic and can give the right feedback to your mechanic, it's more easy to work and to find the right setup. So yeah, it depends. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's really hard. It's getting really, really hot this week. And as a driver, you really need to be strong in physical conditions. Hopefully we will last the race, because it's going to be really, really tough. Yeah, of course, we're coming in this race weekend with the lead and a little gap. So we're confident that we have a chance to win the championship, of course. But nevertheless, everybody is still in contention for a championship. And yeah, the only thing you can do is fight as hard as you can and try to be the fastest.
So it could be an interesting weekend for Senna van Waalstein, especially now knowing that he's got to go into this race unaware of what the outcome of the first heat, qualifying heat B versus D, is going to be. That must be so difficult as a driver when you know that that's lingering over your head and you've got to shake it off and you've just got to go into your race, think, okay, forget about it. That's the past. Whatever the outcome is, there's nothing I can do to change what happened. I've just got to get on with it and hope that they're going to give me a fair hearing. But it must be very difficult to try and sustain that kind of intensity and that kind of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And as for now, we're in the same situation as we don't know yet what the outcome of this decision will be. This is still pending, as you said, so no confirmation of a potential penalty or not for Senna van Waalstein and David Vasili as well. The last two drivers were in the investigation after their first qualifying heat earlier. If you were with us, the first qualifying with those two drivers, the B against D, won by Giuseppe Palomba, the first of his two wins in the KZ2 class. So whatever happens, of course, as you said, Senna van Waalstein needs to go empty-handed into the race. He needs to have a clear mind about his ambitions, and his ambitions are high. That's for sure, is the European title in the end of the battle. But he has one win already under the bag in Wackersdorf, a second place to start the weekend with, if he keeps it, and the rest of the weekend is still very long, but the pace seems to be there for the CPB driver.
I mean, the argument he's going to make, obviously, is that, well, I didn't win the race. You know, I did get overtaken. So it's a very tricky situation for him, because he obviously thinks, well, look, I didn't win the race, so it doesn't make a difference. But the problem is, he did get a good start. He did initially take the lead and then lost the race lead. So I suppose the argument is going to be, well, did it change anything? Potentially it could have done.
Yeah, maybe. It's left to be seen, of course, in the race coming up in just a few moments. This will be the opposing qualifying races between D and E. And Senna van Waalstein will be starting this one from pole position with Giacomo Polini by his side, the NGM Motorsport driver, driving the CRG colors, of course, with a second place as best result in the opening heat. Gio Valtanen, third of his opening race as well, will be behind on the second row of the grid with K6 Nellis, sixth place to start the weekend with for the young Lithuanian, who would have hoped for better. As you can see, the program, the schedule for today appearing on your screen. As after, of course, this race, D and E will have the A against F, which will be the last race of the morning before a well-deserved lunch break for everybody here. Then we'll be back at 25 past 2 local time here in Italy for the rest of the program, starting again with KZ2, then 2 races for the Academy, and then 1 race for the KZ, and then back with the KZ2 to conclude today's program. 19 races in total. We've been through pretty much half as for now, 2 left before having a break. Still very hot here in Adria. 35 degrees Celsius in the air in the Venetian region, so very, very hot for the drivers to cope, as we're going to see Van Wallenstein and Giacomo Polini going head-to-head for the qualifying races to come. And still, if you're just joining us, a pending result for both Van Wallenstein, second of his first race, and David Vasile, fifth of his first race, as we're waiting for the decision from the officials. Will it be kept for both those drivers? Will there be penalty? So this is still pending, and obviously and logically we should have confirmation of that once the lunch break is done. Next race coming up, D against E, as drivers are about to come to make their way onto the track. Here they come. You can see on the left side of your screen a very long exit of the pit lane, one of the longest in the championship, as we go through the grid. Senna Van Wallenstein starting from pole position with Hige for revenge and victory in this race. Giacomo Polini by his side, Juho Valtanen and KZ2 on row number 2, followed by Adrian Janicki, George Pescador, Daniel Vasile, Jakub Kadicek, Thomas Imburg, Francesco Iacovacci, David Trefilov and Chris Hannen.
Alessio Baldi and Gabriel Bizzarro from Tim Truger and Jenny Savico, Kasper Kalasma and Rasmus Janssen, Andre Walter and Francesco Leoni, Victor Oberg and Jeke Bocic, Matthias Torrigiani and Karl Lukaszewski, Lucas Rybok and Mihai Munchean of Romania. A very international field this, so much talent, so much excitement to come from KZ2 over the course of the weekend, and this is one of the most intense championships in motorsport. Only 2 weekends and you've got to be absolutely on your A game all the way through to get it right. Uncertainty now creeping in for the Dutchman Senna Van Wallenstein, knowing he got a second place finish in his earlier heat, but there is an investigation going on. That result is still pending against him and also Daniel Vasile of Romania on the DR chassis. They could well still take a penalty for what we consider potentially could have been a jumped start. So if that's the case, then they could well receive a penalty, and that really will devastate the order at the front end of the field and make things a little bit more open as far as the European Championship is concerned. But there is the CBB Sport driver on pole position, the 314, Senna Van Wallenstein. That's the first time he's actually started in pole position this weekend. He was in second on the grid last time. But if he gets as good a start, then he should be able to stretch away from Giacomo Polini off the starting grid on the CRG chassis. And of course, Giacomo Polini for the NGM Motorsport team, as opposed to the Works team, has definitely got a great chance to step up and pay some attention to that first corner run. It's going to be interesting off the grid. Watch out for Valtonen and also for KZ Nellis. It could be very good races from them. Lights come on. They go out now. And we're racing, and it's a great start from Polini. Absolutely launches forward. Nellis tries to out-drag Valtonen and does so. Excellent start from them as they work their way forward. There's contact further back. A CRG has gone straight on at the first corner. Big problems there, and I think it was Pescador. Jorge Pescador, it might be. Oh, and that is the 345 stopping. Now that, I believe, is Alessio Baldi. So Alessio Baldi in trouble on the opening tour on the Intrepid. That is an absolute disaster for Baldi. Now, who is it that's gone off at the first corner? It is Jorge Pescador. Pescador has gone. You were right, Guillaume. You pointed it out. And I'm afraid Pescador has gone off on the first lap up at turn 2. Devastating.
And we have trouble as well for Lucas Rybak. I'm afraid the 276 is running actually at the back end of the grid and about to, yes, he's going to be out of this race, as we can see through our window. Let's get back in the field, up in the lead. Giacomo Polini in front of Van Wallenstein. KZ2 in third. Valtonen is fourth from Cadillac Janicki, Annen, Vasile and Iacovacci running at the top 10 with Tim Troger just behind. But a great start indeed for it was for Giacomo Polini, who was the first one into turn number 1. As you can see him leading the pack, the NGM Motorsport driver, with Van Wallenstein being put under pressure by the young Lithuanian. KZ2 is a great start as well from 6 upper position in front of Valtonen. Staying in the mix as well. He's trying to keep up with the distance, Juho Valtanen, but he's going to have a lot of work to do. But good effort as well in this early stages from KZ2.
There were yellow flags in the middle of the lap, of course. That was for Lucas Rybak's kart. So he is out. So too is Alessio Baldi and Jorge Pescador. Right from the front end of the field, Pescador. An unfortunate state of affairs for the Spaniard. Here they come. Polini, Van Wallenstein, Nellis, Valtonen. The top 4 drivers absolutely together as they charge through. And Senna Van Wallenstein trying to shake off the young Lithuanian charge. KZ2 really is becoming one of the sensations of gearbox racing. He has taken to this sport like a duck to water, already doing a better job of this, I think, than he ever did in the OK categories. So Nellis really starting to showcase his flair. The Lithuanian has a great future in gearbox karting, and this run this weekend in Adria is just the precursor to that. He and the Energy Course boys with Mick Panigada in the helm, they must be so delighted with what Six Nellis is pushing. He's almost physically pushing Senna van Walstein through the final hairpin there as they come onto the main straight. Polini has a 0.4 of a second advantage as they come through. Yet again, looking at that CRG, I wonder if it's just the way that front fairing is positioned on the kart. It's deceptive, but I don't know if that's loose or not. Maybe it's just running very, very low to the ground the way it's set up.
I think it's part of the setup, isn't it, for Giacomo Polini. And look at the pressure on the shoulders of Senna van Walstein. Polini, the leader, very much the fastest on track in 49.1 at the moment. The battle is raging further back, and of course the Italian is not watching over his shoulder. He's having none of it, and is trying to pull away on more than half of a second already for this driver on your screen, driving the CRG colors, of course, from the NGM Motorsport, the satellite team, from this season onwards. Van Walstein in second, KZ2 Nellis and Valtanen the battle. 3 drivers for the same position, the second place as we stand. And you might have noticed that the driver in second position, Van Walstein, has a new helmet for this weekend, a bicolor helmet with still the Senna tribute colors on one side and a new painted colors on the other side. So beautiful work that is for Senna van Walstein. Can he actually bring in luck into the result for this weekend? So far he's being put under pressure on his way to potentially what could be his best result so far, second place. But second place is not what he wants, of course. He wants the victory, he wants to build up on the momentum from Germany, but the opposition is stronger than ever at the moment.
It's a very cool helmet design of Senna van Walstein's. Of course, he always used to carry the Ayrton Senna tribute colours on his helmet. Now he only has it on one side. The other side is his own unique design. And of course, he was named after the Brazilian karting and Grand Prix legend. So fabulous there. Giacomo Polini, I've been watching that kart all the way through. There is a lot of flex on that front fairing, but I think it's okay. I think that's just the way it's set up. So it's obviously going to be something they'll have to focus in on when they come through, but they do. They check everybody when they come in, and if the front fairing is okay, then it's absolutely fine. It just looks deceptive as it goes around. So I think they're all right. Big lunge on the inside there from Chris Harnan, who is having a great comeback race, having not really got the chance to showcase what he can do in the first race. He ended up parked up at the side, having not even got off the grid as someone had spun into him. So Chris Harnan was left on the starting grid, nothing he could do about it. And now he is chasing after Adrian Janicki, the very talented Polish driver who is there in 5th position for the Jazarepski race team. And now Chris Harnan swarming around for the Tony Kart chassis that he is on there, obviously, for the KSM official racing team. And Chris Harnan, arguably the youngest man in KZ2 this weekend, pushing very hard indeed as he tries to get on terms with Adrian Janicki in front. Valtanen is stepping up the attack again on KZ2 Nellis. Six Nellis is starting to rain down on Senna van Walstein's parade, but nobody can catch Giacomo Polini at the moment as Chris Harnan tries again. Valtanen gets the fastest lap in his bid to close up on Six Nellis. And here comes the move maybe from Chris Harnan. He has to think about it, but he's not quite close enough to throw it up the inside of Janicki. Six Nellis still hustling Van Walstein.
Yeah, we're back in the lead, and the gap keeps on increasing between Giacomo Polini and Van Walstein, who's obliged now to go defensive on KZ2 Nellis and Valtanen. Valtanen waiting for the right moment maybe to launch a move on the young Lithuanian, clipping the curb in the last turn, back on the straight, just in front of us, looking over his shoulder. Van Walstein, just a bit of a gap, 0.3, not much more on the KZ2 Nellis, who of course has to watch over his shoulder and protect himself from Valtanen. Those three actually have isolated themselves from the rest of the field, led by the 355 of Adrian Janicki that we had on the screen just before, himself battling with Chris Harnan. It was interesting actually to have that battle for 5th place between 2 privateers, actually 2 private teams, shall we say, with the KSM from Germany and the private team wearing the cosmic colors for Adrian Janicki. The battle for 5th place. At the moment, Polini is increasing his gap close to a second already on Van Walstein, who's having nothing else to do pretty much in this race than defend himself from KZ2 Nellis. Oh, interesting.
Valtanen has a mechanical flag coming his way.
What happened
now
there?
That is devastating. We need to have a look. Oh, he's lost his side pod. Oh my goodness, Valtanen has lost his side pod.
The left side pod, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's come apart from the car. I didn't know where that happened. I didn't see it. But Valtanen has just lost his side pod. That is baffling. I've never seen anything quite as random as that before. It's starting to look like a vintage kart. But obviously you have to keep all the panels of the kart on the machine at all times. and Valtonen's kart in 4th position. Look, you can quite clearly see it there. No side pod on the left side of the kart, and that is game over for Valtonen. That ruins his weekend.
Yeah, I was trying to look outside the window to see where that panel might have gone, actually, but there's no way to be seen, so it must have been picked up by one of the marshals. But I'm pretty sure this is a strategy from Valtonen to gain weight, but unfortunately for him, it's not allowed by the regulations, I'm afraid.
No, indeed.
So, mechanical flag as a result, and Juho Valtonen won't see it through until the end of this race. Unfortunately, he has 3 laps to get back to the pits, because it cannot go on like this. Unfortunately, that could be dangerous for the other drivers, and what a shame that is for Juho Valtonen running in 4th place at the moment. Another surprise, another disappointment potentially for a KZ2 driver, very much in contention for the win after the trouble of Marsilia earlier into the races. Then we have another trouble for Juho Valtonen, who has been so strong in both the gearbox and the OK class this season. He's going to have to go back to the pit and leave actually KZ2 fight on his own with Senna van Walsteen.
What a shame for Juho Valtonen. Look, he's backed right off. He knows he's got to pull into the pits. So Valtonen will do just that at the end of the lap. What a shame. There he goes in the background. You'll just see him pull in. There he goes. Devastating for the Finn. He was looking so strong this weekend, and that is going to hamper his chances big time. He's going to be fighting now for a place on the final grid, never mind fighting for race victories, and he'll have to basically try and get a top 3 in all of the remaining heats to have any chance of a competitive position.
You know what, I still wonder where actually that happened for Juho Valtonen, but remembering the start, actually looking outside the window, we've seen a very brief but quite strong contact between 2 drivers just before Jorge Pescador went out of track. I cannot remember if Jorge Pescador was actually involved in that contact, but it looked to me that maybe it could have been Juho Valtonen who had a bit of a push in the middle of the pack on the turn number 1, so that could have been certainly one of the causes. If it's true or not, nothing confirmed here, but that could be the cause of his actually side pod going loose at some point.
I do think there was a tiny little rub of wheels that he had with Six Nellis when they went through turn 1. There was just the slightest little nudge, and all that needs to do is dislodge one of the brackets that these side pods are held on by, very similar to the positions that the front fairings are held on. And all it takes is for one of those to dislodge. You're traveling at speed, furious speed, and it becomes dislodged and it parts company with the car. That's all it needs to do, but that's such a shame for Juho Valtonen as it ends his race and potentially gives him a very tough mission for the rest of the day to get himself onto the final grid for tomorrow. But this man, what a job from Giacomo Bellini right from the start. He's been absolutely invincible. Bellini takes the victory. Excellent job, and that's his first win of the weekend, and also CRG's first win of the weekend as well. They've been working on it for quite some time now, but it's definitely going to be an excellent run from Giacomo Bellini. I'll tell you what, though, that front fairing is flexing a lot. I hope that's just the way it's set up, because that does look a tiny bit suspect, doesn't it? Maybe that's just the way it moves in air resistance, but hopefully it's not going to be an issue for Giacomo Bellini.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? And I was checking again the results, yet not confirmed, but pretty much it is a case, and still it kept his result, because we might have seen this. We thought to ourselves in the first race as well, does it have a loose front fairing or not?
We did ask that question.
It wasn't the case in the first race. Is it the case in here? Might have to do something with the setup, as you said, but let's wait after this race once the results are confirmed. But once again, another strong performance for Giacomo Bellini, second and first to get his weekend going.
Yeah, absolutely. It only comes down to the position of the bracket once it's obviously been brought into the pits. If it's not loose off the bracket, then it's fine. There's Jorge Pescador, a very bitter end to his race. He's parked up at turn 2, and that happened on lap 1. Giacomo Bellini and Senna van Walsteen from KZ2 Nellis, and Adrian Janicki with Chris Harlan in 5th ahead of Daniel Vazil. Francesco Iacovacci and Thomas Imborg ahead of Tim Troger and David Trevelov, with Jakub Kadicac and then Andre Volta, Victor Oberg and Gabriel Bizzero.
Then we have in 15th place Francesco Leone, Kaspar Kalasma, Matias Torregiani, Janko Bjocic, Karl Lukatwenski, Mirai Merchant, and the long list of drivers who unfortunately had to retire from this race: Luca Reybok, Alessio Baldi, Jorge Pescador that you just seen on picture, Rasmus Janssen, Jenny Civico, and Juho Valtonen, unfortunately, who had to retire due to his left side pod going loose onto the track, something that we still need to discover the reason of, but as a result, disappointing DNF for Juho Valtonen. We're going to take a short break, and in just a few moments, of course, we're going to have the last race of the morning already, opposing Group A and F, still in the KZ2 class. But before that, we caught up with one of the drivers in the KZ2 category, Brendan Nilsson.
In Wackersdorf was quite good for us, for the whole team. Me personally, when you're there in front, you always want a bit more. It was a good result, but we had the speed to go even further in front. But in the end, it was a good result. Anything can happen in a race. We could have a good race, we can have accident, we can have some issues, no issues. Anything can happen, so I just go day by day. Adria is a very technical track. At least for me, I've always struggled a bit here. We're trying to find a good setup for the kart, for the engine, also the driver maybe a bit. Because other tracks I've always have a bit better performance, if you say like that. Adria, I do my best and we'll see what happens. From my point of view and also the other drivers, the tires peak in 2 laps. We have 2 laps, then they go completely, not off, but we lose 2-3 tenths. Then they stay there in a stable level and step by step they go a little bit slower. So tire management will be key in this race, especially with the heat that we have. Some drivers manage better with used tires, they perform better with used tires, some struggle a bit more. In a race like the heat, sometimes it's better you lose 1 or 2 positions than to take a risk and just go for it and maybe crash and lose 1 heat, because then for the final you might not even make the final. So it's all just planning to have a good position in the final.
Great job from Brandon Nilsson, the young Swedish driver, of course carrying the Italian license as he is based out here nowadays, racing for CRG. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do from the grid for this one, as this is going to be the last heat before our lunch break. Of course, one we also have in the lunch break is the highlights from last time out at Wackersdorf in Germany, in case you missed them. So you'll be able to catch up with everything that has happened in the 2021 karting championships in KZ and KZ2 up until this point. And it gives you a bit of an understanding as to how the story has played out thus far. Pole position, though, for this one is once again going to be Danilo Albanese, but alongside him on the grid is the other man to have taken a heat win today, Jamie Day. So for the first time, we're going to get a clear leader heading into the next battle. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one as we try and separate Albanese and Jamie Day. And if they are able to battle against each other, which one of them is going to get the victory to take on Palomba?
Yeah, Palomba, 2 wins already for him, and pretty much leading the classification as it stands with Danilo Albanese and Jamie Day, just followed by Paavo Tonteri and David Lewinski. Still quite early at this stage of the weekend to talk about classification, as you know, this is part of the FIA Karting competition, but once we get the program down on the Saturday, after all the races, 19 to go through today, we are not quite sure about the classification as it can be, because we still have a couple of races on the Sunday morning. So that's one of the specifics of the FIA Karting weekend, at least when it concerns the gearbox categories. So we might have leaders on the Saturday night that can actually change on the Sunday morning. So that gives, once again, a spice of actually tension, a spice of uncertainty going to the last qualifying races before the final. So as for now, with wins in the bags, Danilo Albanese, Jamie Day and Palomba are the current provisional leader of the KZ2 classification. And for the first time, they're going to go head-to-head in the last qualifying race before lunchtime. So a good opportunity for any of the two to make an impression and really give a statement to the rest of the field that you guys are going to have to count with me this weekend. But again, you know, considering the results, you can actually collect all the wins and all the points in the world, but what matters is making it to the final in a strong position. And again, you're not quite done yet. So this is a really strong challenge. Those drivers have to go through 5 races to make it to the final, and there's only 36 tickets available out of 81 competitors willing to get one. So that gives you a glimpse of how intense that competition is.
Certainly is, and one of the drivers starting in the top 6 of this current heat is Lawrence Van Hoopen, who still has a really solid chance of becoming European champion. We've got to remember that Giacomo Bellini, who is second in the points table, has just taken a heat victory. That definitely gives him plenty to be happy about. Senna van Waalstein has picked up 2 second-place finishes, although one of those is currently under scrutiny at the moment, so that could make things very interesting. And Leonardo Marsiglia has a 3rd-place finish and a DNF, so it's very important for Laurens van Hopen to make full advantage of this opportunity that he now has from the 2nd row of the grid. Another man with a good chance is Paavo Tonteri, who is starting from 3rd on the starting grid for this one, and he's in the top 5 of the championship points as well. One of the competitors that it's unfortunate to have seen that things are very difficult, we've just seen him finish 10th in that race behind his German teammate Tim Troger, is David Trevelov. He was so strong at Wackersdorf, but he hasn't been able to maintain that same sort of vapid pace that we saw on home soil.
Yeah, definitely Trefelov that we had the pleasure to talk to in Wackersdorf, and a very strong top 10 finish for him, and sitting in 6th place at the moment, coming to Adria in the provisional classification. But as you said, not really the start of the weekend they had foreseen in his head, the German driver, that's for sure. But still a long way to go, and we're going to have the drivers making their way onto the track in just a few moments now, as the mechanics have got them prepared on the demi-grid on the left side of your picture. Here they come, we can hear the engine noise, and the drivers now making it onto the track.
Danilo Albanese and Jamie Day on the front row from Paavo Tonteri and Laurens van Hopen, then Brandon Nielsen and David Lewinsky, Jan Pokos and Natalia Balbo from Marcus Kayak, Alessio Piccini, Maxi Paul, Giorgio Carrara, Axel Bengtsson and Jacob Bergmeister.
Followed by Joey van Splitteren, James Wharton, Nicola Rossini, Robert Kinderwater, Matteo Zanchi, Jan Begnar, Alexander Janchu, Jesper Sorberg, Alvaro Garcia, Joseph Knopp, Charlie Anderson, Damien Vallar and Warren Kim. Do we have everybody on track? I think this is very much the case. 12 laps to last before the lunch break. After that, we'll get back at 25 past 2 local time here in Italy. So make sure to tune in and stay with us for what will be another ecstatic afternoon of racing. But before that, one last race to go through. Will Danilo Albanese or Jamie Day get a second victory in the bag and join in that sense Giuseppe Palomba, the provisional leader as it stands with 2 wins as well? This is a big question, of course, and in 12 laps we will have an answer unless Paavo Tonteri or Laurens van Hopen can get themselves in the mix.
It's quite an important race for both of these drivers to get right, because obviously with Palomba having already sealed both of his early morning wins, one of these guys has got to maintain that winning streak. Danilo Albanese was very solid and consistent in his first heat. Jamie Day, sleeves rolled up, ruthless efficiency and aggressive attack. So it was good to see him fight his way to the victory in fine style. Both of these drivers are going to clash swords as they go up towards turn 1. But it's all going to come down to the start and then the mentality of the driver in the first couple of laps. It's definitely going to be very tricky off the line. Danilo Albanese in the 301 on the left of your screen, the Italian national football colours on his car. Charles Leclerc chassis colours for Jamie Day, the young man from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, who has made a sensational switch to gearbox karts and is now going to make a big impression on this one. Which of these two is going to get a victory? Can Paavo Tonteri do something special from 3rd on the grid? We'll find out when the lights come on. They will go out and we will be racing. And it's a terrible start from the front row man Jamie Day as Danilo Albanese launches forward and there's no movement at all initially from the 423. That is Warren Kim. He had problems on the start in the first race as well. But I have a feeling that 1 or 2 drivers may have jumped the gun on the start because the lights were held on for a while and a couple of drivers moved, and I would not at all be surprised if one of them wasn't Danilo Albanese.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird starting procedure that we've just seen actually at the start of this race. But let's get going, and a great start it was for Danilo Albanese, but can it be actually under investigation? We shall have confirmation of that in just a few moments. But as a result, it was a very, very difficult start for Jamie Day. He's going to try to recover as much as he can as they complete the opening lap of this qualifying race. Let's have a look with Albanese looking over his shoulder. David Lewinsky, cracking start indeed from the Polish driver. 4 places gained up to 2nd. Tonteri in 3rd. Laurens van Hopen is 4th. Trying to catch up with the Siachi driver just in front of him. Then we have Brandon Nielsen in 5th. Natalia Balbo making up 2 positions up to 6th from Alessio Piccini, Jamie Day, Paul, Axel Bengtsson running at the top 10. But Jamie Day is going to have a lot to do to recover because he's dropping all the way down to 8th.
Now Tonteri and Van Hopen definitely working very hard indeed here in 3rd and 4th place as they continue to battle away. Some very exciting battles to come from them over the weekend, because both of those drivers are, of course, fighting for the European Championship, along with the likes of Giacomo Bellini and Senna van Waalstein. So they are going to have a very successful end to the weekend if they can continue this kind of battle up, the two of them. But across the line, Danilo Albanese leads at the end of lap 2. No investigations coming up on our screen just yet. David Lewinsky is there in second place, hustling. Tonterri, and then Van Herpen, Brandon Nielsen, and Natalia Balbo. Good starts from the CRG trio that are in the top 6 once again. Balbo Tonterri trying to shake off Van Herpen. Van Herpen getting a little bit wide as they come off the turn 3 runoff area. So still an interesting little tussle. Jamie Day is up to 7th place, by the way, now has got back past Alessio Piccini. And so Jamie Day, the young man from Dubai, getting himself further forward. But there's the 305, Balbo Tonterri, still working his magic as he closes up on David Lewinsky. Lewinsky is doing a great job here in second place, actually. The Polish driver really coming of age this weekend and fighting up at the sharp end. He had a 3rd place finish earlier, don't forget. Now he's hunting down a victory as he charges after Danilo Albanese. They go into lap 4 and the race continues on with Albanese trying to get well clear of Lewinsky, Tonterri, Van Herpen, Nilsson, Balbo, Day and Piccini.
Into lap 4 out of 12 in this race. Early stages still, and the battle is raging. 3/10 only between Danilo Albanese and David Lewinsky. Balbo Tonterri in 3rd place, as you can see, the fastest on track in 49.1, trying to chase and get ahead of Lewinsky. 3rd place, that's the result that he had earlier, Balbo Tonterri, but he's more than willing to improve on that. But he's going to have to go defensive while attacking, of course, David Lewinsky. But Laurens Van Herpen in 4th place, wearing the Leclerc chassis, the Leclerc color on his chassis, is, of course, more than willing to get himself up in the mix as well. Jakob Bechermeister is taking the fastest lap in this race from the SLP Racing team, 49.1. Bechermeister, where is he in this classification? Further back, I'm afraid, yes, is 27 down last, I'm afraid, and he has nothing to lose, and he might actually pile up some qualifying laps, try to recover in the field. Up in the lead, the pressure is raising. Balbo Tonterri, look at him actually catching up with David Lewinsky. Can he go around the inside? Oh, that was very close in turn number 4, but Lewinsky is having none of it, and it allows actually Laurens Van Herpen to get close as well. So we might see actually a bit of a trouble coming the way to David Lewinsky, because he goes defensive. You can see he's dropping momentum on Danilo Albanese. 0.5 of a second already, maybe more at the end of this lap, because actually David Lewinsky still keeps a couple of meters, just 2 meters, not so much more from Tonterri and Van Herpen. As further back we have Brandon Nielsen, actually, who could actually be the 4th actor into this 4-driver battle.
So Brandon Nielsen really starting to up the ante. Natalia Balbo staying very consistent this weekend, actually. 8th in the first race, looking at 6th in this one, with several other big names struggling to maintain that position. Natalia Balbo could find herself in a very solid qualifying position for the final later, as Danilo Albanese starts banging in qualifying laps religiously now. Into the 48s he goes, 48.911 for Albanese, as Tonterri just can't quite get close enough to Lewinsky to make that ultimate lunge up the inside. Van Herpen is getting a little bit frustrated, sat there in 4th position as he tries to work his way forward. And then Brandon Nielsen and Natalia Balbo keeping well clear of Jamie Day at this moment. Day is trying to get back into a decent position, but that poor start of his has definitely hurt him in terms of his weekend credence. That's going to drop him down the field. So Albanese, Lewinsky, Tonterri, Van Herpen, Nielsen, Balbo, Day, Piccini, Paul and Kindervater in the top 10. Now Van Herpen's getting very hungry in behind Balbo Tonterri. There could be a bid for 3rd position down into the hairpin. He's going to have to come from a long way back. Tonterri moves to cover, no problems at all there on the exit, but having to go a little bit defensive could compromise him in the next few apexes. Van Herpen is really starting to make Tonterri do the hard work here to protect on that inside line. All he has to do is outfox him in a moment of weakness and he can get the move done.
Yeah, great battle indeed. As we're about to conclude lap number 7, the checkered flag is getting near in just a couple of laps, so there won't be much time remaining for Laurens Van Herpen to make his move. Need to come across the South Kent straight. Let's have a look at the gaps. Still 7/10, close to 8 between Albanese, the fastest on track. Now David Lewinsky take the fastest lap in 48.8, slightly faster than Albanese, but 7/10 is quite a huge gap with the time remaining in the laps that he has. Lewinsky undoubtedly will have to stay in 2nd place as it stands from Renda Motorsport, the driver. And there goes Laurens Van Herpen around the inside of Tonterri. Beautifully made from Laurens Van Herpen. who's taking the place.
That was Day on Balbo, in fact.
Oh, my apologies.
Jamie Day
was further back.
Jamie Day gets the move into 6th position on Natalia Balbo, so that puts the young man from Dubai into 6th position. Now, I noticed that we don't have any investigations coming up on lap 8 of 12, so it might just be one of those bizarre and obscure starts that we occasionally get in KZ2 and KZ races, where it looks as though 2 or 3 drivers have completely jumped the gun, but because of the long hold, the lights have gone out and drivers have just not reacted to it because they were expecting it to go a bit further, and a couple of drivers just get a delayed start in the process of waiting for the lights to go, and it takes a tiny bit longer than they anticipated. As up the inside, that is a big lunge there from Pacini to move his... Oh no, sorry, that's not Pacini, that is Carraro. So Carrara gets through, the Argentine on the Lenzo kart chassis. This is the Luxor. So great to see them making another big step forward in their development. Up the inside line, that was a little bit of a cheeky opportunity from Jan Pokos, and he couldn't quite get the line on the inside of Marcus Kayak. But we talk about the big names in this field, but let's pick up on the story of the Lenzo kart and the Luxor chassis. A good run so far from Giorgio Carrara this weekend. 13th position, has now become 12th, and he's doing a fair job, actually, the young Argentine, to keep himself up in the mix.
Yes, he just made his move on Joey van Sputteren, the Dutchman, who will switch team from Energy Corse to CPB Sport for this weekend. It was a battle, of course, for 12th position. We're back with a 305. This is Paavo Tonteri being put under pressure by Lawrence Van Hoopen, as the move earlier that we saw was indeed from Jamie Day on Natalia Balbo. Same chassis, same colors, but
Kayak's pulled off. Sorry, Marcus Kayak has pulled off. That is disastrous for the Estonian. I suddenly saw him disappear from the timing screen, and Marcus Kayak, the Estonian for the Tony Kart Factory team, has had to pull off the road. It looks like mechanical problems for him as well. Devastating for the Estonian. He drops out of what was the top 10 positions, well, very nearly the top 10, has not been able to finish the race, so that's very bad luck indeed for Marcus Kayak.
Yeah, he was running in 14th place before this mechanical incident, I'm afraid, for him, and is out of the race, Marcus Kayak. This race is about to be concluded, but watch out, Paavo Tonteri being put under pressure. Lawrence Van Hoopen is just ran on him, as David Lewinsky in second place keeps on piling up fastest lap after fastest lap, once again in 48.6. But this won't be enough, I'm afraid, for Lewinsky to get closer on Daniel Albanese with 0.6 of a second, 1 lap and a half less than that now until the checkered flag. But there might be still one tiny chance for Lawrence Van Hoopen to get ahead of Paavo Tonteri. They just split by 0.3 of a second. One last lap. Here we go. 1.3 kilometer for Daniel Albanese on his way to a second victory this weekend. Lewinsky in second. The battle is raging. This is for third. Tonteri, Van Hoopen. 11 corners to go through. Less than that now, and a couple of overtaking opportunities. But can Van Hoopen manage any of those? You can see him sliding across, trying to go around the outside, inside. He might have a good exit outside of turn number 4, but Tonteri is shutting the door.
So brilliant, this little battle between these two, who are, of course, both European Championship contenders. But it's looking likely that the race victory this afternoon is going to be played out between the two Italian chargers, Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese. As here comes Albanese to finish off his second race win out of 2. Danilo Albanese continues his clean sheet and storms to another brilliant victory. That is 2 from 2 for him, as it was 2 from 2 for Palomba. So now it is the two Italian stars that are dead level at the top of the rankings as things currently stand. So for Danilo Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba, it is an all-Italian battle. Neither driver in contention for the European Championship, but it definitely makes things wide open, as there's going to be 2 battles within a battle.
Yes, indeed, wide open, and it's always fresh to see faces that you don't quite expect fighting at the front. So it gives you more than one contender to keep an eye on, and he really shuffles the card once again. But Daniel Albanese and David Lewinsky just did that beautifully. 1 and 2 into this race. The last one before the lunch break. After that, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in no time for the rest of the schedule. Paavo Tonteri taking 3rd place. Lawrence Van Hoopen missed the top 3 result for just 1 little tenth of a second at the end of this 12-lap race. Brendan Nilsson taking 5th place in front of Jamie Day. Natalia Balbo, Alessio Piccini is 8, Maximilian Paul is 9, Robert Kinderwater running out the top 10 as the classification is about to appear on your screen. Just outside of the top 10, Axel Bertson is 11 in front of Giorgio Carrara, Joey van Sputteren finishing in 13 from Matteo Zanchi, and James Wharton in 15.
Jan Pokos, 16th position for the Modena squad, then Jesper Sjoberg and Jan Bednar. Those two, Pokos and Bednar, the two highest ranking wildcards in that heat. Alexandru Iancu in 19th place in front of Charlie Anderson, Nicola Rossini in front of Joseph Knopp, and then Alvaro Garcia and Warren Kim ahead of Damian Valla and Jacob Bergmeister. The one retirement from the race, Marcus Kayak, the Tony Kart factory driver with mechanical issues. A real shame for the Estonian, and it's definitely not going to be very easy for him to get back into the action after that. That is the signal for our lunch break here at Adria Karting Raceway in this second and final round of the European Championships for KZ and KZ2, and second of 3 of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We will return to the action once again at 14:20 local time, which is 5 minutes before the next KZ2 race, which will be between groups C versus E. In the meantime, why not tell you the story of how we got to this point from the first round highlights a few weeks ago at Wackersdorf in Germany. We will see you back on air at 14:20 local time.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
The first round of the FIA Gearbox season brings the paddock to Germany on the famous Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. It's the perfect setting for the KZ and KZ2 categories to commence their fight for the European title and the return of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy with 48 drivers from around the world. Let's go on a tour of the Pro Kart Raceland circuit with local hero Lewis Speck. Flat out through the left and right, Kim can keep the kart as smooth as possible through turn 1 before a hard braking zone for the first hairpin. Keep the kart controlled on the exit and up through the gears through the left-hander before easing into the next hairpin, a central overtaking spot on the circuit. Now come 3 right-handers, which you have to balance the throttle and down change for control on each. You're changing gear at least half a dozen times in 3 seconds here. You need to keep your focus. Steady through the left and onto the straight parallel to the home straight and into the left hairpin. Back on the power, you need to scrub up a little less speed for the right hairpin, which coaxes drivers into pushing a little harder. On the straight and over the crest, blend the throttle delicately into the final turn. After a quick feather of the throttle, you can get back on the power quickly and complete one of the most physical laps in the sport for a gearbox driver in under a minute. For the 12th year, the Academy Trophy brings together young racers from 48 nations across 6 continents, even during COVID-19. Formula One racers George Russell, Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc all came from this class. So with equal karts, new faces and a fair playing field, it's the perfect proving ground. At the start, Renaud Francot would hold his advantage into turn 1, as Bart Harrison would lose out to Salim Hanna through the flat-out right-hander. As the pack swept into the hairpin, trouble began. Tyler Jean Robinson would spin her kart out of the race on the spot, whilst the rest of the pack would swarm up to the next tight left-hand hairpin. In the braking zone, who touched who first became irrelevant, but it didn't change the fact that Noah Montero, Tom Bryken, Oscar Wirtz, Lucas Fluscher and Mark Dubnitsky were wiped out in an instant. Several others ran off the road to avoid the incident, but the famous 5 were left to help clear the wreckage. Further round the lap, Bart Harrison and David Walter left Luca Neunschwander with nowhere to go, but it would be Walter who would suffer the damage, and he too would retire just a lap later. The marshals were rapid to react to the crash on the opening lap, and their quick thinking meant that the race could continue. Alexander Bondarev would then get a rude awakening by an opponent, which gave Leon Zelenko the chance to close up. The midfield pack was still getting settled in. But on the next lap, Frankot would have to yield to Salim Hanna, who would make his overtaking move for the lead. Caleb Gafrara tried to make his own way past, but wasn't close enough. Nicolas Roos was the next one to retire and was devastated after a tough fight all weekend, leaving his opposition to disappear into the distance. Aaron Krebschik and Kanaka Guzazi were engaged in a long duel lower down the field, as back at the front, Frankot wasn't losing too much ground to Hanna, with Gafrara ahead of Dion Gouda. But it wouldn't be long before the young man from Singapore was making his way past onto the back straight. But on the exit, the American challenged back and reclaimed the final spot on the podium, before Gouda finished the move down the home straight. Behind them, Yvan David had moved up to 5th and could have been higher had he not retired from his final heat following his 2 wins on Saturday. Frankot had managed to retake the lead of the race, whilst David was pushing Gafrara, almost literally. It wouldn't take long for Yvan David to spot his moment, as he stormed on the inside in the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. The Sri Lankan was now up to 4th. Behind the top 5, Bart Harrison was trying to fend off Darius Babiawana, but the Romanian was determined and made his move for 6th. Leo Robinson had caught Zelenko by this point, and with support from Riccardo Iannello, he was able to make his move into turn 2. He tried to leave no room for Zelenko, but the Croatian would not be intimidated and returned back on track ahead of the Algerian. Robinson wasn't done, however, and round the outside he kept his speed and held his nerve to claim the position. A bold and mature move. Zelenko was taken by surprise, and so Iannello was able to pounce on him too. Sadly, the battle had taken too long, and now the trio were too far back to make an impression on the drivers ahead. Elsewhere, Maciej Gledizh of Poland was catching Jarkko Leitinen of Finland, and sweeping into turn 2, he made his move. Their battle was just getting started, and even more dust would be kicked up later. Babiawana finally caught up to Gafrara and made his bid for 5th position. Into turn 4, he slid across the apex and only just managed to shut the door before the American was back in front. There was even more frustration to come for the young man from North Carolina as British driver Bart Harrison made his own overtaking move at turn 10. The duel between Leitinen and Gledizh continued as the Finn outsmarted the pole out of turn 9, and despite a little rubbing of wheels along the back straight, it would be the Finn that made the move for position stick. It wouldn't last long, however, as no sooner had the move been completed, the Finn would then have to allow Gledizh back through at the flat-out first bend. The shift in momentum then gave Max Schlemer and Leo Robinson the chance to make their own way through, as the Finn had fought so hard to gain a position that he'd actually lost 3. Robinson couldn't quite step up the attack on Schlemer and would have to wait for another chance. Hanna entered the last lap hoping for one more chance to catch the leader, whilst Jarkko Leitinen would have an incident in the closing stages and had to join his colleagues at the marshal's post. Not many people would have predicted a win for Frankot at the start of the weekend, and even on Saturday evening he was looking like a contender but not necessarily the favourite. So his wisdom, maturity and measured pace had been enough to clinch his first major victory in Europe, and a fantastic win at Wackersdorf to boot, to kickstart his FIA Karting Academy trophy bid in fine style. Salim Hanna would finish 2nd and Dion Gouda 3rd. Yvan David fought back after starting 11th to finish in 4th, whilst Babiawana, Harrison and Gafrara maintained their positions to the finish. Alexander Bondarev drove smoothly to 8th, whilst Leo Robinson and Maciej Gledizh completed the top 10. It's a great start for Frankot, but can he maintain this advantage?
The whole weekend we've been really fast in the trainings, and in the quali it was a really good run. Made a little mistake, but P3 overall, it's good. I feel really good after the victory. It was a really good race.
Yeah, my race was quite good. The first lap I was very fast. Then they passed me 2nd. I was trying to follow Frankot. Then the track was dirty in the last corner. and then I was getting slower. My tires was dirty, so
yeah, I feel really great. Very long race, and we worked really hard as a team. So really pleased to come out with the podium. The race was really tough. Both Salim and Franco pulled a really good competition. So yeah, really happy with the result. We had a mistake in one of the heats which dropped us back for our starting position in the final, which I think is where we lacked, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's racing, and happy to pull off a podium.
KZ2 is one of the toughest disciplines of racing in the world, never mind karting. Consider this, 95 competitors bidding for just 36 places in the final with 5 races each, 0 to 60 in the same time as the world's best sports cars and a few millimeters off the ground. Senna van Waalstein couldn't hold on to the lead as Giacomo Polini cleared ahead into the first corner. But 2 separate incidents, one into the first corner and then a monumental pile-up into the second, would claim 13 drivers. Van Waalstein had sneaked back past Polini for the lead, and it couldn't have been better timed. Jorge Pescador, Marcus Kayak, Hubert Petit, Arthur Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba were out immediately. But others recovered, such as Jean Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, Daniel Stell, Martin van Leuven, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Schmitz, Chris Harnan and Andrea Dalle. The circuit was blocked, so it was now a race against time for the marshals to help drivers clear the track. But they all knew that their chances of becoming European champion in KZ2 had been wiped out in less than 10 seconds. After a lot of hard work, the race officials had to concede that the race would need to be neutralised, and so the slow boards came out and no overtaking was permitted. It was one of the biggest crashes ever seen at the start of a KZ2 final in recent history, and a case of desperation and exuberance for some of the drivers. For Giuseppe Palomba and Jorge Pescador, who were having great weekends, it was all too much to bear. On the restart, Van Waalstein led from Polini and Paavo Tonteri, with another Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen, trying to move forward. Former FIA Karting Academy trophy winner, Kaios Sixnelis, was in 5th. Van Waalstein was keen to ensure he wouldn't lose the lead again, but the CRGs were close. Behind Sixnelis, David Trevelov was working hard to continue his strong start to the year ahead of Leonardo Marcellia for the Factory Kart Republic squad. With Marcellia hustling Trevelov, the German knew he would have to make a move and forced the issue on the inside of Sixnelis swiftly afterwards, but he couldn't quite draw alongside, and that allowed Marcellia through, with Trevelov shutting the door firmly to limit the damage. Jean Louillet decided to make his move anyway, but Trevelov defended well, and even snatched the next corner away from Marcellia without even blinking. With a lot of the big names eliminated in the first lap crash, and several others involved down the order, this became a golden opportunity for young pretenders to the crown to come forward. Marco Tormen, leading the charge for Modena ASD, was actually showing up the factory Birolart drivers, showcasing how well the team is doing since winning the International Super Cup with Simone Cunati last year. The teammates at Parolin banded together to make progress. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Ferrari Academy young driver James Wharton. As the drivers ahead of them squabbled for position, the boys in red and white were creeping steadily closer. Up the road, Van Hopen had crept quietly into 3rd place ahead of Tonteri, but the Finn wasn't being defeated without a fight. Within a lap, however, the duel was over and the Dutchman was pulling away. Louillet was desperate to get away from Brandon Nilsson, who with a pair of Parolins hot on his heels was looking particularly flustered. He needed to pass and do so quickly, or his chances at the top 5 would be over too. Having caught Nilsson, Travasanuto was ready to challenge, but even his gutsiest of lunges on the inside line wasn't enough to deter Nilsson, who just kept his line and his position. No matter what the Italian tried, the Swede wouldn't budge, and they were losing precious time stuck behind him. So the Australian Wharton decided to move ahead to see if he could challenge the CRG driver. Alessio Piccini and Robert Kinderwarter would go to battle next, as the factory driver would pass the KZ2 team racer on their Birolats. Determination and perseverance were enough to put Marcellia ahead of Trevelov after many attempts, but he was quite defensive initially, as he did his best to thwart any retaliation from the young German on home soil. It was at this stage of the race, unseen by the cameras, that Lithuanian star Kaius Siksnelis would retire from a brilliant 5th place with a broken gearbox. It could have been a podium finish for the talented youngster, who will be back to do battle at Adria. Then Wharton set out to accomplish what Travasanuto could not. He dived inside Nilsson from a few kart lengths back and made the move. Then the Australian star masterfully boxed Nilsson into the path of Travasanuto to set up his teammate with a chance to overtake. But despite an audacious attempt into the final bend, he still couldn't pass the Swede. For now. A few corners later, and Travasanuto was adamant. He was clear about his intentions and decided to set up the overtake into turn 4. A strong, clean move that kick-started his assault on the top 10. There was no reply from Nilsson. Romania's Daniel Vazil had shown incredible speed coupled with bad luck. Now in unison with Danilo Albanese, the DR driver was fighting back, making light work of Alessio Piccini. But in the closing stages, his epic drive was undone after a clash with Giuseppe Fusco on the Lenzo kart. It was yet more cruel luck for a driver who'd already had his fair share. As the final lap approached, Van Hopen realised he had run out of time to make an impression on second-placed Polini, who had just not been able to keep up with Van Waalstein. It had very much been the Dutchman's weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 5 wins, and a dominant display in the final. The CPB Sport driver made it look plain sailing, and the next question is if anybody can catch him in the title race. Gracious in defeat, Giacomo Polini would claim second place, setting up an epic show between two valiant sportsmen at Adria in August. Van Hopen finished behind the leading duo in third, with the top 10 all covered by 10 seconds. Marcellia and Tonteri were hunted down by Trevelov, Luyet held on ahead of Wharton, and Nilsson survived the onslaught from Travasanuto. So now we know who the title contenders are, but can anyone defeat Senna Van Waalstein in 2021?
Coming into the final, it was obviously we had a good pace and we knew we had a chance for the win, but we also know there were other contenders that were really fast, so it was a bit of a gamble. But in the end, we managed to get it throughout the first lap. The first laps were quite a bit difficult because Polini was fast as well and Laurens was behind there. After lap 10, we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, and from that moment on, we just tried to manage it. And yeah, in the end, we managed to win the race, so it was quite good.
Yes, it was a really good race. Second position is the best result for us today because Senna was a little bit faster than us, especially after some laps. The pace was good, and we try next race to do better.
I'm super happy for my team, for Sodikart. We see an unbelievable driver. He makes the world because he pole position, all the heat, final. For me, this weekend, Senna was strong, really strong. I'm really happy for him, really happy for Sodikart because we make a lot of effort to arrive at this sort of results. So all my team also was really fast, especially some driver who not so fast normally, so I'm really happy.
KZ differs from KZ2 in that the kart and driver must weigh 5 kilograms lighter, which makes these drivers the most physically fit and intense competitors in the world. Max Verstappen won in KZ back in 2013, and now he's leading the Formula One World Championship. Put simply, if you win here, you're one of the world's greatest racing drivers. Emilion Denner had dominated the weekend thus far in qualifying and the heats. So when Ricardo Longhi and Jeremy Iglesias made phenomenal starts, it threw the whole weekend up in the air. Alex Irlando was also able to pass Denner's Intrepid, and so the battle began in earnest. Behind them, reigning KZ2 European champion Victor Gustafsson flew off the road at turn 3, learning about the intensity of stepping up to KZ the hard way. Marian Kramers would retire on the opening lap, out of the view of the camera crew. Behind the top 4, Adrien Renaudin was hustling Noah Milel as the two men tried to make an impression early on for the lead. Iglesias was pushing relentlessly to close on Longhi, but the Birilat driver had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time and wasn't prepared to concede anything. Milel was now being caught by his teammate at Tony Kart, Simo Buhaka. The close nature of the field was staggering, proof that in KZ, it really is anybody's race to win. Irlando was getting impatient and felt that Iglesias didn't have as much pace under his right foot as he did. It didn't take long for a move to be created, and Irlando took second position away from his teammate, but in his insistence to defend and prevent Denner from passing too, the urgency of the battle caused Longhi to pull away. Renaudin wasn't far away either, but he wasn't able to pass for now. One lap later, and Denner knew it was essential to make an early move on Iglesias, and he made it through. Renaudin couldn't storm up to challenge yet, so would have to be content to pursue for one more lap. Renaudin wasn't backing down though, and on the next lap he made his bid at turn 9, and without hesitation he seized the place. And that was just the start of the misery and woe for Iglesias. As the Leclerc by Lennox teammates Pedro Hiltbrand and Matteo Vigano closed in, Buhaka would be the next man to pounce on the world champion. Hiltbrand tried to take the same gap and was boxed in. Then he was blocked at the next hairpin. Enough was enough, and the Spaniard surged his way ahead, much to the Frenchman's surprise. Stan Pex was salvaging some of the honours for Kart Republic and racing in his own team's colours. He made his pass on Noah Milel in the final sector and set off to see what he could achieve up the road. It would be the start of an epic recovery drive. Mirko Tozzolini decided to be bold into turn 2 and take the position away from Noah Milel, leaving enough of a chance for Douglas Lundberg and Fabian Federer to make their own moves. Lundberg's was successful, whilst Federer's was not, and he ended up swapping paint with Lorenzo Complese to add insult to injury. Federer would drop to the back of the field, and both he and Complese would retire shortly afterwards. The latter couldn't quite make it back to the pit lane to do so. Denner had stepped up the attack and was now all over the rear of Irlando's CRG. Incredibly, it was in the final corner that the Frenchman dived for the move, and he completed an exceptional overtake. Victor Gustafsson wasn't giving up, and he made up ground by catching and passing Johan Sogel, and he wasn't the only one charging through the pack. Stan Pex had caught Simo Buhaka, and now he was up another position. This began a downward spiral for Buhaka, as next up, Hiltbrand would make the move into turn 9. But none of it made any difference to Lorenzo Complese, a winner in 2019, sidelined already in 2021. Who knows what might have been? Vigano then decided to gang up on his teammate and overtook the former world champion Hiltbrand into the turn 2 hairpin. Pex continued to work hard and eventually caught and passed Renaudin for 4th position, but with 5 laps to go, he could do no more. Denner was pushing like crazy to catch Longhi to win on his KZ debut, but the Italian in front had been waiting for this win for a long time, and now that he had the lead, he wasn't going to lose it. One of the most joyous scenes in recent years as Longhi finally claimed victory, having been second and third so many times before. The first win at this level is always the sweetest, and now Longhi can savour the moment as it's been a tough wait for the top step. So Longhi wins from Denner and Orlando. Stan Hex fights back to fourth ahead of Renaudin and Hiltbrand, with Matteo Vigano ahead of Simo Pulhaka, Jorrit Pex and the reigning world champion Iglesias slipping to P10. Orlando and Denner have started their campaign strong, but for Longhi, the win has been well worth the wait.
I'm very happy for this victory because I had a very hard weekend with these tires in the condition. I improved the best in the race. I know Emilien was very fast. I stay in first in the first corner. Okay, and I don't look nothing, don't look my mechanic, only I focus for the pace. I push 100% all the race and look behind me only the last lap. I see Emilien 5 meters behind me. Okay, possible to win. Push and arrive this victory.
Yeah, the goal was to win, obviously. We've been on top all weekend, so but I know Longhi had the great speed as well, and I had to make a better start than him and try to close a little bit the first laps and then pull away, but didn't go as planned. He had a little bit better start than him, and I don't think starting on the right on this track is the best. You have to turn a little bit, so you scrub a little bit speed on the start. He got a little bit better getaway than me. And then also the two CRGs got past me, and I lost a lot of time with them. And then I had to chase him, and I came maybe 2-3 laps short. But in the end, I have nothing to regret, and I made my race.
Quite good result for me and for all team. We struggled a bit in the first part of the weekend, but yeah, we were able to find the right way. I'm quite confident that we can do something very important till the end of the year. So yeah, just have to wait and see.
It's been a great team effort. Ricciardo drove mistake-free in the final, so he did an amazing job. But behind the scenes, we've been working a lot, very hard to get him to this point. To be honest, we started off being very strong in the weekend, but we struggled a little bit finding the right setup, and that cost us in qualifying a little bit. I think we could have fought for pole position with Ricciardo, but I think a little bit the struggle with the tyres really made it difficult for us, but recovered very well in the heats, did a great job in the final, and yeah, the whole team's been working so hard for this, so it's a great enjoyment out of it.
So as the winners celebrate and their opponents consider how they can beat them in 2 months' time, in 3 weeks' time the journey of the OK and OK Junior categories will continue in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius at Sarno in Italy.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road.
Luca Giotto is climbing out of the car.
Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
The first round of the FIA Gearbox season brings the paddock to Germany on the famous Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. It's the perfect setting for the KZ and KZ2 categories to commence their fight for the European title, and the return of the FIA Karting Academy trophy, with 48 drivers from around the world. Let's go on a tour of the Pro Kart Raceland circuit with local hero Lewis Speck. Flat out through the left and right, King can keep the kart as smooth as possible through turn 1 before a hard braking zone for the first hairpin. Keep the kart controlled on the exit and up through the gears through the left-hander before easing into the next hairpin, a central overtaking spot on the circuit. Now come 3 right-handers, which you have to balance the throttle and down change for control on each. You're changing gear at least half a dozen times in 3 seconds here. You need to keep your focus. Steady through the left and onto the straight parallel to the home straight and into the left hairpin. Back on the power, you need to scrub up a little less speed for the right hairpin, which coaxes drivers into pushing a little harder. On the straight and over the crest, blend the throttle delicately into the final turn. After a quick feather of the throttle, you can get back on the power quickly and complete one of the most physical laps in the sport for a gearbox driver in under a minute. For the 12th year, the Academy Trophy brings together young racers from 48 nations across 6 continents, even during COVID-19. Formula One racers George Russell, Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc all came from this class. So with equal karts, new faces and a fair playing field, it's the perfect proving ground. At the start, Renaud Francot would hold his advantage into turn 1, as Bart Harrison would lose out to Salim Hanna through the flat-out right-hander. As the pack swept into the hairpin, trouble began. Tyler Jean Robinson would spin her kart out of the race on the spot, whilst the rest of the pack would swarm up to the next tight left-hand hairpin. In the braking zone, who touched who first became irrelevant, but it didn't change the fact that Noah Montero, Tom Bryken, Oscar Wirtz, Lucas Fluscher and Mark Dubnitsky were wiped out in an instant. Several others ran off the road to avoid the incident, but the famous 5 were left to help clear the wreckage. Further round the lap, Bart Harrison and David Walter left Luca Neunschwander with nowhere to go, but it would be Walter who would suffer the damage, and he too would retire just a lap later. The marshals were rapid to react to the crash on the opening lap, and their quick thinking meant that the race could continue. Alexander Bondarev would then get a rude awakening by an opponent, which gave Leon Zelenko the chance to close up. The midfield pack was still getting settled in, but on the next lap, Frankot would have to yield to Salim Hanna, who would make his overtaking move for the lead. Caleb Gafrara tried to make his own way past, but wasn't close enough. Nicolas Roos was the next one to retire and was devastated after a tough fight all weekend, leaving his opposition to disappear into the distance. Aaron Krepchik and Kanaka Guzazi were engaged in a long duel lower down the field, as back at the front, Frankot wasn't losing too much ground to Hanna, with Gafrara ahead of Dion Gauda. But it wouldn't be long before the young man from Singapore was making his way past onto the back straight. But on the exit, the American challenged back and reclaimed the final spot on the podium, before Gauda finished the move down the home straight. Behind them, Yvan David had moved up to 5th and could have been higher had he not retired from his final heat following his 2 wins on Saturday. Frankot had managed to retake the lead of the race, whilst David was pushing Gafrara, almost literally. It wouldn't take long for Yvan David to spot his moment, as he stormed on the inside in the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. The Sri Lankan was now up to 4th. Behind the top 5, Bart Harrison was trying to fend off Darius Babiawana, but the Romanian was determined and made his move for 6th. Leo Robinson had caught Zelenko by this point, and with support from Riccardo Iannello, he was able to make his move into turn 2. He tried to leave no room for Zelenko, but the Croatian would not be intimidated and returned back on track ahead of the Algerian. Robinson wasn't done, however, and round the outside he kept his speed and held his nerve to claim the position. A bold and mature move. Zelenko was taken by surprise, and so Iannello was able to pounce on him too. Sadly, the battle had taken too long, and now the trio were too far back to make an impression on the drivers ahead. Elsewhere, Maciej Gledizh of Poland was catching Jarkko Lehtinen of Finland, and sweeping into turn 2, he made his move. Their battle was just getting started, and even more dust would be kicked up later. Babiawana finally caught up to Gafrara and made his bid for 5th position. Into turn 4, he slid across the apex and only just managed to shut the door before the American was back in front. There was even more frustration to come for the young man from North Carolina, as British driver Bart Harrison made his own overtaking move at turn 10. The duel between Lehtinen and Gledizh continued as the Finn outsmarted the pole out of turn 9, and despite a little rubbing of wheels along the back straight, it would be the Finn that made the move for position stick. It wouldn't last long, however, as no sooner had the move been completed, the Finn would then have to allow Gledizh back through at the flat-out first bend. The shift in momentum then gave Max Schlemer and Leo Robinson the chance to make their own way through, as the Finn had fought so hard to gain a position that he'd actually lost 3. Robinson couldn't quite step up the attack on Schlemer and would have to wait for another chance. Hanna entered the last lap hoping for one more chance to catch the leader, whilst Jarkko Lehtinen would have an incident in the closing stages and had to join his colleagues at the marshal's post. Not many people would have predicted a win for Frankot at the start of the weekend, and even on Saturday evening he was looking like a contender but not necessarily the favourite. So his wisdom, maturity and measured pace had been enough to clinch his first major victory in Europe, and a fantastic win at Wackersdorf to boot, to kickstart his FIA Karting Academy trophy bid in fine style. Salim Hanna would finish 2nd and Dion Gauda 3rd. Yvan David fought back after starting 11th to finish in 4th, whilst Babiawana, Harrison and Gafrara maintained their positions to the finish. Alexander Bondarev drove smoothly to 8th, whilst Leo Robinson and Maciej Gledizh completed the top 10. It's a great start for Frankot, but can he maintain this advantage?
The whole weekend we've been really fast in the trainings, and in the quali it was a really good run. Made a little mistake, but P3 overall, it's good. I feel really good after the victory. It was a really good race.
Yeah, my race was quite good. The first lap I was very fast. Then they passed me 2nd. I was trying to follow Frankot. Then the track was dirty in the last corner. and then I was getting slower. My tires was dirty, so
yeah, I feel really great. Very long race, and we worked really hard as a team. So really pleased to come out with the podium. The race was really tough. Both Salim and Franco pulled a really good competition. So yeah, really happy with the result. We had a mistake in one of the heats which dropped us back for our starting position in the final, which I think is where we lacked, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's racing, and happy to pull off a podium.
KZ2 is one of the toughest disciplines of racing in the world, never mind karting. Consider this, 95 competitors bidding for just 36 places in the final with 5 races each, 0 to 60 in the same time as the world's best sports cars and a few millimeters off the ground. Senna van Waalstein couldn't hold on to the lead as Giacomo Pellini cleared ahead into the first corner. But 2 separate incidents, one into the first corner and then a monumental pile-up into the second, would claim 13 drivers. Van Waalstein had sneaked back past Pellini for the lead, and it couldn't have been better timed. Jorge Pescador, Marcus Kayak, Hubert Petit, Arthur Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba were out immediately. But others recovered, such as Jean Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, Daniel Stell, Martin van Leuven, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Schmitz, Chris Harnan and Andrea Dalle. The circuit was blocked, so it was now a race against time for the marshals to help drivers clear the track. But they all knew that their chances of becoming European champion in KZ2 had been wiped out in less than 10 seconds. After a lot of hard work, the race officials had to concede that the race would need to be neutralised, and so the slow boards came out and no overtaking was permitted. It was one of the biggest crashes ever seen at the start of a KZ2 final in recent history, and a case of desperation and exuberance for some of the drivers. For Giuseppe Palomba and Jorge Pescador, who were having great weekends, it was all too much to bear. On the restart, Van Waalstein led from Pellini and Paavo Tonteri, with another Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen, trying to move forward. Former FIA Karting Academy trophy winner, Kaios Sixnelis, was in 5th. Van Waalstein was keen to ensure he wouldn't lose the lead again, but the CRGs were close. Behind Sixnelis, David Trevelov was working hard to continue his strong start to the year ahead of Leonardo Marcellia for the Factory Kart Republic squad. With Marcellia hustling Trevelov, the German knew he would have to make a move and forced the issue on the inside of Sixnelis swiftly afterwards, but he couldn't quite draw alongside, and that allowed Marcellia through, with Trevelov shutting the door firmly to limit the damage. Jean Louillet decided to make his move anyway, but Trevelov defended well, and even snatched the next corner away from Marcellia without even blinking. With a lot of the big names eliminated in the first lap crash and several others involved down the order, this became a golden opportunity for young pretenders to the crown to come forward. Marco Tormen, leading the charge for Modena ASD, was actually showing up the factory Birolart drivers, showcasing how well the team is doing since winning the International Super Cup with Simone Cunati last year. The teammates at Parolin banded together to make progress. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Ferrari Academy young driver James Wharton. As the drivers ahead of them squabbled for position, the boys in red and white were creeping steadily closer. Up the road, Van Hopen had crept quietly into 3rd place ahead of Tonteri, but the Finn wasn't being defeated without a fight. Within a lap, however, the duel was over and the Dutchman was pulling away. Louillet was desperate to get away from Brandon Nilsson, who with a pair of Parolins hot on his heels was looking particularly flustered. He needed to pass and do so quickly, or his chances at the top 5 would be over too. Having caught Nilsson, Travasanuto was ready to challenge, but even his gutsiest of lunges on the inside line wasn't enough to deter Nilsson, who just kept his line and his position. No matter what the Italian tried, the Swede wouldn't budge, and they were losing precious time stuck behind him. So the Australian Wharton decided to move ahead to see if he could challenge the CRG driver. Alessio Piccini and Robert Kinderbarter would go to battle next, as the factory driver would pass the KZ2 team racer on their Birolats. Determination and perseverance were enough to put Marcellia ahead of Trevelov after many attempts, but he was quite defensive initially, as he did his best to thwart any retaliation from the young German on home soil. It was at this stage of the race, unseen by the cameras, that Lithuanian star Kaius Siksnelis would retire from a brilliant 5th place with a broken gearbox. It could have been a podium finish for the talented youngster, who will be back to do battle at Adria. Then Wharton set out to accomplish what Travasanuto could not. He dived inside Nilsson from a few kart lengths back and made the move. Then the Australian star masterfully boxed Nilsson into the path of Travasanuto to set up his teammate with a chance to overtake. But despite an audacious attempt into the final bend, he still couldn't pass the Swede. For now. A few corners later, and Travasanuto was adamant. He was clear about his intentions and decided to set up the overtake into turn 4. A strong, clean move that kick-started his assault on the top 10. There was no reply from Nilsson. Romania's Daniel Vazil had shown incredible speed coupled with bad luck. Now in unison with Danilo Albanese, the DR driver was fighting back, making light work of Alessio Piccini. But in the closing stages, his epic drive was undone after a clash with Giuseppe Fusco on the Lenzo car. It was yet more cruel luck for a driver who'd already had his fair share. As the final lap approached, Van Hopen realised he had run out of time to make an impression on second-placed Polini, who had just not been able to keep up with Van Waalstein. It had very much been the Dutchman's weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 5 wins, and a dominant display in the final. The CPB Sport driver made it look plain sailing, and the next question is if anybody can catch him in the title race. Gracious in defeat, Giacomo Polini would claim second place, setting up an epic show between two valiant sportsmen at Adria in August. Van Hopen finished behind the leading duo in third, with the top 10 all covered by 10 seconds. Marcellia and Tonteri were hunted down by Trevelov, Luyet held on ahead of Wharton, and Nilsson survived the onslaught from Travasanuto. So now we know who the title contenders are, but can anyone defeat Senna Van Waalstein in 2021?
Coming into the final, it was obviously we had a good pace and we knew we had a chance for the win, but we also know there were other contenders that were really fast, so it was a bit of a gamble. But in the end, we managed to get it throughout the third lap. The first laps were quite a bit difficult because Polini was fast as well and Laurens was behind there. After lap 10, we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, and from that moment on, we just tried to manage it. And yeah, in the end, we managed to win the race, so it was quite good.
Yes, it was a really good race. Second position is the best result for us today because Senna was a little bit faster than us, especially after some laps. The pace was good, and we try next race to do better.
I'm super happy for my team, for Sodi Kart. We see an unbelievable driver. He makes the world because he pole position, all the heat, final. For me, this weekend, Senna was strong, really strong. I'm really happy for him, really happy for Sodi Kart because we make a lot of efforts to arrive at this sort of results. So all my team also was really fast, especially some driver who not so fast normally, so I'm really happy.
KZ differs from KZ2 in that the kart and driver must weigh 5 kilograms lighter, which makes these drivers the most physically fit and intense competitors in the world. Max Verstappen won in KZ back in 2013, and now he's leading the Formula One World Championship. Put simply, if you win here, you're one of the world's greatest racing drivers. Emilion Denner had dominated the weekend thus far in qualifying and the heats. So when Ricardo Longhi and Jeremy Iglesias made phenomenal starts, it threw the whole weekend up in the air. Alex Irlando was also able to pass Denner's Intrepid, and so the battle began in earnest. Behind them, reigning KZ2 European champion Victor Gustafsson flew off the road at turn 3, learning about the intensity of stepping up to KZ the hard way. Moran Kramers would retire on the opening lap, out of the view of the camera crew. Behind the top 4, Adrien Renaudin was hustling Noah Milel as the two men tried to make an impression early on for the lead. Iglesias was pushing relentlessly to close on Longhi, but the Birilat driver had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time and wasn't prepared to concede anything. Milel was now being caught by his teammate at Tony Kart, Simo Buhaka. The close nature of the field was staggering, proof that in KZ, it really is anybody's race to win. Irlando was getting impatient and felt that Iglesias didn't have as much pace under his right foot as he did. It didn't take long for a move to be created, and Irlando took second position away from his teammate, but in his insistence to defend and prevent Denner from passing too, the urgency of the battle caused Longhi to pull away. Renaudin wasn't far away either, but he wasn't able to pass for now. One lap later, and Denner knew it was essential to make an early move on Iglesias, and he made it through. Renaudin couldn't storm up to challenge yet, so would have to be content to pursue for one more lap. Renaudin wasn't backing down though, and on the next lap, he made his bid at turn 9, and without hesitation, he seized the place. And that was just the start of the misery and woe for Iglesias. As the Leclerc by Lennox teammates Pedro Hiltbrand and Matteo Vigano closed in, Buhaka would be the next man to pounce on the world champion. Hiltbrand tried to take the same gap and was boxed in. Then he was blocked at the next hairpin. Enough was enough, and the Spaniard surged his way ahead, much to the Frenchman's surprise. Stan Pex was salvaging some of the honours for Kart Republic and racing in his own team's colours. He made his pass on Noah Milel in the final sector and set off to see what he could achieve up the road. It would be the start of an epic recovery drive. Mirko Tozzolini decided to be bold into turn 2 and take the position away from Noah Milel, leaving enough of a chance for Douglas Lundberg and Fabian Federer to make their own moves. Lundberg's was successful, whilst Federer's was not, and he ended up swapping paint with Lorenzo Camplese to add insult to injury. Federer would drop to the back of the field, and both he and Camplese would retire shortly afterwards. The latter couldn't quite make it back to the pit lane to do so. Denner had stepped up the attack and was now all over the rear of Irlando's CRG. Incredibly, it was in the final corner that the Frenchman dived for the move, and he completed an exceptional overtake. Victor Gustafsson wasn't giving up, and he made up ground by catching and passing Johan Sogel, and he wasn't the only one charging through the pack. Stan Pex had caught Simo Buhaka, and now he was up another position. This began a downward spiral for Buhaka, as next up, Hiltbrand would make the move into turn 9. But none of it made any difference to Lorenzo Camplese, a winner in 2019, sidelined already in 2021. Who knows what might have been? Vigano then decided to gang up on his teammate and overtook the former world champion Hiltbrand into the turn 2 hairpin. Pex continued to work hard and eventually caught and passed Renaudin for 4th position, but with 5 laps to go, he could do no more. Denner was pushing like crazy to catch Longhi to win on his KZ debut, but the Italian in front had been waiting for this win for a long time, and now that he had the lead, he wasn't going to lose it. One of the most joyous scenes in recent years as Longhi finally claimed victory, having been second and third so many times before. The first win at this level is always the sweetest, and now Longhi can savour the moment as it's been a tough wait for the top step. So Longhi wins from Denner and Orlando. Stan Pex fights back to fourth ahead of Renaudin and Hiltbrand, with Matteo Vigano ahead of Simo Pulhaka, Jorrit Pex and the reigning world champion Iglesias slipping to P10. Orlando and Denner have started their campaign strong, but for Longhi, the win has been well worth the wait.
I'm very happy for this victory because I had a very hard weekend with this tires in the condition. I improved the best in the race. I know Emilien was very fast. I stay in first in the first corner. Okay, and I don't look nothing, don't look my mechanic, only I focus for the pace. I push 100% all the race and look behind me only the last lap. I see Emilien 5 meters behind me. Okay, possible to win. Push and arrive this victory.
Yeah, the goal was to win, obviously. We've been on top all weekend, so but I know Longhi had the great speed as well, and I had to make a better start than him and try to close a little bit the first laps and then pull away, but didn't go as planned. He had a little bit better start than him, and I don't think starting on the right on this track is the best. You have to turn a little bit, so you scrap a little bit speed on the start. He got a little bit better getaway than me. And then also the two CRGs got past me and I lost a lot of time with them. And then I had to chase him, and I came maybe 2-3 laps short.
Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back on the Adria Karting Raceway as we are getting ready for the rest of the day. The program busy it is with 9 races still on schedule for the FIA Karting European Championship closure in KZ2 and KZ and the second round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We're going to go into racing mode in just a few moments, but before that, my dear Jake, here's the schedule appearing on your screen. We're getting ready, of course, for a next tactic afternoon to come. The morning was pretty exciting as well, but we are yet to have seen everything.
Yes, indeed. KZ2 is going to continue our day's progression. Then we'll have some heats from the Academy Trophy, 2 of those races, and then that will follow with the second and final KZ heat of the day, and then we will finish off with 3 more KZ2 races. It's going to be a very exciting continuation of our day. 9 races in total that'll take us through till 5:15 roughly local time, so there's still plenty to come. But the KZ2s are up next.
I think first of all we have to clarify that I've always felt a go-kart driver, even if I managed to have a career in single-seater racing and manage good results in Formula One. My heart has always been here. I belong to this world, to karting. I never felt I belong anywhere else than karting. So basically, I feel like I'm back to where I belong, to my roots. And I understood this the first day when I was invited from CRG to watch a race in Lonato. After so many years out, when I came back to the racetrack, I saw all these old faces that were still there and that I could recognize from when I was racing. And I could see love and passion for the sport. And this is what really motivates me on a sport basis, right? Because we are talking about sport. And it's beautiful, it's fantastic. The people you find in the paddock nowadays from 10 years ago are passionate by this sport. And this is what makes karting be beautiful and special and unique. When I decided to retire and call it a day, when I was 25 years old, most of the people would ask, why would you do that at such a young age? It was because I was not feeling connected with the world of motorsport anymore. I was not waking up in the morning motivated on doing what I was doing. Thankfully, I had other hobbies like music that I really wanted to push an artistic career, and which is my main job actually. But I needed a change in my life, right? Especially after Formula One. I didn't feel any motivation in other racing series. So I needed to call it a day. I needed to call it, to stop and to read and to write another chapter in my life.
Great to hear from Jaime Alguersuari, who has returned recently to the world of karting, just telling us a little bit about the reasons why he decided to come out of retirement and go back into the world of motorsport and to rejoin us in the FIA Karting paddock. Very indicative of his love of karting that he would come back to us once again. Obviously, as we've already mentioned, he's not able to be with us, rather sadly, competing this weekend. He did test on Thursday in the hope that he would be fit enough, but unfortunately it is now not possible. The hope is that obviously his convalescence will be good enough that he can return to competition 3 weeks from now at the World Championships in Kristianstad, but very clear that he's very much fallen back in love with the world of motor racing and karting in particular. So it's nice to think that over the next few seasons we're going to see Jaime Alguersuari around rather a lot.
Yeah, how about that? Alguersuari back in karting more than a decade after his last appearances, and in between there's been about Formula 1, Formula E, car racing as well in other series. So he's been a busy man as well on the musical side, because you might know that, but he's a DJ on the side. This is actually his main activity under the name of a DJ Squire. And if you haven't checked his music performances yet, I suggest that you do, because this is high quality stuff. And high quality stuff, of course, as well as it provides on track. And he was more than happy to be back in the karting world. This will be a bit later, so his comeback is delayed just a little bit, but we'll get back to Alguersuari a bit more later on in the afternoon as the drivers make their way to the track. Get ready for some more racing. 9 races on schedule this afternoon, and the first one coming up for the KZ2 category.
Sam Luyet and Giacomo Pellini from the front row, Leonardo Marcellia and KZ Nellis on the second, from Artur Carbonell and Jorge Pescador, Martin van Leuven and Jacob Kadekac, and then it is Nikita Artemanov, Francesco Iacovacci, Andrea Dalle, Chris Harnan, Kasper Nadolski and Gabriel Bizzero.
Followed by the Jenny Civico, John Luyet, unfortunately, who cannot be with us this afternoon, Fabrizio Rosati, Rasmus Jansson, Valentino Fritsch, Francesco Leone, Tenaponkan Sutumno, Jakub Ocic, Rodrigo Ferreira, Karl Lukarwelski, Paul Ribberer, Maje Kochan, and Anna Lang. The grid is almost full. If you were not with us this morning, Jean Luyet, unfortunately, the Swiss driver from Tony Kart, had to actually declare that we won't be able to take part into the race, so we had to call it a day because of a rib injury as a result of the early practice coming to this weekend. So unfortunately, Jean Luyet, despite his will to be competitive this weekend, has decided to take a well-deserved rest in order to be at full charge and fully operational for the World Championship coming up. So we don't have a full grid, as we said, 26 drivers as it is, with Anna Lang at the back end and Sam Luyet, the brother of Jean, at the forefront, starting from pole position with Giacomo Pellini by his side. Giacomo Pellini victorious earlier in the races before. Samuel Ley, second place as best result, is 6th as well, chasing what could be a first victory into this race.
So the competitors now lining up once again as we prepare for action and drama. Sam Luyet will be on pole position on the factory Tony Kart, alongside the 312, the man who's already taken a victory over the course of the weekend, Giacomo Pellini, the man second in the European Championship coming into this weekend. Leonardo Marcellia there from third. It's definitely going to be a tough one for him to continue the fight. KZ Nellis looking strong from P4. We are going to get ourselves underway for some racing as the lights will go out and we charge the first corner. Pellini with a good start. Marcellia's got a good one as well to jump past Luyet. Nellis is going to get boxed in and very nearly tags in there with Jorge Pescador, who this time does make it round turn 2. And there's just one kart left on the starting line. That is the 385 of Jacob Ocic. So Ocic has now managed to get going, but the rest of the field has already gone through. As battling away, Sam Luyet has managed to hold off KZ Nellis for the time being as they blast their way through the right-hander and up towards the third sector. This is one of the toughest overtaking points on the course, but a natural one nevertheless. So they will battle their way through, but Sam Luyet is already starting to lose ground to Pellini and up front Marcellia.
Yeah, KZ2 in the process lost the position down to 4th, and looking back on the start, I was actually looking on the grid, and I just wonder if there wasn't a jump start from Giacomo Polini. Looking at the advantage he's been able to pull up in the opening lap, already half of a second in the early stages of this race, but it seems to me by the look of it that maybe Polini was up and running slightly too soon, too early compared to the rest of the field and to the driver by his side on the front row, Sam Louis. So,
Sixnellis tries so hard to get through on the inside line there of Sam Louis. He was threading the eye of the needle and just had to bail out at the last moment, and that's compromised him on the exit for the next corner, because now Pescador dives up the inside, as so does Karicak. So Karicak has got through on the Ricardo chassis, and now he's getting all comers. Martin van Leuven, his teammate, is trying to get through, and so too is Iacovacci. So Iacovacci trying to work his way further up. Francesco Iacovacci now in 8th place in front of Artur Carbonell and Nikita Artemanov. So some good battles in this one early doors, but Polini is already 4/10 clear of Marcellia, and then Sam Louis is 1.6 back. So those two definitely going to be contesting the win for the rest of this one, Pescador and Karicak. So Karicak is there in 5th position on the Ricardo kart, trying to work his way forward up into 4th position past Pescador. So what can Karicak do? Well, he's going to have to fend off Sixnellis. Sixnellis trying to cut through on the inside line, but Karicak easily the highest of the wildcards this weekend. Karicak is doing a fantastic job in P5.
Yes, indeed, good stuff. And Sixnellis once again not the best of a start for his race, and he's trying once again the young Lithuanian with the energy colors.
We've got 3 wide further back. Sorry, Carbonell and Iacovacci were having an absolute dogfight, and now it's opened up the tabs for everybody else. Sliding around, several competitors in the field are now bantering away. Very tricky scenes here at the moment as drivers are trying to blend out of the curbs and not get into more silly incidents. That was very tricky, very tight indeed. And so now the competitors still warring away.
Yeah, look at that field, how tight it is. And watch out for the move by Sixnellis around the inside. Beautifully made by Sixnellis on the inside of Jakub Karicak. Can he try to fight back the 4th 18 with the Ricciardo kart colors? And further back as well, watch out for Martin van Leeuwen, the teammate of Sixnellis under the Energy Corset colors. The two teammates surrendering at the moment, Karicak, but it was beautifully made around the inside for the 371. This is further back, and this was an attempt of a move from Chris Hannon on Andrea Dale for the 11th place, but he didn't make that stick quite yet. So a lot of battles in the early stages of this race. The first one of the afternoon, you can feel that the drivers need results. They're giving everything that they have. Let's have a look at the gaps. 4 laps in, 4/10 of a second between Polini and Marcellia. The drivers on your screen, 372. Or Martin van Leeuwen is going to try his time to attack Jakub Karicak. Can he go around the inside of turn number 3? Not quite yet. And in the meantime, his teammate Sixnellis is pulling away. There he goes through Van Leeuwen. Beautifully made in the hairpin of turn number 4. And Van Leeuwen is up a position in 6.
Karicak has to surrender there as Van Leeuwen gets through on the inside line. No problems at all in the end from the Energy Course driver to nail it up the inside into turn 4. So that very much puts him into a strong position as he continues to battle away. Kai Sixnellis is still a few kart lengths in front though, so that's definitely going to cause some problems for him later on in proceedings. But look at Marcellia really starting to stretch into Polini now, as the 2 Italians up front have definitely got clear of the rest of the field. 2 seconds clear by rights, so they are a long way and a long stretch ahead of the rest of the pack. But there's still a long way to go in this battle as Polini and Marcellia have stretched away. They have got 6 laps to go at the end of this one, and Marcellia sets the fastest lap in his bid to close up. Sixnellis, by the way, is now catching up to Jorge Pescador, who has dropped off the back of Sam Louis. Louis is on his own, essentially, in 3rd position, but Marcellia is only 4/10 back now from Polini. They could still change positions with a lot of time to do so.
And that's a strong effort indeed from Marcellia, considering that he had a DNF for mechanical trouble, unfortunately, in the opening race. Finished 3rd in his 2nd qualifying race, and now he's putting the effort up to his what could be his best result so far. 4/10, and still we're just getting past the halfway mark of this race, so still a long way to go, so to speak, and a couple of laps remaining before the checkered flag for Marcellia to attempt something. But the first mission of his is try to decrease that gap of 4/10. We're here with Sixnellis chasing Jorge Pescador, the 374 of CRG and is defending, but not quite enough as KZ2 goes around the inside. That was clean, that was beautifully made, and KZ2 is once again upper position in front of Pescador. This is for 4th place, and the Energy Course driver once again keeps on going the same way as before. Great pace so far by KZ2, but again, we saw that actually in his previous race. The early stages are always the most difficult part for KZ2. He doesn't only have the start that he wants, and he must actually recover after that, but he does that brilliantly. But once KZ2 will be able to manage those first few laps and this starts, he will be unbeatable.
And that was pure intimidation as well from KZ2. He hustled Jorge Pescador around the lap, hoping that he would be the one to crack under the pressure, and he was. So Pescador losing ground. Now here's the big lunge up the inside from Carbonell. Not a lot of room to play with, and KZ2 goes wide as a result of that maneuver. And Nikita Artemanov now joins his teammate Otto Carbonell. That was no more room to play with as KZ2 bounces over the rumble strips. He was very lucky not to lose control of the kart altogether there, because those are quite high, those rumble strips on the far side on the exit of turn 3. They've been put there on purpose so that you don't cut the course, but they can throw you off if you hit them at fast speed. So KZ2 was very lucky not to get pitched off the road big time.
Yeah, that happened in turn number 3 and in just in the middle sector, but indeed, as you said, he was quite lucky to stay on course, but lost 2 positions in the process to the teammates of Carbonell and Antamanov. But still a couple of laps, not a lot remaining to try to recover the ground. As we are back further up in the lead, as you can see, Markus Kajak is trying to catch up with the CPP drivers. Giacomo Polini, in the meantime, 0.6 of a second, is pulling away, putting himself in a very strong position against the Marsiglia. 1.8 seconds in front of Sam Louyer on his own, really, in front of KZ2. 374 on your screen. This is Jorge Pescador, and Martin van Leeuwen is still the Energy Course driver, unable to find the door quite open enough to get overtaking down, and it was quite an aggressive move, or at least passage for Martin van Leeuwen, who climbed onto the curb on his way to the straight. And I thought for a second he was going to lose control of his car, but none of it, as he's still very much chasing Jorge Pescador. This is a battle for 5th place as we're about to conclude lap number 10. Checkered flag is near, and Martin van Leeuwen knows that. He's counting as well while driving focused on Pescador.
So Sam Louyer, running in 3rd position, has very much been on his own for this race, really, in 3rd position as he tries to make up some ground on Polini and Marcellia. But Polini has been able to stretch a little bit further away from Marcellia in the last few laps as he's really started to open up the taps in terms of speed. So Louyer is still going well in 3rd position, but he's well clear now of KZ2 and Pescador, and unable really to catch up to the 2 men up front. So it's been a very serene drive for Sam Louyer, rather dull by his perspective. He certainly wouldn't want as calm and collected a race as this one. There is Leonardo Marcellia, who is definitely fighting back after his earlier DNF. He definitely didn't want to go through that earlier on in the day, so Marcellia managing to recover is definitely the right way to go about things now. He will hopefully have more opportunities as the races play out to make a good impression on things, but certainly for Polini, he is just banging in fastest lap after fastest lap at the moment and really stretching away.
Absolutely, good work indeed from Marcellia, and we're still a long way to go before the end of the weekend. And quite amusingly, actually, I don't know if you noticed this, Jake, but on the crash helmet of Marcellia in 2nd place, with the look of its colors, with the red and white, it reminds me of what used to be the crash helmet of Jackie Stewart back in the day in the 70s in Formula 1, with that Scottish tartan on the crash helmet. So that's I don't know if it's a tribute, but at least it makes me look at it, makes me think of it actually. So if Jackie Stewart is listening, there's a kind of a nicely put tribute maybe from Leonardo Marsiglia. I'm just
an Italian tartan, an interesting one. Could well be. Polini though is coming through, nearly a second clear of Leonardo Marcelli. Oh, we've got somebody slowing on the final lap. Someone's slowing, and that is one of the Kart Republics that is pulling off the road. We'll have to pick up on who that is, but I think that's one of the front runners that has come through there. Out of the final turn, though, comes Polini. Polini's going to get the victory. It is Fabrizio Rosati. Fabrizio Rosati is the one who's pulled off on the final lap. He just lost all power out of turn 4. So Fabrizio Rosati, rather sadly, out of the race. But Polini, for the 2nd time today, takes the victory then for the NGM squad. He can be quite pleased with that. It's a definite continuation for him of what has already been a very solid day at the office for Giacomo Polini. He has a win under his belt already, so that is now 2. Giacomo Polini definitely now a strong contender for pole position in tomorrow's KZ2 final. The way things are currently going, he's looking pretty strong for it. He just needs to keep that pace and keep going. So, so far, so good as far as he's concerned. Good run from Polini, from Leonardo Marsiglia and Sam Luyet in front of KZ Nellis and Jorge Pescador. Good racing.
Good racing indeed, and a strong sign of things to come for Giacomo Polini, winner of his second race. As you can see, confirmation of the retirement for the 346 of Car Republic, Fabrizio Rosati, in just the last lap of this race. So we're gonna have the full classification as the drivers make their way back to the track. Polini winner in front of Leonardo Marsiglia, Samuel Lie in third place, KZ Nellis in fourth, Jorge Pescador in fifth in front of Martin van Leeuwen, Arthur Carbonell, Nikita Artamonov, Jacob Kadicek following in ninth from Andrea Dalle, Chris Hannen, Francesco Iacovacci, Kaspar Nadolski, Valentino Fritsch and Gabriel Bizzozero in 15.
Dana Pongpang Satumnu P16 in front of Rasmus Janssen and Paul Ribera, Karl Lukaszewski, and in 20th place Hannah Lang, her best result of the weekend so far. 7 places made up on merit there. Rodrigo Ferreira and Jenis Savico from Jacob Wojcik and Mihai Munchean, and then Francesco Leone, the last one home after a retirement from Fabrizio Rosati in the closing stages. Jean Louis, as we know, unable to take the start. Fascinating stuff, though, for Giacomo Polini and the NGM Motorsports squad. They are doing such a fantastic job here this weekend. They really have put in some excellent displays thus far. One of the other competitors within the NGM Motorsports squad who's going to be out on circuit for this next race, starting from P8 and has been 8th and 7th in the previous 2 races. Plenty of consistency from her. We managed to catch up with on Thursday one of the drivers who could be an outside shot for a podium here in KZ2, Natalia Balbo.
This circuit is very fast. Usually in this circuit we have one of the most fastest track of the year. But here we have this long turn on the right. It's a really fast one. Usually tracks have grass on the left and the side part of the track, but here we have all the possibility to go also outside, so sometimes it's not easy to pass someone because you know, a high track you need to take your space, and sometimes it's not enough because people can go everywhere, but it's really fun track, that's for sure. I think it's not really hard here, because that I said before, it's really fast, so you just have a little part that you have slower corner, so hard to find a balance, but more maybe with the pressure of the tires, because the first corner it's very fast, so you don't have to pressure a lot to the tires on the back. Also here we are more than 100, so I think that to be in the final is one of the most, but in particular it's fundamental to start in the front rows, so I think that the qualifying will be the hardest thing to do, but we can do anything, so we will see. Well, I'm not in the challenge for the European trophy, so for me it's quite indifferent. But we will see that the OK have more than 4 or 5, something like this, so maybe we can need something more. But also the budget would be maybe a problem in case of that. 2 races, it's hard because you have to do everything perfect. Maybe 3 will be the correct number, I think. But yeah, not more than 3, I think, because 4 will be a little bit hard to do also for the team that have to travel a lot. So I think 3 will be the best number.
Welcome back. Nice to hear from Natalia Balbo in the interview. Natalia driving for the NGM Motorsport, wearing the CRG colors for the first time this season. NGM decided to start a new partnership with the Italian factory. But Natalia Balbo, consistency has been really the key of her performances so far, with an 8th and a 7th place in her first 2 races from 8 on the grid. So a good way to go for Natalia Balbo. So, as we're expecting the drivers to make their way onto the track for the second race of the afternoon, this will be the qualifying race representing Group B and F. and still the temperatures keep on rising on the Adria Karting Raceway up to 37 degrees Celsius, 36, and between 36 and 37 are different screens, but confirmation that the temperatures here in the Venetian region have been absolutely higher than ever since the weekend started. It was the same last year for the opening round of the FIA Karting European Championship in that same period of the year. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the championship had started quite late in the season. This time around, we conclude the championship for the KZ and the KZ2 race. As a reminder, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy will still have a third and last meeting at the World Championship event of Kristianstad on the first weekend of September, with hopefully for the competitors cooler weather conditions over there in Sweden. Even though in this particular period of time everything is possible, the conditions have been quite hot since the start of the season everywhere we've been in Europe, whether it was Germany, Spain or Italy. Here's your schedule for the afternoon with the qualifying heat for B and F coming up at 2 local times in just under 2 minutes, and then we're going to have one more qualifying heat for the KZ2 class before switching our attention to the youngsters of the academy. Then we will see the second race for the KZ, and then back to the KZ2 to conclude today's program. There's been busy so far, exciting that is for sure, with a lot of different contenders putting themselves ahead of the field, fighting for results and scoring points as much as they need. As it stands in the KZ2 classification, we got a couple of different winners, with Giacomo Pollini winner on 2 occasions, as well as for Giuseppe Palomba, the 2 Italian really strong on home soil, and decided to go all the way until the end of the weekend. So Albanese and Palomba on equal points at the moment, and as a reminder, they have 0 points so far with 2 wins each, which means that at the end, if they manage to have a full score, they will actually score 10 points before the final. That allows for the victory 25, so 35 points in total if you manage to win everything. We're not there yet, but Albanese Palomba have been very, very strong so far. Giacomo Pollini in 3rd place with 2 points in front of Senna van Wallenstein and David Lewinski. Still very tight gaps as we speak. And we mentioned to you before the lunch break that we still got a few unconfirmed results and 1 pending results concerning David Vasile and Senna van Wallenstein. By the time of speaking, we're not quite sure yet if they got to keep the results, but we'll get back to that in a minute as the drivers make their way onto the track. This is the qualifying race between Group B and F, 12 laps in, as we have the starting grid. Jamie Day and Giuseppe Palomba alongside each other on the front row, followed by Hubert Petit and Lorenz Van Open, Lorenzo Travisanuto and David Lewinski on row 3, followed by Marco Tormen, Natalia Balbo, Moritz Eberner, Alice Piccini, Marcus Fonda, Giorgio Carrera, Christian Abelin and Jakob Bergmeister.
Row 8 is Nicola Bartolini and James Wharton from Giuseppe Fusco and Robert Kinderwarter, then Jean Lomblo and Jan Bednar from Christian Gaffuri and Jesper Sjoberg, Angelo Lombardo, Joseph Knopp, Thomas Guedes, Damian Faller and Jesper Westerholm completes the 26-card grid. Looks as though everybody is out there for this one. The air temperature climbing all the time, 37 degrees Celsius now, hotter than it has been over any point of the entirety of the rest of the weekend. The drivers are really going to struggle this afternoon, I have to say. Looks as though there is one car that is not out on the second. Oh no, my apologies. Jesper Westerholm is just a little way beyond the rest of the field on the Charles Leclerc chassis, so hopefully he will be able to continue for the USCR Motorsport team. Not part of the same morning as Jordan Lennox-Lamb and his crew, but obviously still preparing. Now, Palomba is obviously in a very prized position here. 2 heat wins so far. If he makes it 3 from 3, then the man who is not actually looking likely to be in contention for the title is still going to have a brilliant season-ending victory on home soil looking his way, but there's still a long way to go. He's got 3 races, including this one, still remaining in his weekend. Palomba's got to stay positive and confident, but he's also got to stay quite calm and collected out there.
Yeah, the driver is getting back onto the starting grid. Standing start as always for the officials with the red flag, waiting for the drivers to present themselves on the different corridors. Palomba on the left side of your picture wearing the Birlat colors. Jamie Day on the other side, same chassis, different colors with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team. Further back, Lorenz Van Open, Hubert Petit, Travis Anuto, David Lewinski and the rest of the field. The drivers making sure that the tires won't stick onto the tarmac. Are we going to be good to go?
And we are away! And it's a terrible start in the middle of the field for the 339 of David Lewinsky. He gets an awful start from the shot. So now the field goes through to turn 1. Everybody having a bit of an interesting one as a couple of drivers were a little bit hesitant off the line. We've seen that a couple of times already through the KZ2s, but Palomba gets the start he dreamed about. Jamie Day down to 3rd behind. That looks like Otto Carbonell, I think. No, that's Hubert Petit. My apologies, his teammate. So Petit is there in 2nd place. Carbonell was in the previous heat, of course. So Petit is there in 2nd position. 3rd place, that is still Jamie Day. It's another of the Birolart chassis. I think that's Marco Torman, who has come up into 4th position, doing a grand job on the opening lap for the Modena ASD squad. But he is there in 4th position, having worked his way forward. Everybody's tippy-toeing their way through on the opening lap, but the top 4 have already got a little bit of daylight between themselves and the 360 in 5th position of Lawrence Van Hopen. Then it is Ebner, Travis Anuto, Pacini, Funda, James Wharton, who has crept up 6 places already on the opening lap, and Christian Hubulin.
1 lap completed and the battle is raging. Hubert Petit from CPB under the pressure of Jamie Day, who missed his start, dropped 1 just position, but is about maybe to take it back. Unless Hubert Petit goes defensively, hairpin at turn number 4. A good overtaking opportunity, but not quite yet for Jamie Day, who tried to go around the inside, but there wasn't enough space, unfortunately, for the Leclerc Racing driver. Still in 3rd place. Hubert Petit doing a good job. Further back, there's a move with Marco Tormen and Lars Van Hopen. Van Hopen still behind, my apologies, with Marco Tormen from Modena keeping his 4th place very much alive. That could actually go the way of Lorenzo Travasanuto, because the Italian was just left behind just a little bit with 1.1 second at the moment. But he's going to try to decrease the gap and catch up with the rest of the field, especially those 2 drivers, as Van Hopen is really glued to Marco Tormen as it stands.
And James Wharton and Christian Hubulin were both able to get past Marcus Funda on that lap as well. So they're now both into the top 10, the Australian and the Croatian. But up in the front, still Palomba. Petit is gaining ground a little bit with Jamie Day hot on his heels. Still Tormen and Van Hopen as they battle away for 4th position. There they are on your screen. 6th place, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Moritz Ebner in 7th, ahead of Pacini, Wharton, Hubulin, Funda, Lewinsky and Natalia Balbo, who did not get the best of starts on that occasion as they continue to run through. Both Lewinsky and Balbo getting held up at the start there. Jesper Sjoberg getting a cracking launch. 8 positions made up for Jesper Sjoberg off the grid. So he's definitely going well on this one. And then Giorgio Carrara in front of Jean Nomblot, Giuseppe Fusco, Angelo Lombardo, who's the leading wildcard in front of Jacob Bergmeister and Nicola Bertolini. Fusco has lost a few places on the last lap, though, has slipped to 20th now. A big launch on the inside. There goes Van Hopen. That really puts him into the firing line for the European Championship. His consistency has been metronomic through the course of the day, and he has kept himself in the hunt all the way through these heats. If any one of the big guns up in front of him has a big moment now, Van Hopen is going to be one of those to pounce and take the advantage.
And the next one putting Marco Tormen into trouble could be Travasanuto, just behind the Parolin Racing Car driver Giuseppe Fusco, the 321 under warning flag conditions as for now. Van Hopen is trying to pull away just a little bit, clipping the curb in the last corner. Marco Tormen under the pressure of Travasanuto. These are the 3 drivers on your screen. But as for now, Van Hopen has the upper hand. He needs now to keep on going because he has a 1.2 second disadvantage on the rest of the field. As you can see, 2.2 on the leader being Giuseppe Palomba, still 0.6 of a second between the 2 leaders. Palomba and Hubert Petit, the fastest on track, the Frenchman, 49.0. That could be enough to give him a bit of fresh air on Jamie Day. Still a second advantage and just, 4/10 of a second between Hubert Petit and Jamie Day. But might not be enough, as you can see, for Hubert Petit to really cool himself down. He needs to stay focused, shut all the doors and keep the racing line. But we have seen a lot of overtaking maneuvers, as we just saw with Lawrence Van Hopen in that particular sector, number 2, between turn number 3 and 4. So important to get that racing line into turn number 1, this one, and turn number 2 right with a very late and precise braking. Otherwise, you couldn't actually carry enough momentum in that section to make a move in turn number 3. But it was beautifully mastered altogether by Van Hopen, and it might not be enough actually to get any higher. He's still in 4th place, but the driver in front of him, his teammate Jamie Day, might want to try to do the same on Hubert Petit.
A much better race this time from Jamie Day, running in 3rd place, still hustling Hubert Petit. Jean Nomblot, teammate to Hubert Petit, gets a fantastic run there and a fastest lap of the race as a result of his pressure that he's putting in. Lorenzo Travasanuto back in front of Marco Tormen now, so that puts Travasanuto up into 5th position. So it's Palomba, Petit, Day, Van Hopen, Travers Zanuto, Marco Toyman, then Ebner. Then it is Alessio Piccini in front of James Wharton and Christian Herbulin as they continue to charge and battle forward. Palomba is still only 9/10 of a second ahead of Hubert Petit, with Jamie Day in the mix there as well, still third position. Travers Zanuto trying to shake off Marco Toyman. Toyman is not happy with being passed by the double world champion. So Lorenzo Travers Zanuto is trying to get clear air between them now and try and hustle in behind Lawrence Van Hopen. But Palomba continuing his run at the front of the field. He's absolutely unstoppable so far, Giuseppe Palomba. 2 heat wins earlier, looking for a third. There is Lorenzo Travers Zanuto on your screen doing a fine job in fifth position, at the moment, as he runs in front of Toyman and Ebner, with Piccini down in 8th position. This isn't quite what Alessio Piccini wanted.
No, definitely not. 8 laps completed, 1.1 second between Palomba and Hubert Petit. Still under the pressure from Jamie Day. These are the drivers on your screen into turn number 1, trying to get enough momentum into sector number 3, 2 and 3. Then, the 424, I'm afraid won't see the checkered flag at the end of this race. Let's try to see who that is, the 424.
It's Christian Gafuri. Christian Gafuri has gone, unfortunately, so he is, as you say, one of the wild cards. So Gafuri is out of this one, as too is Robert Kinderwarter, I do believe. So now I wonder if those two have had an incident together or if it's just happened to be... Well, they're both off at the same part of the racetrack, I notice. So perhaps Kinderwarter and Gafuri have come to blows. And it was on the same lap as well. So I think those two have actually ended up in an incident with each other. Whether there was contact or not, or whether they just ended up coming off the road at the same point on the track is unclear. But certainly, we are watching the battle of a second. This is Hubert Petit versus Jamie Day. And no matter how hard Jamie pushes, Hubert definitely has the same sort of pace, if not a little bit more convoluted, a little bit more competent to keep himself just that little whisker ahead of Jamie Day. Lawrence Van Hopen, Day's teammate, is starting to push a little bit now. These two youngsters that have been brought into the KZ2 fold from the direct drive category last season. And Day and Van Hopen, definitely two of the megastars of KZ2 this year. They've made quite the impression, both of them running in the top 3 in both weekends so far. So they have been absolutely sensational in 2021, but it's only going to be one of them that will get to 3rd position at the end of this one.
We are in the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat, still led by Giuseppe Palomba for 1 full second in front of Hubert Petit, the young man on your picture. Jamie Day still unable to get past the Frenchman, and in the meantime Lawrence Van Hopen has been able to catch up with those two. Still less than 2 laps remaining before the checkered flag. Van Hopen, confirmation of his pace, 48.6 as the fastest on track, 48.8 as well for both Hubert Petit and Jamie Day. So at the moment Petit is slightly faster than Jamie Day in 3rd place, but would it be enough to stay in 2nd position? Will it be enough to take his best result so far? Hubert Petit equaling his best result, shall I say, because he was 2nd on his first heat of the day. 4th after that. That could be another strong result for the CPP driver, driving the Sodicar chassis, of course. Final lap for Giuseppe Palomba. The 304 extending his lead. Nothing to worry about for Palomba on his way to a 3rd victory in a row.
Nothing to worry about for Palomba, but I think there could be some civil war brewing at the Leclerc by Lennox team as Jamie Day hangs on to 3rd position for dear life in front of his teammate Lawrence Van Hopen. Let's not forget that Van Hopen is actually battling for the European Championship, and he's going to try and make his bid on the inside of Jamie Day. Can't quite make it stick, and now he dives for the inside line and gets there. So Lawrence Van Hopen has got up into 3rd place past Jamie Day behind the race leader. He has managed to make the jump forward. That's crucial for the championship fight. Giuseppe Palomba, though, makes it 3 from 3. Excellent work from Palomba. Petit is there in 2nd place, but Lawrence Van Hopen in front of Jamie Day and Lorenzo Travers Zanuto. That's such an important overtake from Lawrence Van Hopen that more than keeps him in the European title fight, with the potential for penalties for Senna Van Walstein and difficulties for Pellini. He's got an opportunity here, and Van Hopen will be so delighted with that final lap overtaking move on his teammate. That makes such a difference.
Yeah, we would have thought that maybe Jamie Day would have stayed over there until the checkered flag, but the door was open, and it was a good move put together by Lawrence Van Hopen. Maybe with a little help from Jamie Day, knowing that his teammate is indeed battling for the title this year. But still, this is part of the game sometimes, and if it was the case indeed from Jamie Day, you need to go for the team sometimes and play with your teammate in order for them to succeed. But good move indeed. Giuseppe Palomba, third victory in a row for the Pirelli driver in front of Hubert Petit. Lawrence Van Open making it to third in front of Jamie Day. Travisano to fifth. Marco Toman is sixth from Moritz Ebner, Alessio Piccini, James Walton. Good recovery effort from the Australian, from 7 places gained up to 9 in front of David Lewinsky, who couldn't say the same, unfortunately, after losing 4 places down to 10. 11th place for Christian Abolin from Marcus Fonda, Jan Nomblo, Jasper Sjöberg climbing up 8 places up to 14. Natalia Balbo unfortunately didn't have the best of races, losing 7 places down to 15 from Giorgio Carrera, Jacob Bergmeister, Angelo Lombardo, Nicola Bartolini, Giuseppe Fosco, Jan Blenard, Joseph Knopp, Jasper Westerholm, Thomas Geddes and Damien Vallar. 2 drivers out of this race, unfortunately, in Robert Kinderwater and Christian Gaffuri, that we think went together a couple of laps ago.
They were certainly out on the same corner. I don't know whether they were involved in the same incident or not, but they were certainly out at the same time, at the same point on the course. So you don't want to draw conclusions without having seen the evidence, but it does look as though they've been involved in a similar, if not the same, incident at the same time on circuit. Right, A versus D groups are up next, and one of the drivers that's really been impressing us through the 2021 season in terms of the rapid progress gained, but also in terms of the raw speed he's starting to generate on the DR chassis. We caught up on Thursday with the Romanian Daniel Vazil and how he looks at Adria and his chances in the latter stages of the season.
Wackersdorf was, I can say it was a really nice race. I did quite a good qualifying session on top 10, but with some unlucky mistakes, let's say, and I went not for the best result I could have done. But we're coming here for sure for the win. I should pay more attention to the things next to me, to everything. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pay attention more to the details, to everything. For us, it wasn't such a difficult thing. We found the setup really quick. Yeah, we are still doing little adjustments, everything. But yeah, not so bad. The heat, it's killing us, literally, with the suit, with the helmet on, but yeah, we're gonna survive that. It's quite an easy track to overtake. We have I think 4 or 5 spots to overtake, so yeah, not most of the circuits in the world can do that. You don't have room for mistakes, and that's killing me, because I did a lot of mistakes in Wackersdorf and now I cannot repeat it. I cannot repeat it, I cannot do mistakes now, I'm not allowed to do it. And yeah, it's pretty difficult like that. I killed all my championship ambitions, for the European Championship, for the title, because of the first round. But yeah, I want to finish it strong, this round, and yeah, build my focus for the World Championship.
Very impressive so far this season from Daniel Vazil, and in a year and in an era where there's an awful lot of Romanian talent starting to come through. Daniel Vazil is kind of leading the charge, if you like, but the future is looking very rosy for the country in general, particularly when you've got the youngsters of David and Bogdan Kozma, who are really starting to make progress on the European karting scene as well. And obviously we've got some great talents in and around the field that have been in the Academy Trophy in the last few seasons from Romania as well. So Daniel Vazil, a bit of a trailblazer in his home country, and certainly starting to make some waves on the European circuit. To prove the point, Daniel Vazil is going to be on the 4th row of the grid for this one, and he's had a 5th and a 6th place finish so far. Very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. A good start of the weekend for Daniel Vasile. We had the pleasure of hearing in the interview, and Daniel Vasile that is willing to have a strong result coming at the end of this weekend, and let's see what he can do after his 5th and 6th results in the race coming up. A against D. This is the 3rd qualifying heat for the KZ2 this afternoon. Then we'll switch to the Academy, and then the KZ, and back to the KZ2 to conclude today's program. But Danilo Albanese will be starting from pole position for this race, and Albanese is the one to keep an eye on because he has 2 wins in a row so far. 3rd race coming up. Will it be a 3rd? And Senna van Waalstein, the driver by his side with two consecutive second position, is certainly the one willing to prevent that from happening. Paavo Tontteri, third in 2 occasions, will be starting behind with Juho Valtanen by his side. Valtanen, the driver in need of a strong result after really disappointing DNF due to the side pod that went loose during the race, his previous race. So quite an unfortunate turn of event for Juha Valtanen, waiting to recover from that disappointment. And the rest of the grid, we see also Brandon Nilsson starting from row number 3 with Adrian Janicki by his side. Daniel Vasili, as we said, from row number 4. Now the drivers are patiently waiting onto the dummy grid and the green flag to be waved, the signal for them to make their way onto the pit lane and onto the track, and we will be ready to go ahead with the proceedings.
So it's obviously going to be a very interesting battle, this one, because we have more competitors to watch out for, including Danilo Albanese, who, like Giuseppe Palomba, has been completely unbeaten so far this weekend. What's really going to be telling is when those two meet on the same racetrack at the same time. But for Danilo Albanese, his mission is quite clear. He's got to stay in his position at the front end of the field. The man who is second on the grid has been second in both of his previous races, Senna van Waalstein, the championship leader. But, of course, we are still waiting for official confirmation as to what the final assessment is going to be in the state of the previous race that Senna van Waalstein has competed in. Now, we are told that the results are going to be made official very soon. They are still pending as it currently stands. As to whether both Senna van Waalstein and Daniel Vasile, actually, who are both under investigation for what happened in the first race. We think it's a jump start, but don't quote us on that one. It certainly hasn't been made official as yet on the timing screens or on the previous results yet. So we'll keep an eye on it as the weekend goes. And you can as well by heading to FIAKarting.com. Any updates will obviously arrive there. The drivers are heading out on circuit now, though, for qualifying heat A versus D. And it's going to be Danilo Albanese, unbeaten so far, alongside the championship leader, Senna van Waalstein. Then Paavo Tontteri and Juho Valtanen, Brandon Nilsson and Adrian Janicki, Jan Pokos and Daniel Vasile, Marcus Kayak and Thomas Imborg, from Maxi Paul and David Trevelov, then Axel Bengtsson and Alessio Baldi.
Then we're going to have Joey van Splutteren alongside Tim Troger, Nicola Rossini, Kaspar Kalasma, Matteo Zanchi, Andre Walter, Alexandru Iancu, Victor Oberg, Alvaro Garcia, Mathieu Storreggiani, Charlie Anderson, Lucas Rebok and Warren Kim. Everybody on track for the warm-up and the grid formation lap as we're getting ready for 12 laps to go through. Will it be a third win in a row for Danilo Albanese? Will it be a first win at last for Senna van Waalstein, shall we say, considering his pace and form in Varkersdorf is yet to have won qualifying hit so far? Will the third attempt be the good one for Senna van Waalstein? Waiting for the confirmation about previous results, but Senna is the current leader of the championship and the top favorite of the KZ2 class to secure the title, but there's more than one man, of course, willing to prevent that from happening, so this will be a great battle until the end.
So Danilo Albanese versus Senna van Waalstein, the front row of the grid. This should be fascinating, as well as the second row. The two flying Finns, Paavo Tontteri and Juho Valtanen. Valtanen will be particularly fired up, having lost his side pod in the second heat, and he will not want another incident like that to cloud his judgment and cloud his race. So he's hoping that that's the last little incident he's had. He would have been 5th position had it not been for that missing side pod. So things could get very tense indeed for the Finn as he tries to make progress that he's obviously lost out on after having to pull off the circuit. But there on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Danilo Albanese, unbeaten so far. Senna van Waalstein on the right of your screen. He is the championship leader, and he will not want to lose ground. He has been no lower than second in either of the races. He was second in time qualifying, second in his 2 heats, and second on the grid for this one. Are the green flags going to fly? Yes, they are at the back of the grid. And now the lights will come on. When they go out again, we will be racing here in Adria as the field gets ready for the battle. Now we're racing, and it's a great start by Van Waalstein, who almost drives into the side of Albanese. He almost beats him to the punch. He's still accelerating, and he's going to try and get up the inside. Albanese squeezes him out. Don't even think about it. And Van Waalstein has to back down. He's actually down to 3rd position as through comes one of the CRGs. That is the 305 that has charged forward of Paavo Tontteri. So Tontteri has jumped him. That was so nearly second on the grid to first for Van Waalstein. But Albanese absolutely adamant, you're not having the lead.
Yeah, what a start that was indeed. How tight that was on the way to turn number 1. I thought for a second that the two were going to go for contact, but Senna Van Wallenstein was really the tight on the inside, and that was a beautiful move to see. But Daniel Albanese was having none of it and kept first place, while Van Wallenstein was losing momentum in the process at the advantage to Tom Terry. So here they come, one opening lap. Albanese, Tom Terry, 4 tenths between those two. Van Wallenstein third. Oh, and one driver out. This is the 4:19. Let's try to see what that is. This is Nicola Rossini, one of the wild cards from Italy, unfortunately out of this race at such a early stage. That always hurt.
And Kasper Kalasma is out on the first lap as well, I think, on the BRM chassis. So Kasper Kalasma is off up at turn 7, I think. So he is parked up only a couple of corners beyond. There is obviously Rossini pulling off the road, and he's just explaining, well, I got rammed into, so that's what's ended my race. Kasper Kalasma has come off the road as well. So both drivers then unfortunately retiring from the race, and that is very unfortunate for the Estonian. The two drivers are okay. They've just had to make an early exit from the race. Albanese and Tonterri stretching away for the rest of the pack. Van Wallenstein trying to stay in front of Valtonen, Nielsen, Vasil, Janicki, Kayak and Paul. But Tonterri desperately wants to beat Albanese. He's still a championship contender, don't forget Paavo Tonterri. He's got a great chance of it as long as he just keeps dialing in these heats and getting a good result. He's the first one really to pressure Albanese in the early stages of these races as well. And Paavo Tonterri has a good chance here to hustle Danilo Albanese into a mistake. The Italian's just covering the inside apexes at the moment to hold his position as Brandon Nielsen does the same to Daniel Vasil on the DR. But Danilo Albanese has not had the kind of pressure from Paavo Tonterri yet that he is currently having to sustain. So this is not going to be easy to hold on to.
Yeah, definitely not easy at all. Difficult task for David Vasili as they come across the start-finish straight. Let's have a look at the gap. It went from 4 to less than 2 tenths of a second between Albanese and Tonterri, the CRG driver. They're very much on the charge. And shall we see a move coming up into this lap, into turn number 3. Still a couple of meters aside. But Tonterri on a very, very good lap, 49.4. A little bit less fast than Daniel Albanese, pretty much on equal lap times, but it doesn't allow yet Tonterri to attempt a first overtaking move. Jan Pokos is the fastest on track at the moment, the 3:01. This is happening for the back. No, sorry, Albanese and Tonterri still your leaders. Further back, Van Wallenstein and Jo Valtanen split by just 2 little tenths of a second. We have 2 battles in the same picture. The first one for the victory, the other one for the top 3. But Van Wallenstein is in need of stronger results than that. He was twice second in his previous qualifying heat. Not really the scenario that he wants into these qualifying races, but 7 tenths is quite a lot to try to decrease, especially with Jo Valtanen on your charge. Valtanen DNF into this weekend and didn't have the best of outcome at last time around in Vakersdorf for the opening round. He wants a good result to conclude his European Championship on a good note, and he's decided to do that with the fastest lap, 49.1 for the driver in 4th place. Brandon Nilsson follows in 5th. Then we have still Vasile in front of Kajak, Adrian Janicki in 8th, Maximilian Paul is 9th, and Jan Pokos is running up the top 10 at the moment.
So this is going to be difficult for Tonterri to get through on Danilo Albanese, but he needs to keep the pressure up tempo. Albanese does basically just settles into a rhythm at this stage of the race and slowly stretches away. Tonterri has got to hustle him nice and early. He does not want to give Albanese any daylight he doesn't have to. So up towards turn 2, and Tonterri still trying to pressurise Albanese, but Albanese will drop the hammer at this point and start to pressurise and get away as he can start to really maximise the opportunity here. But Tonterri is still there in 2nd place. Valtonen still close to Senna Van Wallenstein, but not really able to get the overtaking move on the Dutchman just yet. The man who runs for CPB Sport with a dual helmet design. One half is the famous livery of the Brazilian driver Ayrton Senna, who he is of course named after. You can see that there on one side of the helmet, but on the other side it is his own design. So it very much becomes Senna Van Wallenstein as you look at both sides of it, quite literally. So Danilo Albanese running a great race in front of Tonterri, but Van Wallenstein is still trying to stay with them.
Yeah, this Michael helmet makes me think of some sort of a two-faced character, you know. Outside of the track, Senna Van Wallenstein is the most friendly guy you could ever meet in the paddock. On track, he tends to that evil double side of him that's going aggressive, that wants to win.
It's a great comparison. It's a great comparison because it is almost the two faces of Senna Van Wallenstein. Out of the kart, loveliest man you could ever wish to meet. Inside the kart, demon, absolute rock star behind the wheel of a race kart. So this is obviously going to be a great chance for Senna van Waalstein. He needs to keep consistent, needs to keep the pace, because he's got a brilliant chance to become European champion, and that would be his biggest accolade to date if he can finish this off. But Juho Valtonen's looking pretty threatening there in 4th position. He's really starting to hustle him now.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tight until the end. 8 laps in. Daniel Albanese half of a second in front of Tom Terry. Van Waalstein, what can he do instead of defending against Juho Valtonen? But you can actually see in the sector number 2 and 3 where the most overtaking maneuvers has been accomplished, or at least attempted. You can see how difficult that is to really pull that off, especially in those gearbox categories on this particular track, because of the solid braking that those drivers need to apply in pretty much all the corners while not losing momentum. It doesn't actually give you much space to try to think of an overtaking maneuver, or at least this is such a difficult exercise. And once again, this is hats off to those drivers being able to go at that pace while pulling off a move. And in the meantime, we have trouble for the 378 outside of your picture, I'm afraid. And this is further back. This is Victor Åberg, I'm afraid, from Sweden, who's at the back end of the grid and is slowing down. There certainly will be retirement, I'm afraid, for Victor Åberg.
Yeah, Åberg has already had some mechanical problems over the course of the weekend, so a second one definitely isn't going to give him anything to smile about. Albanese, here we go again. You see he bangs in another fastest lap as we watch Markus Kayak trying to get himself back into contention after his earlier DNF. And he's right there behind the Romanian Daniel Vasil. So what can Kayak do? He's having a think about it. Vasil almost gave him a door wide open there. So Markus Kayak just starting to think about the maneuver to get himself up the order, as into the pits now comes Victor Åberg, just in time as well, because the leader Danilo Albanese was just about to approach to lap him. So he gets out of the way before he has to worry about doing so. Tom Terry still second. There's Senna van Waalstein, 3rd position on the CBB Sports Sodi kart, running in front of Juho Valtonen, Brandon Nilsson and Daniel Vasil. 7th place Markus Kayak still in front of Adrian Janicki. Then it is Max Paul, David Trevelov, then Pokos, Imborg, Baldi, Van Spunteren, Trugger, Bengtsson, Walter and Zanki. Torrigiani doing a reasonably good job there in 19th in front of Alvaro Garcia. And then it's Anderson, Iancu, Reybok and Kim, and they are the only ones still circulating. 24 still running of the 27 that started, but here is still that battle as Markus Kayak is getting very frustrated, sat behind Daniel Vasil.
Yeah, Vasil had it coming, but still the door was shut, and unfortunately for Markus Kayak, he hasn't been able to go through quite yet the DR driver. But let's watch out. We still have a bit of time until the checkered flag. 10 laps in, penultimate lap for Danilo Albanese on his way to what could be his 3rd victory in a row in the qualifying heat. Not much time remaining for Paavo Tom Terry and Senna van Waalstein, as well as for this man, Juho Valtonen, to make the move. But at this point, it's more important certainly to keep your score, keep scoring points, keep your results, instead of doing anything stupid and maybe at risk of losing good results. Albanese once again confirming how fast and catchable he's been so far, with the fastest lap in this race, 48.6, and an 8 tenths, close to 9 tenths advantage on Paavo Tom Terry. Too busy, of course, to keep his position in front of Senna van Waalstein and Juho Valtonen. So this has been a quite tactical race with big gaps quite rapidly built together between those drivers, and you could see that despite all the efforts, the lap times being quite similar and the pace being very high, it was not that easy actually to decrease those gaps and attempt to maneuver. Final lap for Danilo Albanese, 8 tenths of a second, that will be more than enough.
But the gearbox races have always been a little bit more tactical than they are in the direct drive categories, and that's one of the reasons why we find this such a thrill fest. It's a technical challenge, but it's also a mental challenge for the drivers, especially now that they are racing around this circuit in 37 degrees heat. Just imagine what it must be like in that kart with all of that safety gear on, and they are still pushing their way through. Albanese is going to come through in the final reckoning to get the job done there out of the final turn, and Danilo Albanese, just like Giuseppe Palomba, remains unbeaten. Epic job from Danilo Albanese. He slows right down at the edge of racing. Do you know, I wonder if he had a problem on the last lap. He is just looking down at his engine. Danilo Albanese, I wonder if look, he's looking at the engine there. I wonder, did Danilo Albanese almost not make it to the finish line there? Because he looked a little bit sluggish on the final couple of corners, and I was starting to panic a little bit, thinking, is he going to make it in front of Paavo Tom Terry? He is slowing right up And I wonder if Danilo Albanese was lucky to make it home there. That was a very near miss, potentially.
Yeah, potentially. That's a good question indeed. Sometimes has to do with the heat on the engines as well, that have to go through those very heavy conditions as much as the drivers. So it's very heavy on the mechanic actually and the car themselves. But yeah, that's worth questioning. Daniel Albanese, if on that particular race, I look at him going very slow indeed.
This
so
is the slowest in lap I have ever seen from a KZ2 after a race win. I'm not sure he's got a lot of power left in that car. He's lucky to have got home by the look of it. Danilo Albanese wins it, but only by half a second in the end from Paavo Tonteri. Sanna van Waalstein is next up from Juha Valtonen. Brandon Nilsson and Daniel Vazir from Adrian Janicki, Marcus Kayak, Maxi Paul and David Trevelov, Jan Pokos, Thomas Imburg, Alessio Baldi and Joey van Spunteren.
Following in 15 is Tim Drager from Andre Walter, Axel Beckchen, Matteo Zanchi, Mattias Torregiani, Alvaro Garcia, Charlie Anderson, Alexandru Yanchu, Lucas Reybok, and Warren Kim crossing the line in 24th position. 3 drivers out in Kaspar Kalasma, Nicola Rossini, and Victor Orberg, unfortunately for those 3. But curious to see indeed Daniel Albanese going back to the pits at a very, very slow speed, like he was actually taking care of his engine. Otherwise, it would have maybe blown on the outlap. So this will be worth questioning him at the end of the day to make sure that, to know a bit more about what happened over there. Certainly mechanical warning for Daniel Albanese, who pushed it through from start to finish. But this is a 3rd win in a row, but will there be enough power in his engine until the end of the day and tomorrow as well to keep on building on those good results? But I'm sure there will be. But this is a strong effort in front of Tonteri and Sanna van Waalstein, who keeps on running, or keeps on chasing that victory that he needs.
Well, that shows you just how tough it is and how much mechanical sympathy you need to have with your machinery. That's KZ2 on pause for a while. They'll come back to the circuit about 16:20 local time. Back to the FIA Karting Academy trophy for the young stars, the champions of the future. So the FIA Karting Academy trophy for competitors in the same karts. They only have 1 mechanic each to work with over the course of the weekend. There are no teams. You all get the same equipment, the same race suit. You're coming from different countries, far and wide around the world. And they will all race in the same equipment with the same ability and the same technical support. It's a fabulous championship. It all comes down to the driving ability, and there are some real stars in this field already. Let's talk to one of them who we caught up with on Thursday afternoon, the young star from Belgium, Tom Braken.
Ik heb vooral het geleerd van
competing in the Academy Trophy has taught me a lot, especially how to better manage my races and overtaking moves.
Het gevoel en alles eromheen.
I also feel more mature in the way that I approach a race weekend. The level of racing in the Academy is certainly very high, but I always try to do my best to chase victory. Adria is a very fast-flowing circuit with a lot of corners. There are a couple of interesting overtaking spots, and the grip is also very high. I'm very happy to be able to represent Belgium in this series, thanks to the Federation and the people who support me. I'm here to learn, but also to do my best. In Wackersdorf, I started 4th in the final, but the race did not go our way. So I will try to do better this weekend.
A great talent, Tom Braken, in his 2nd season in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He was here, of course, in the competition last year, and has done a sensational job to continue his rise to greatness, and his progression is definitely going very strong indeed for Tom Braken. One of the drivers that has already been making a bit of a name for himself over the course of the weekend. He starts 5th on the grid for this race. He actually finished there in his earlier heat as well. So Tom Braken remaining up in the top 5 and having had a relatively strong run in the proceedings so far. A very strong competitor, a very confident young man, and hopefully there's a lot more to come from him. He's certainly looking like Belgium's highest rising star for a fair couple of seasons in karting, not since Kobe Powell's.
Absolutely, and we've seen a couple of Belgian drivers making their way through the ranks of karting for the past few seasons, competing in the junior in the OK class, starting for some of them indeed, including Kobe Powell's and this time around Tom Braken in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Second season for Tom Braken. Last year, actually, the young Belgian finished in 16 in the general ranking, so there's plenty of room for improvement at the end of this 3-round series, and currently is in 12th position with 7 points in the bag, so already improvement, and there might be more to come for Tom Braken, 5th of his opening qualifying heat here in Adria, after what had been a difficult first start of the season in the Academy Trophy, as he didn't make it into the top 20 at DNF, if I recall correctly, in the final of Wackersdorf. But nice to hear from him. It's going to be starting from row number 3, grid that will be led by Oscar Wurtz, the young driver representing Monaco for the this year's FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Masej Gladys, 1 win already for him, will be alongside on the front row. Alexander Bondarev, the other young winner since the start of the weekend, on row 2 with Nicolas Roos by his side, Nicolas Ambiado and Braken on row number 3, and the rest of the field we're going to go through in just a minute. But Nicolas Ambiado is fair pointing out that the young Chill with a 9th place finish has been certainly one of the names popping up the most at the forefront of the field in the academy since the start of the weekend, as he was twice the fastest in the free practice sessions coming to yesterday's qualifying. Still qualifying a bit more difficult for him, as is due to start from the 3rd row on the grid in each of his heats. 9th place finish for him to start the day with. So Nicolas Ambiado, another young client, of course, who could play at the front. The Academy Trophy classification still led to this point, coming to Adria by Renaud Frankert, the winner of the opening round in Wackersdorf, in front of Salim Anna and Bart Harrison, the drivers that we're going to get to see on track competing in just after this one, actually.
So it'll be Oscar Wurtz and Maciej Gladys, the Monegasque and the Pole on the front row of the grid. Then Alexander Bondarev and Nicolas Roos, Tom Braken and Nicolas Ambiado. From Max Schleimer, Luca Neunschwander, Gazi Motlakar, Mark Kastelic, Junio Kim and Leon Occhiai.
Then we have Stefano Cagnolo, Darius Babayona, Daniel Muelem, Matej Konik, Nemanja Jovanovic, Tyler Robinson, Jaco Leitinen, Kanaka Guzadzi, Philip Gana and Matej Bruce. 22 drivers onto the track. Do we have everybody in? I think so. 8 laps for the qualifying race of the Academy Trophy. A rolling start, as different to what we've had so far in the KZ and KZ2. We had 2 races this morning, the Academy Trophy. If you were not with us, there were one, as we said, by Alexander Bondarev and Masej Gladys, the young driver from Poland, and Bondarev being from Ukraine.
Absolutely right. The Academy Trophy races are the only 7 races all weekend that are not standing start. All the others are, of course, for KZ2 and KZ. But the competitors are now getting ready to come through. Looks as though there's only one that's not starting, and that is the Nigerian Philip Gana. Now, that is unfortunate for him. He was based out in the UK these days and has only ever done rental karting before he came to this, which is a phenomenal leap forward for him. But it looks as though Gana has a problem of some kind and is not going to take the start of the second heat. Are we going to go racing this first time of asking? No, we're not. A couple of drivers were out of position there on the start, so they will go round again. And that is rather unfortunate for Philip Gana. He's not going to be able to take up his position on the grid. He's not out there by the look of it. But everybody having to go around again. And it did look as though there were just a couple of drivers that were out of their positions on the starting grid, so they needed to go around again.
Yeah, we came close to get going for the first time, but as the officials and Resurrector decided, this won't be good enough. And the drivers, and especially the pole sitter, in this case Oscar Wurtz, leading the pack, needs to pace everybody down quite sufficiently enough in the last sector for everybody, for all the drivers actually to get together on their way to the grid. If actually he fails to do so, then we'll go around for one more lap, which is not always ideal, of course, for the machinery. And this is already so hot for the drivers and the machinery that the longer it is, especially at a slow pace, and the worse it can be for the engine and the tires as well, being put under intense pressure on this Adria Karting raceway. Will the second attempt be the good one? The drivers making their way onto the start-finish straight. Looks to be good to me, as everybody is in the corridor. Oscar Wurtz on the front row. Here we go.
Looks like it could be a good one as we get underway racing once again. A fantastic start as they charge their way forward and up to the first corner. A good start as controlled by the race director Pascal Lupoli. And as they run through, it is a good start. No problems at all as they charge their way forward. An epic start to proceedings as the drivers come through, but it is the 532 that still leads the way. Oscar Wirtz out in front of the fast starting Alexander Bondarev once again, who has worked his way through into that second position spot. The field is working its way through in very close unison. 6 drivers all squabbling away for the lead on the opening tour as they all battle for supremacy, trying to get their way through. Up the inside, there is the lead change from the 539 of Alexander Bondarev, and he's been able to hold on to it, and up to second comes Maciej Gledicz. So they will battle away, and it's going to be the 2 race winners from their earlier heats. Bondarev versus Gledicz, the Ukraine versus the Pole, as Oscar Wirtz has got a warning flag on the opening lap of the race.
Oh, I wonder what happened over there. Was it maybe something to do with the start, or suddenly a move that wasn't deemed correct enough or fair enough by the official? We'll get back to that in a minute. But in the meantime, Bondarev, it was a neat and clean move on the Maciej Gledicz before the end of the opening lap. So the right time at the right place. Let's see and what's going to happen before further back. Oh, being pushed a little bit out of the way. Oh! Nicolas Roos, some contact further up as well. The battle is raging for third place, but Nicolas Roos was pushed out of the way over there. And you spotted something else.
Well, Roos managed to get wide as a result of his battle with Wirtz and Ambiado, and then he just drove right round the outside of Oscar Wirtz and managed to get himself to the inside line for the next corner. So very good reactions there from Nicolas Roos. And up into 5th position, I think that's Tom Braken, having made his bid to get past Nicolas Ambiado there. So they're going to come onto the straight together. In fact, it's stalemate. It's Kastelic now trying to line up Tom Braken. So Kastelic is going to make his move on the inside line into the hairpin. Is that him through? He's certainly making the bid. He didn't quite manage to finish off the move, I don't think. Oh, he has got through, and now he's picking them all off as running wide. A big moment there for Nicolas Ambiado, the Chilean, who has run very deep off the corner there at turn 3. And unfortunately, that has let Braken, Kastelic, and the Japanese driver, Leon Ochiai, have all managed to get through as well there. So Ochiai-san has definitely made up some great progress in this race so far. But it is Bondarev versus Gledicz. This is the battle we've been waiting for. The 2 previous winners are now head-to-head out of the front end of the field. This one should be very interesting.
Interesting indeed. The 3 laps in by the 2 leaders. Let's have a look at the gaps as they come across. 0.2 of a second between Bondarev and Gledicz. Nicolas Roos in 3rd. Wirtz is 4th. Kastelic, Braken, Schleimer, Ochiai, Ambiado. This is as well with No Shawanda. Your top 10 as Gio Kim unfortunately tumbled down the order. We're going to have retirement for Yoon Kim, the Korean driver, I'm afraid. Fastest lap in this race for Oscar Wirtz in 3rd, 4th position, still under investigation. A warning flag has been given, to Oscar Wirtz running in 4th. But the battle is raging. Watch out for the move coming up from Maciej Gledicz. He knows that the second victory in his qualifying races is up for grab. And it's down to Bondarev to play defensive, to shut all the doors. Look at how wide they go into that particular part of the track. This is the 3rd sector. And another warning flag for the driver in the 10th place, Lucas Neuschwander, who dropped 2 positions from the start. But in the lead, coming across once again in front of us, looking over the shoulders, Gledicz and Roos in 2nd and 3rd. I was going to say that Kastelic earlier, 2 laps ago, wasn't particularly happy about the way things were going for him, as he was gesticulating to Tom Braken and some of the drivers he was battling against. But now he's trying to make his way up the field in 5th place still.
And this is going to be quite the ding-dong once Bondarev has got Gledicz right underneath him. In fact, Gledicz looks like he might be starting the attack. He's going to come through out of turn 5 and up the hill. Here he goes, Maciej Gledicz on the inside line, and he snatches the lead. Is there enough of a gap left open to go for 3rd? Yes, there is, as Nicolas Roos loses ground to Oscar Wirtz. Roos tried to go through on Bondarev, had to back down. Wirtz got the jump, and he now gets into 3rd position. So Gledicz leads it from Bondarev, Wirtz, and Roos. But now Bondarev will want to take on Maciej Gledicz. He's not going to let him get away. There's only 3 laps to go, and Bondarev looks very hungry. He's going to get a good run off of turn 1, up the inside, and into the lead, and Wirtz is up in a 2nd. Great racing.
Great racing indeed, and 2 places lost, unfortunately, for Gledicz in front of Bondarev and Wirtz. Nicolas Roos wasn't able to catch up as well, but watch out for the change for the lead with the 532 of Oscar Wirtz taking the lead of this race. Beautifully made into turn number 3 for Oscar Wirtz, battling away. There's 5 drivers in the mix.
3 wide! Oh my goodness, that got so close, and that, I'm afraid, is Nicolas Ambiado. Ambiado is out of the race, and he is just off to the outside of the course. That was so close as the marshals were working to try and get Ambiado's kart off the track. So Ambiado is still push-starting the kart, trying to get going, while the field is lapping him. So a very devastated Nicolas Ambiado is going to walk away from his car. Here comes the lead change again. Bondarev on the inside of Wirtz takes over the position. Nicolas Roos is now lining up and moving to second place. Wirtz cuts back across and into fourth place. That is Kastelic getting past Maciej Gledige. It's all kicking off here as Wirtz has another go at Bondarev. Up and over the curbs. 5 drivers battling away for the win as Wirtz protects second place on the inside from Nicolas Roos. Roos drives right round the outside, goes off on the curb and still gets the place. And here come Kastelic and Gledige. They both get past Wirtz as well. Roos in a second, Kastelic third, Gledige fourth, and Wirtz fifth behind Bondarev.
That's fantastic racing. We're witnessing once again the Academy Trophy, but Bondarev with just the checkered flag getting near. And watch out for the move coming up as well. This is being achieved, beautifully made by Kastelic up into second place, wasn't it, in front of Nicolas Roos. So Roos, the South African, losing another position. Final lap of this crazy qualifying race for the Academy. Alexander Bondarev, 1.1 second. He seems to be in a comfortable position, but watch out for second place. Kastelic, Roos going around the outside. Oh! Watch out for Gledige and Oscar Wurz. Could it try something as well into turn number 3? This is going to be hectic until the very end.
Gledige was able to get on the inside. Roos was so busy trying to protect from Kastelic. Now Wirtz gets on the inside of Nicolas Roos, who runs right off the road there, manages to get back on just before Max Schleimer comes through. But what a terrific race it's been in the Academy Trophy. They really have put on a show, as now these junior drivers are going to continue their battle forward. But the Academy youngsters are still scrapping away. This is the chance for Kastelic to go wheel to wheel as he battles with Gledige. Gledige gets there on the final lap. Brilliant racecraft. Victory for Bondarev. Second for Gledige. Third for Mark Kastelic. Amazing to the flag. Absolutely stupendous. Race battles every lap for the second half of the race. Absolutely terrific. And that is what we have hoped to see from the Academy Trophy every time they come out. Alexander Bondarev, though, his timing was immaculate to get into the lead and then to stretch away and leave them all to battle for second place downwards. Great job.
Great job indeed. As for the first race that we witnessed this morning, another fantastic move pulled off by Alexander Bondarev in the last lap to snatch victory. His second victory in a row for Alexander Bondarev from Ukraine, and in what way? It has been absolutely fantastic to follow. 1.7 seconds in front of Maciej Gledige, that was left battling all the way until the end with Mark Kastelic, Oscar Wurz and Nicolas Roos. The big loser, shall we say, of this 4-driver battle all the way down to 5th, even though he showed fantastic driving skills into this race. So way to go indeed for Nicolas Roos, who's going from 4th, his previous results, to 5th. As unfortunately for the 527, this is Tyler Robinson is going to be taken care of and brought back to the Parc Fermé for repairs. But he's one of the 3 drivers alongside Nicolas Ambiado and Philippe Gana, who didn't see a checkered flag. Philippe Gana did not take the start of this race, so Ambiado Robinson out of this race, won by Alexander Bondarev in front of Maciej Gledige, Mark Kastelic, Oscar Wurz, Nicolas Roos, Maximilian Schleimer, Tom Braken, Leon Ochai, Luca Neoschander, Darius Babayona, Matej Konic, Jaco Leitinen, Daniel Muralem, and Matej Prus.
15th, Junio Kim from Gazi Motlakar, Stefano Cagnolo, Kanaka Guzazi, Nemanja Jovanovic, and then Nemanja Jovanovic was, of course, the last one home after the retirements from Nicolas Ambiado and Tyler Jean Robinson. And then we also had Philip Garner, rather sadly, not able to start the race. That is one of 2 races that we have in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, because there is more where that came from, and there's definitely going to be some sensational battles to continue us over the course of proceedings here in the Academy Trophy. But that was 4 laps of non-stop battles for the lead in Heat B versus D. Excellent stuff. We're hoping to see more of the same in A versus C. One man who'd like to stay away from the battles and run away and hide, but he's going to have to work very hard from the 4th row of the starting grid for this one. The man who blitzed all before him at Wackersdorf in the opening round, won the won the qualifying heats, I should say, and managed to take the 10 points as a result of doing so, and then managing to take a fabulous victory in the final. He now leads the championship, but it's going to be a tough road from here. Renaud Franco talks to us about how he's feeling ahead of the finals here in Adria.
It is a really difficult championship. It's a really close battle. Everyone's pretty quick, and yeah, you just gotta drive and do your best. It is a really fast circuit with fast flowing corners. It's a really long straight and it has a lot of grip. I like to drive with a lot of grip, but some other guys like to drive with less grip, so it's a little bit balanced. I think the starts are really going to be difficult if you're starting from the outside, because if you're on the inside, you have the inside corner and you can push them wide. It is a pretty difficult track to overtake. You don't have a lot of overtake stuff, but especially on the straight you can with slipstream and like in the hard braking zones, but not a lot of overtaking points.
So Renaud Franco leading the championship coming into this second round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in a competition that has seen some amazing drivers come through over the years, and it really does provide us with some very eye-opening performances from the youngsters that come through. You've got to remember these guys are plucked from their national motorsport governing bodies and given the opportunities to shine and do a spectacular job as they come through. And there have been some absolutely phenomenal talents to come through the FIA Karting Academy Trophy over the years. Just a list of the drivers who have gone on and become household names in the world of motorsport over the years and are still building in terms of their credence. Obviously, Stan Pex represented the Netherlands back in 2012, in the same year that we saw Arjun Mayani, one of the top Indian drivers. He came through, as well as Pedro Piquet a year after that for Brazil. We've seen Martin van Leuven, of course, the Dutchman, who is now in KZ2. He came through in 2012, as did fellow KZ2 driver Paulo Besencenes, who sadly is not here this weekend. Tom Bale, karting extraordinaire, British driver. He came through as a British talent representative. George Russell was also representing Great Britain that year. And, of course, he has gone on to the world of Formula One. Esteban Ocon, he was a driver for France in the Academy Trophy in 2011. And, of course, has only just recently won his first Formula One Grand Prix. Then you have some drivers such as Dehan Darawala, the Indian driver who is now part of the Red Bull Young Gun program. Dorian Boccolacci, one of the top French drivers moving up the ladder and is now in GT racing. Marijn Kramers, world champion in karting. You have Valtonen, star driver in both direct drive and gearbox. Ben Barnicoat, who was the vice champion of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in 2011 and of course now races for McLaren. In the world of sports cars. He'll be making his Le Mans debut 10 years after his run in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. 2011 also saw the Spanish touring car driver Mikel Azcona in the mix, because he was there in 2011 and he was in the top 10 of the Academy Trophy. Charles Leclerc, of course, was a champion in that particular mix. So Charles Leclerc won the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in 2011, 10 years from now, 10 years ago. And in 2010, of course, we all very fondly remember and fondly miss the driver who was the vice champion of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in 2010, the late, great Antoine Hubert, who we all fondly miss and warmly remember. But it really does goes to show, you know, these guys who are competing on the international stage for the first time. I mean, look at the list of drivers in the alumni. Hubert, Azcona, Leclerc, Barnicoat, Valtonen, Kramers, Darawala, Ocon, Russell. You know, these guys have gone on to be incredible household names in many multiple different disciplines of motorsport. This really is a proving ground for the ultimate motorsport heroes of the future.
Yeah, proving ground indeed. The School of Karting, as it is, as we like to refer to it, but the list of names goes on and on and on for the more than a decade. The 12th season of the Academy Trophy put together by the CIK back in 2009 and 2010. So yeah, a great example of how difficult that is, of course, to enter the competition if you're lucky enough to be selected by your own federation. But being selected is one thing, and being able to shine in such a highly competitive field of youngsters is another thing, of course. And once you can get the attention brought on you, if you are lucky enough, then you can go through the ranks of karting in the junior class, first of all, in the European and maybe the World Championship, then going around the ranks in OK, and maybe all the way to the gearbox, and maybe even further through the ladder if everything goes well. But that's, of course, all that we wish to the youngsters of the Academy Trophy, wherever they come from the world, wherever in the world they come from. 6 continents represented, and it's fair to say that sometimes, and especially in the context of COVID for the past 2 season and a half, it hasn't been that easy. It wasn't easy, first of all, with the traveling and to be part of this event, but with COVID as well, it's been especially difficult for some of these youngsters to leave their own country and come all the way to Europe to compete at this level. And some of them have chosen to leave their own country, in some cases, to live in Italy or in Great Britain in order to be closer to the racing world, the true racing world being mostly from Europe, at least when it comes to karting, especially in Italy. But this is sometimes, and we've spoken about it quite on numerous occasions, but this is the school of karting, but at all levels, because that means sometimes, being away from your friends, your family, taking up a lot of challenges, and learning to grow, but sometimes faster than some of the youngsters of the same age in that particular environment of karting.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I mean, in the same way that Formula One has a very British base and representation, karting very much has an Italian base and representation. Most of the major manufacturers are based here in Italy. Tony Kart, CRG, Birolart, Energy Course. The list just goes on and on. Kart Republic, of course, has to be included in that mix. And a lot of the drivers, as you say, will leave their native lands and base themselves in Italy to be closer to the manufacturers so that they can develop their progress through the season. But what an exceptional talent we have in each of these karts over the course of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy weekend. The second weekend of the season, 44 drivers competing for only 36 spaces on the starting grid in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy final, which of course will take place tomorrow. The most successful 3 nations over the history of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, well, they are Spain, Finland and Belgium. They have been the most successful countries in providing champions. The Spanish, of course, have 2 great champions from their past. Marta Garcia, who is now racing in Formula Women. That's a completely different competition. W Series, of course, Marta Garcia races in nowadays. And Mari Boya, who is in the world of Spanish F4. The Belgians, Xavier Hansheim and Maxime Botti, who have made great careers for themselves in karting and in cars. And Jonas Lapalainen and Nicholas Tihonen, who were amongst the first Karting Academy Trophy champions. Who's it going to be this time? Well, there's another heat to find out. Federico Alrifai and Salim Hanar from Noah Montero and David Walter, from Dion Gauda and Leo Robinson, Ricardo Ianello and Renaud Frankert, Mark Dubnitsky, Leon Zelenko, Bart Harrison and Augustin Bernier.
Followed on row 7 by Jevan David and Alexander Sheklin, Caleb Garafor and Luca Fruccia, Nando Wachelbaumer and Sol de Columbres, Alberto Benitez Bajano and Ludwig Franzen, Lenny Kiefer and Emil Gedrum. 22 drivers on track, 8 laps to go through. This is the last qualifying race of the Academy Trophy for today. We're still going to have 2 more tomorrow morning on Sunday before setting up the grids. 36 drivers only attending this grid for the final, so it means that 8 of them unfortunately won't get a chance to see it through at the end of the weekend. So the tickets are, the prices are high, the tickets are golden, especially in the Academy Trophy, a bit like the racing shoes of those youngsters, and the chassis as well. Everybody has the same colors, as you can see. And here we go for the rolling start of this race. Alrifai against Anna.
So are we going to get to see a clean start straight off the bat? Nope, not this time. An additional formation lap is called, as the drivers again just a little bit too eager as they get themselves into their 2 trav lines. You've got to stay in your 2 corridors, and you cannot deviate out of them. You have to be in a good, solid formation at a constant and slow speed. That is how it is written in the regulations and in the drivers' briefings. You must approach the grid at a good order and at a constant and slow speed. Oh, contact on the formation lap. 2 karts off. One of them recovering, one of them stopped. That is their 2 of them stopped. 2 of them stopped. That is the 515 of Ludwig Franzen, and I think the other one is the 507. Is that Lenny Kiefer? Lenny Kiefer is the other one. So Franzen and Kiefer on the formation lap have clattered into each other, and that is Kiefer walking away from his kart, and the 515, a very frustrated Ludwig Franzen, is out of his as well.
Ah, such a disappointment indeed for those 2 youngsters. This is not something you want to see, especially on a formation lap like this on the second attempt. I know that sometimes tensions are high and there's the will to do well, and that can happen. We've seen that happening before, not very often, fortunately, but this time around, this is 2 drivers lost.
Well, that's one of the reasons they say do not overly excessive weaving, because that is the kind of thing that can happen as a result. They come off the final turn, and we're going to get a good start this time. Yes, we do, and we're racing to the first corner. A big start to the inside line from Federico Al-Rafai. I think Salim Hanna is actually going to get the move on the inside line to take him into turn 2, which he does. The Colombian hits the front, and Salim Hanna has led the race early doors. Federico Al-Rafai straight back on the inside, tries to go with him, but they bounce over the curb, and that is actually Noah Montero leading. I thought it was Salim Hanna, but it's not. It is the Portuguese, Noah Montero, and as they battle away for second place, they've actually given Montero some breathing space.
Yeah, that was very tight indeed. In turn number 3, it's so tight on the curb and almost coming together, but fortunately everybody is going through that opening lap quite safely, except for the 2 drivers, of course, coming together in the warm-up lap. That's unfortunate, as we said. But Noah Montero, great start indeed for the young Portuguese, the son of Thiago Montero, the former Formula 1 driver, of course. Here they come across. Let's have a look at the gaps, as we're going to have confirmation in just a moment of the good performance. Noah Montero, 0.8 of a second already on Dion Gouda, Federico Al-Rafai. These are the 2 drivers on your screen battling for second place on the way to turn number 3, where we could have seen the move happening, but Noah Montero was having none of it and closed the door, as Dion Gouda is doing right now in front of Federico Al-Rafai. 4th place for David Walter in front of Bart Harrison, followed by Ricardo Agnello. Renaud Francois is 7 in front of Mark Dubinsky. Salim Hanna is 9, and Jan van David climbing up 3 positions up to 10. So Salim Hanna actually having the worst of start and opening lap, losing 7 positions from 2nd to 9. Unfortunately for the young Colombian driver, 2nd in the standings to Renaud Francois. So quite surprisingly so far, we haven't seen the best of Salim Hanna and Renaud Francois, the contenders in Parkersdorf, still struggling to find their pace and climb through the fields. It actually gives a wide open space for other contenders to shine. Noah Montero being the first one, as well as Al-Rafai, the pole sitter in yesterday's qualifying, and Dion Gouda just behind. Watch out for the move coming up, but still, battle for 4 from further back. This is David Walter was trying his bit, but still he couldn't make it.
And that's Gouda getting into 2nd. Gouda gets into 2nd past Al-Rafai, and we've got Walter, Harrison, and Ianello all battling away for that 4th position spot. So Dion Gouda has got into 2nd place. Up to 4th now comes David Walter. Harrison up the inside, trying to get into 4th position, gets alongside. An investigation flag for Leon Zelenko elsewhere. But this is an amazing battle between Walter and Harrison as they duel away for 4th and 5th position, trying to give each other room. That is Ianenko and Dubnitsky. Dubnitsky is the one who ends up having to back down. Salim Hanna, by the way, is down into 8th position as Gouda and Al-Rafai have teamed up. The Singaporean and the Emirati battling away together as Ricardo Ianello runs there with a warning flag as well. So his part in the battle clearly getting the wrath of the stewards. But as they battle away for 4th place, David Walter and Bart Harrison still very close together. But out in front and stretching away to the tune of 1.1 seconds now is Noah Montero. When Tiago was a kid, he used to be known as Flash or Thunder. It looks as though it's striking again as here comes Harrison back on the inside to defend from Dubnitsky. Dubnitsky trying to squeeze alongside Bart Harrison. Harrison defends, but Dubnitsky gets the drop back on the inside line. Harrison keeps his foot in, and he's going to try again as they duel away for position. Harrison gets back on terms, and it's really spat out a couple of drivers through the fray. Somehow they've all been able to stay on the racetrack, pointing in the right direction. That was close.
That was close, and in the meantime, we look at Renaud Francois. He went from 7th to 5th in the meantime in the process. So beautifully made from the championship leader in front of Bart Harrison. Dubinsky fought for a second, and Salim Hanna still 8th, was able to make it through, but not quite yet.
Dubnitsky got back through there on Harrison, and it looks like Ianello got through on Salim Hanna as well. So overtaking moves from both men, and it looks as though Jan David is still battling their way again with Leon Zelenko. So some great duels all the way through this Academy Trophy field. It's hard to know which direction to look in. We're at half distance, and the only person who doesn't seem to be in any form of scrap at the moment is Noah Montero, who's just allowed the field to scrap amongst themselves as the Portuguese youngster is looking likely to take his biggest win on the international stage as Mark Dubnitsky picks up a warning flag.
Let's have a look at the gaps. 1.1 seconds still between Noah Montero and those 2 young guys. Dion Gouda and Federico Al-Rafai still battling head-to-head. Al-Rafai goes through around the inside in turn number 1.
Oh, a spin on the main straight in front of us. A spin on the main straight right in front of us. That is Alberto Benitez Pichinano. So Alberto Benitez, the young man from Paraguay, has spun right in front of our position on the home straight. Not sure what caused that, but now we've got this battle. There is Alberto Benitez, and he is very unhappy indeed. So the young Paraguayan is out of this race. The battle still going on for second position as Al Rifai desperately tries to hang on here in front of Gauda. Watch out for David Walter. He's going to split them. So Walter gets into third position. Thought he could have a run there at Al Rifai. He's not able to. Gauda gets back on terms with him. Up into third place once more. Bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on indeed. As we're getting here, checkered flag, lap 6 completed, lap number 7. As Montero has nothing to worry about. Federico Al Rifai in second for 1/10 of a second. John Gauda, David Walter. This is a great battle on your screen at the advantage at the moment of Al Rifai. But for how long? We've got David Walter charging through. Then there he goes through. Beautifully made on the inside of turn number 3. That is Dion Gauda making up a position up to second. Al Rifai is going to have to go defensive because David Walter is just very much in chase as well of the same position, but beautifully made by Gauda. And watch out because René Francoeur might actually take advantage of the position and the situation. René Francoeur, we almost forgot about him, but he's coming across just behind, chasing the 3 drivers. Can we see a late move? And there he goes through. René Francoeur.
Oh, contact! And 3 carts gone together there. Oh, that's disastrous as 3 drivers are out on the spot. And I think one of them is Bart Harrison. So that is disastrous as they continue on in their way. Bart Harrison is off the road. Jovan David picks up a warning flag. And it's Federico Al Rifai along with David Walter. So Al Rifai, the original pole sitter, along with Bart Harrison and David Walter out of the race on the penultimate lap. But this man has just cantered away. Look at the recriminations are still raging as Bart Harrison vents his anger for second place. Gauda versus Franco. They're absolutely at it as they both get very greasy in the run through as Gauda goes off the road to take second. Jumping past both of them. That's Iannello. Ricardo Iannello, the home star, has got through in a second place. They're still banging wheels. And that is a very ferocious end to the race for several drivers. But Noah Montero will take his first win on this level at an absolute dominant streak. Montero in front of Iannello, and Leon Zelenko comes out of nowhere to finish up third in front of Dion Gauda and Jovan David. Welcome back to the big show, Jovan. But Noah Montero, what a dominant win in the end. And you may think in the back of your mind that because he's the son of an F1 driver, things get handed to him on a silver plate. That is completely not the case. He works so hard, does young Noah Montero. He is a great little athlete. He does so much hard work behind the scenes. His training regime is intense as you like, and he pushes so hard to gain more from himself. This is a big moment for young Noah Montero. The confidence rise that he will get from this is unquestionable. And he totally deserves this accolade. It looks like thunder really does strike twice.
Thunderstroke indeed, but what a race once again it was from the youngsters of the Academy Trophy, battling tooth and nail until the very last corner. You know, as long as the checkered flag is not waved, a race is never finished. And the youngsters of the Academy have got that quite well. Noah Montero winner for 5 seconds on the rest of the field, battling along. Ricardo Iannello taking a second place from pretty much nowhere. We didn't see that coming. Leo Zelenko as well climbing 7th place up to 3rd in front of Dion Gauda, who thought he was on his way to a 2nd place potentially before dropping in the last 2 corners. Then we have Jovan David, a good recovery effort as well from the driver from Sri Lanka, up to 5th in front of Salim Hanna. Khalid Garafar, 8 places gained as well. 6 places collected for Alexander Skelchen, up to 8 in front of Renaud Francoeur. Lucas Flucha running up the top 10 from Leo Robinson, Augustin Bernier, Wando Wachelbaumer, Saul de Columbres in 14th place, followed by Emil Gerdrum and Mark Dubinsky, as well as David Walter, all classified despite the trouble they went through into the last lap of the race. A couple of drivers didn't see it through. Kenny Kiefer, Ludwig Franzen, Alberto Benitez Bajajano, Bart Harrison, and Federico Al Rifai. Unfortunately, the pole sitter actually who tangled with Bart Harrison as well as David Walter involved, but still he was able to see it through David Walter, unlike Al Rifai and Harrison. But what a turn of event that was, what a race, and confirmation that school of karting, that's for sure, but a school where it's really, really hard to find your place.
And the entire field was thunderstruck, as you mentioned there before. Noah Montero getting to the top spot. Absolutely epic stuff. The Karting Academy Trophy will return tomorrow for the third and final heat for each of our drivers, and that will set the grid for the final. Really excited about what the Academy Trophy can do tomorrow morning. However, now, though, you've waited patiently. It's time for the big show. KZ is back. So the battle is raging in the KZ European Championship. It's been a mighty title fight up to this point so far. From the previous race, of course, we know it's all currently going the way of Matteo Vagano, the man who had the chance to become European champion in 2019 before it was all snatched away in the first corner of the first lap of the final in his clash with Anthony Abbas at Sarno. Now he is in a good position to score some big points here in front of Paolo Ippolito. He was in the first race, a second place for the Italian. Great job for Paolo Ippolito, and great to see him take a race result he richly deserves. Andrea Kimi Antonelli on his debut, pole position in time qualifying, third across the line in his first KZ race. That is incredibly admirable from the youngest man in the field, who still has the potential to become the youngest ever karting gearbox world champion, and he will take on that race 3 weeks from now at Kristianstad, as he told us earlier in the weekend. One man, though, who is questing to become the European champion is the man who blitzed the field so beautifully in the final at Wackersdorf. Riccardo Longhi leads the championship. He was 13th in race 1, which, if he stays there, is not going to be enough to seal the deal in the European Championship. But coming into the weekend, we found out what he's feeling ahead of his biggest race weekend of his career so far.
I hope and expect a positive weekend, because I'm staying now in the top of the championship. And for me, very, very important arrive here. I hope I have a possibility to win this championship, because for me it's very, very special. Possible to arrive Sunday win the championship, but for sure the weekend is so very hard. The level is very, very high in KZ. For sure it's not easy. It's important I don't make a mistake during the weekend. I don't have very good feeling with this track, because my style is so much different than this type of the circuit. But last year I made a good result in the European Championship, because I finished on the podium. I hope this week go very well for me. I try the maximum to win the title. I think it's very difficult with these tires in this condition, with hot temperature, have a very good balance with the car, because normally in this track, especially slide very much the back in the long corner, and you need find a very good balance of the car for have a very good pace in the race. It's not very easy to overtake here with KZ, because don't have a very hard point break here. It's possible passing 2.3, but in the race, when the pace with the other driver is very similar, you need attack very aggressive for pass another driver. It's not easy. Very important. We made a very good qualifying.
Great to hear from Riccardo Longhi. I have to say, we've spoken about this a couple of times. He is such a different man coming into 2021. I mean, when he was given the role of team manager at Birla, a lot of people said, really? Riccardo Longhi, is this a sensible decision? Not only has it proved to be a sensible decision, it's actually really been the coming of age of him. He really has taken on a new presence, a new authority. He has become such a different guy. He used to be a little bit shy, a little bit closed, a little bit off distance, but now he is such a warm, friendly, laid-back individual, and his driving has actually improved as a result because he's grown up a little bit. He has really matured into somebody who could become another Faure, another Paulo Di Conto.
Yeah, he's always been in the mix, right? He's always had the pace. We know how talented Riccardo Longhi is and has been showing, in terms of performance for the many seasons now. But as you say, it seems like there's been a turning point, or something that made him change, his behavior, the way he's acting with others, and the way he's portraying himself in the karting world. It's refreshing to see, and such a lovely chap to be around and to talk to. It's always been, but as you said, always a bit off distant and shy. And it seems like that with good results, because we could have thought that with his new position of team manager of Birkelart, we could have thought that he would have actually catch his all focus and attention, and maybe his track performance would have suffered a little bit of that new position. But it's absolutely the opposite that we've seen happening. He's never been so strong and so fast while taking over and, being at the helm of one of the biggest teams in the world of karting. So that's two positions that he needs to handle. He does that beautifully so far, even though yesterday's qualifying has been absolutely disastrous for him and some of the other Birkelart drivers. So he's going to have a lot to do if he wants to keep his title hopes alive.
I mean, you've got to remember that him becoming team manager of a squad like Birkelart, that is the equivalent of asking Lewis Hamilton to take over Mercedes-AMG Petronas running duties and then look after a few of the Mercedes juniors that are racing in F2 and F3 as well. So it's an amazing task that Riccardo Longhi has been asked to take on here, and he's not only doing a fantastic job, but it's actually growing him as a competitor. He is one of the most likable guys in the paddock. You used to never really be able to get a word out of him in English either, but it's actually made him do a lot more development work. He's laid back, he's focused, he's got this new presence of mind. He's a great character, and I genuinely feel he has a magnificent future ahead of him in KZ. And he's still got, let's be fair, he's still got a good 5-6 seasons of top-level competition left in him. He could win several titles in that mix. He could win a couple of European championships. Tomorrow potentially is one of those. He could win a couple of world titles. There's still a lot left in him. But when you look at the quality of the field he's racing against, it's a real indicative of just how badly he wants this. He's got this hunger and this thirst to push his way forward. He's definitely got his work cut out for him this time, as every single one of his heats, he is starting from the penultimate row of the starting grid, 21st on the grid in his qualifying session. So that is disastrous from his point of view. Back to the front of the grid, though, for the youngest man in KZ, and certainly the youngest man in KZ for a long time, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who is about to turn 15. He turns 15 next week and could still become the youngest world champion in history. Matteo Vigano alongside him on the front row, Victor Gustafsson and Paolo Ippolito, Emilian Denner and Jeremy Iglesias, Pedro Hiltbrand and Francesco Salenta, from Adrian Renaudin, Noah Minel, Stan Pex and Johan Suger.
Followed on row number 7 by Douglas Lundberg, Simo Pohaka, Nico Tossellini, Matteo Massitani, Alex Orlando, Lorenzo Complesi, Mayan Kremers, Fabian Federer, Riccardo Longhi, Davide Faure, Yuri Pex, and Luis Speck, 24 of the best karting drivers in the world on track here in Adria. And no, you're not dreaming. You've heard the right names at the back end of the grid after yesterday's qualifying. We've been through that, but let's say that a couple of this class contenders and this year's title have had a terrible time in just the two qualifying laps that they had yesterday, with tire performance, as it seems, dropping quite heavily between one session to the other, and even between one lap to the other as a result of their trouble. But still, they're going to have to put a lot of effort together to try to recover through the field. We've seen that in the opening heat, even though 12 laps is not a lot to achieve that, especially considering the level of driving from all those drivers all together. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli has shown some incredible and impressive performance, not only in qualifying but in the race as well, because in qualifying that's one thing, racing against those very experienced drivers is another. But he showed some interesting pace at the start and throughout the race as well, being able to manage that third place.
Yeah, a lot of people essentially said that he's too young, he can't really handle this at the front in the first weekend. He'll have a reasonable weekend, but he will just gradually build his way forward. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli sits in pole position in the biggest race of his career, and my goodness me, what if he causes an upset amongst the contenders at the front end of the field, and there's a genuine chance he could still do that. His first race was good enough for third. His second race, well, who knows? Matteo Vigano alongside him got the whole shot and got into the lead. Paolo Ippolito, fourth position on the grid. Alongside him is Victor Gustafsson. Emilion Denner, the new favourite to become European champion, with Longhi down at the back end of the field. Jorrit Pex gets into position. The green flag flies at the back of the field, and we're ready to go racing in KZ for the second time today. Ready, Avanti! And it's another difficult start for Antonelli, but charging forward, Gustafsson gets into second behind his teammate Vigano, and Antonelli drops the sixth position as the two CRGs of Ippolito and round the back Iglesias charge forward. Denner has to slot into fifth position as Iglesias gets his way into fourth place. The reigning world champion charges through into fourth place as the field banters into turn 4. Is everybody going to get through? Yes, they've managed to, but it's absolutely perfect for Leclerc by Lennox. 1-2 for Vigano and Gustafsson. Game on!
Game on indeed. Here we go for the 12 laps in, and a disastrous start indeed, all the way down to 7 for Antonelli under the pressure of Adrien Renaudin, just behind the Sodica representative. But in the meantime, indeed, Vigano and Gustafsson leading the way in front of the CRG teammate. There's going to be an active battle going on, that's for sure. Watch out for the back as Federer was certainly in trouble. Here they come across. Vigano, Gustafsson, 6/10 of a second. Then we have Ippolito and Iglesias for the back battling is number 13, Stan Pex and Simo Puhaka battling for 10th place, with Puhaka, one of the contenders in this class, having so much trouble. And watch out, the 22 of Paolo Ippolito getting ahead of Victor Gustafsson side by side, almost tangling out of the track as Victor Gustafsson is dropping a place even to Ippolito and Iglesias.
I think there's big damage to the front left of the kart for Gustafsson. Antonelli's got through, Denner's getting through, and that is absolute heartbreak for Victor Gustafsson. He just got a little bit too eager as round the outside, that's Renaudin picking up the move there on Victor Gustafsson as well. So Renaudin has got through into 6th position. Terrible first couple of laps then for Gustafsson after an initial cracking start. Vigano's away and clear. Ippolito and Iglesias are 2nd and 3rd from Antonelli. Then it's Denner, Renaudin and Gustafsson from Stan Pex, as the battle really is raging. Antonelli is getting straight back on with this. He hasn't quite nailed the starts, but I tell you what, once he gets into a rhythm, he is absolute lightning as Renaudin gets his bid on Denner. Denner breaks tightly for the hairpin as up the inside, that's Stan Pex, I think, getting past Gustafsson. Hildbrand does not manage it. Francesca Salenta is trying to get through into the position instead. Simo Puhaka is next in line. Good dueling in the KZ. This race already more ferocious than the first.
Yeah, fantastic piece of racing from the KZ drivers. You feel that this is the second, but already penultimate qualifying heat before tomorrow for the KZ drivers. So there's no room for mistake whatsoever. Here they come. Let's have a look. 1.2 second. Matteo Vigano out of this world, on his planet, here in the lead of this race. Ippolito, Iglesias, Antonelli on the back of the KZ reigning world champion. Can he do something against the Frenchman as the two CRG drivers protect each other in 2nd and 3rd at the moment? Antonelli coming back, the fastest, and he goes through. Beautifully made. Antonelli overtakes Jeremy Iglesias for 3rd position.
Antonelli just got past the world champion. He is coming of age here in KZ. What a move from Antonelli. A lot of people said racecraft is very different from qualifying. Can he actually hack it? Yes, he can. He just took on the world champion and dominated him into the hairpin. So Antonelli is now in 3rd place, chasing after Paolo Ippolito. And if he can take him on, then a 2nd place finish would be fantastic for young Antonelli, who is already asserting himself in KZ in majestic fashion. Iglesias 4th place from Renaudin and Stan Pex. Denner in 7th place, not able to get the Intrepid to the same pace that we saw from him in Wackersdorf. This could be a very narrow margin by which he gets in front of Riccardo Longhi in the title fight. He needs to keep these results as high as possible. Longhi is not looking likely to get in the top 10 of these qualifying heats, which means he would score no points. Denner is only looking likely to get 3, maybe 4 at the exact most, which would tie him with Longhi in the European Championship going into tomorrow's final. And from that moment on, anything could happen.
Anything can happen, and that's what we're waiting for, of course, as neutral viewers. The competition has never been so hectic so far in the KZ class. Watch out in the middle of the pack with the 33. This is Francesca Salenta chasing Victor Gustafsson with Pedro Hildbrand further back as well. Victor Gustafsson was having a nightmare of a race after the trouble of the early stages, and you can see the number 9 is being chased by Salenta at the moment. Eminem Denner seems to be actually up for grab, and he might actually lose another position if he doesn't pay attention quite enough. The young Frenchman over there, Denner holding to 7th place, Gustafsson just behind. Then we have Salenta, Pedro Hilbrand as well, the Spaniard who lost 3 positions since the start of this race, all the way down to 10th place, I'm afraid, for Pedro, but still putting under pressure on Francesco Salenta just in front, and Noah Minel and the rest of the pack. Let's see where Orlando is. Orlando climbing 4 positions all the way up to 3rd. But at the moment, I'm afraid that neither Myron Kremer or
that's Foray. Davide Foray has gone. So the driver who has switched to the Render Motorsport team on the Birolart chassis, Davide Foray, is out. And that is Stan Pex making his move and getting past Jeremy Iglesias as well. Now, this is interesting because we have still got a long way to go this weekend. But as things currently stand, the 2 favourites to go for the European Championship now, with the way things are playing out, are the race leader, Matteo Vigano, and that man, Stan Pex. They look like they are going to be the 2 most consistent point scorers over the course of this weekend. They could threaten the top spot, and we could see a fight for the European title between Matteo Vigano and Stan Pex.
Yeah, that's quite a ton of event, isn't it, in the course of the European title. On your screen is Eminem Denner chasing Jeremy Iglesias. This is Battle of the French for 6th place. Iglesias once again losing momentum since the start of this race. Yeah, this is actually something that we saw happening as well in Wackersdorf in the opening round. After a strong start of the final, Iglesias wasn't able to keep on going and secure the results he wanted. Once again, it seems like the CRG driver, the reigning world champion, is very strong in the early stages after the start, but unable to confirm until the end. In the meantime, Stan Pex is keep on climbing. Another positions gained for Stan Pex, who went ahead, Adrien Renaudin. So Stan Pex is now in 4th place in front of Renaudin, who's keeping him within a distance. So the Frenchman can try to counter-attack maybe if he has the pace, but the pace, one who does have it, is Stan Pex indeed, climbing the field. 7 places gained since the start of the race for Stan Pex, all the way up to 4th. Can he actually try to threaten Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who still have a couple of laps remaining, but not quite, maybe enough, not a lot, that's for sure, to try to decrease the gap on Antonelli in 3rd.
Oh, a big slide on the inside from Gustafsson. He gets the move there on Emilion Denner. That's a big move from the young Swede. So Victor Gustafsson gets into position. Now I wonder if the boys at Stan Pex Motorsport have done their mathematics and figured out, you know what, Stan, you've actually got a crack at this. You could be European champion in 24 hours from now. So they are really starting to step up the attack. He's got a good chance in terms of points scored. He is 4th in the standings on 15, don't forget. And if Ricardo Longhi's having a difficult weekend, Denner's not having a fruitful one. And you've also got Alexi Orlando, who's having a dreadful weekend thus far, 13th for him. So Pex is now, along with Matteo Vigano, looking like the 2 most likely candidates to take this European title fight. Unless all hell breaks loose, Antonelli is now genuinely looking like a title contender. It's baffling how this is all taking shape. But Paolo Ippolito is still running a great race in 2nd place on the CRG. Again, putting a brilliant pressure on Vigano. He's actually got that gap down, Ippolito, to 0.4 of a second. So Ippolito could actually change the face of this weekend. If he can get past Matteo Vigano, then this will be absolutely open season.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic work by Ippolito in 2nd place. He's been flying ever since the start of the weekend, Paolo Ippolito. On your screen is Kimi Antonelli as we are in the penultimate lap of this race. Still led by Matteo Vigano, but for how long? Just 0.4 of a second, as you can see. Not only Ippolito, but also Antonelli seems to be catching up on Matteo Vigano, who's maybe, that's part of his strategy as well, to control the race and make sure that he's going to be securing what will be his victory, 2nd victory in as many heats. But we're not there yet. We still have a bit more than a lap to go before the checkered flag. Vigano, Ippolito, Antonelli, 3 candidates for the victory in this qualifying heat. Dominated so far by Matteo Vigano. Stan Pex making his way up to 4th in front of Renaudin. The 22 on your screen is Paolo Ippolito from CRG on his way to potentially his best result so far. 2nd place in the first race. 2nd place this time around, even though he's catching up on Matteo Vigano. This is the final lap with 1.2 kilometer, a bit more than that, to hold for Matteo Vigano, the number 27. The good luck number of Scuderia Ferrari in Formula 1. Can he actually bring that luck to Matteo Vigano, the Italian on home soil, in front of his fellow countrymen? Stan Pex, the fastest on track once again. What an improvement, what a statement shown by Stan Pex, but there's less than 1 lap remaining now. A couple of corners for this young man, Matteo Vigano.
I think he's done enough here. Ippolito's been pushing very hard. The gap is down to a quarter of a second. Ippolito still pushing hard just in case there's a great chance out of the final turn, but Vigano is going to be able to hold on to it. Brilliant race. Matteo Vigano from Paolo Ippolito and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. It ends as it ended in race 1, and what a day it's going to be tomorrow. We could crown a very different European champion to the one we thought we might, as up to 4th comes Stan Pex in front of Adrian Renaudin, Victor Gustafsson and Emilion Denner in 7th. There's a lot of race weekends still to go here. Denner has 30 points coming into this. 15 points has Stan Pex, so it's going to be close, but it looks like it could be a 3-man title fight between Matteo Vigano, Emilion Denner and Stan Pex heading into tomorrow. You'd be bonkers to miss the action in the 3rd KZ heat tomorrow morning.
Yeah, fantastic spectacle brought by the KZ drivers, and that's what we love about the competition. With just 2 rounds of the European Championship, we had the same last year, if you remember, with Alex Lando, winner of the opening round, Myron Kremers in the end in Genk, managing to steal the title from the Italian in what had been a fantastic return of event. That it looks like we might actually have the same sort of outcome at the end of the weekend in Adria. We're not there yet, but by the look of it, it has been a struggle for the contenders of the championship so far. Riccardo Longhi managing only a 17th place finish in this race. Here's a classification. Matteo Vigano winning for just a little tenth of a second over Paolo Ippolito. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the same top 3 as in the opening race, as you said. Stan Pex in 4th, Adrien Renaudin in 5th. Good pace shown by the Frenchman. His best results so far in front of Victor Gustafsson, Emilion Denner, Jeremy Iglesias, Francesco Salenta, Pedro Hilbrand, Noah Milal just outside of the top 10 from Simo Puhaka, Johan Sogel, Alex Irlando and Douglas Lundberg in 15.
Fabian Federer, Riccardo Longhi and Jorrit Pex all gain places, but not enough to be in that crucial top 15. Marian Kremers, Mirko Tozzolini, Matteo Massatani and Lewis Speck. Retirements from Lorenzo Camplese and Davide Foré. What an incredible race weekend this is turning out to be in KZ. But Matteo Vigano, Paolo Ippolito and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are making it an Italian triumvirate at the top end of this field, and it is absolutely exceptional how this is going to play out. There are only 3 races to go now here today, and the first of those, well, all 3 of those in fact, are going to be from the KZ2 category. So the contenders will battle again in KZ2 around this phenomenal Adria Karting Raceway circuit. It is the 3rd time that we have visited here for an FIA Karting weekend. 2016, of course, was the first appearance of this circuit on the calendar. Last year, we returned for a second outfit, which was the first meeting of the FIA Karting European Championship for the Gearbox and Academy grids. And this year, it becomes the finale for the Gearbox and, of course, the 2nd out of 3 weekends. It is a very tough circuit around here, though. 1.302 kilometers. One of the longest and certainly one of the fastest and most open of the race circuits that we have in the karting calendar. So let's talk you round it as we ride on board with the man who was fastest in time qualifying, Danilo Albanese. You come out of the final turn, you blast down the home straight, you keep the foot fairly planted through turn 1 to guide it to the inside line, a little bit of rumble strip on the exit, then you open through turn 2, but it tightens halfway round the apex. You've got to get a good balance off the card as you come into the tight turn 3, and you've got to be careful on the exit because track limits will sting you. Then into the braking zone for the hairpin, tight on entry, good early speed out of the apex of the exit will give you a good run up towards 5 as you tighten in through the right-hander, then carry the pace, keep the car nice and controlled into 6 because you can get a good exit out of there, and this is an overtaking move. Turn 7 into the square left, back out of the exit through 8 and then up to 9. You can get a middle of the road run and hug the apex as you come through, then into the left flick and that final turn. Again, a good exit out of here will give you anything between 2 to 3 tenths of a second more on the next lap.
Great onboard lap indeed from Danilo Albanese. Thank you, Jake. Through the 11 turns of the Adria Karting Raceway, 1,302 meters built in 2014, and 3 times that the FIA Karting competition has come to this track in the beautiful region of Venetia, not far from Venice, actually. That needs no introduction at all, as much as this track that has seen quite a lot of international competitions over the years. FIA Karting on 3 occasions, 2016, 2020, and this time around for the conclusion of the European Championship of the gearbox class, as well as the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. So quite a lot of challenges to tackle on this lap, as you have seen with the onboard, and a lot of very high curbs, as we mentioned, throughout the weekend, and some very difficult racing lines to keep up.
Yeah, it's quickly becoming a driver's favourite, which is nice to see. You know, this is the 3rd time we visited here as part of the FIA Karting Championship, and a lot of drivers really praise this place. It has already a lot of great action behind it, a good reputation. The car circuit right alongside it has obviously held some very prestigious events as well. I actually managed to walk the circuit, the main car circuit last night, because I was intriguing to see what the difference in layout was compared to the old circuit that used to run everything from DTM to national motorcycle racing. And I have to say, I was quite baffled by what I saw. The new extension, it's a lot of fast straights combined with several short and very tight hairpins. But once you get onto the back of the circuit, it's almost like an Italian Mount Panorama. It feels a bit Bathurst-ish on the far side of the course. So that'll be interesting to see when the likes of FIA WTCR go racing there in the future. Unfortunately, due to logistical issues, they had to postpone it for this year. Hopefully, it'll return in 2022. But certainly in the karting scene, this place has already given us plenty of great races, continues to do so. We had some very dramatic racing here last year to open up the taps of the Karting Academy Trophy. And of course, we saw the American driver Connor Zilic take his first of 2 wins in the Karting Academy Trophy here last year. And we saw some great battles throughout the course of the weekend in KZ2 and KZ. It was Victor Gustafsson's dominant display in KZ2 that has now, of course, put him up the ranks and put him up the order. And then, of course, we saw Alexei Lando taking a fantastic performance last year in Birilat that really set the tone for his European title fight. Unfortunately, it didn't go his way in the end, but we certainly had an epic performance from him in the 2020 season nonetheless. But what a sensational performance it was there. And really indicative of the kind of performances that we can see around this place. A lot of great action. Last year, of course, we could well have seen a great performance as well from Matteo Vigano. He had a great opportunity to become a European title winner on the main stage last year, and it just didn't quite go according to plan in the end. He couldn't get the victory he wanted after an unfortunate mechanical failure. So that was what held him back. But this year in KZ, he's definitely put on a good enough show to be considered a title contender. Now it's up to the KZ2s. And can Giuseppe Palomba continue his winning streak into the evening? Giacomo Pellini alongside him. He'll want to take a win away. Hubert Petit and Kaya Sixnelis, Lorenzo Traversanuto and Jorge Pescador. From Marco Torman, Jakob Kadicak, Moritz Ebner, Francesco Iacovacci, Marcus Funda, Chris Harnan, Christian Abulin and Gabriel Bizzazero.
Then we have Nicola Bartolini, Jens Civiccio, Giuseppe Fosco, Rasmus Janssen, Jean Nomblo, Francesco Leone, Christian Gaffulli, Jacopo Gic, Angelo Lombardo, Karl Lukawensky, Thomas Geres, Muriel Mention, and Jesper Westerholm. Total of 27 drivers onto the track. This is one of the last races that we're going to have today in the KZ2 class. We're going to have 2 more after that, with a total of 12 laps to go through. Giuseppe Palomba starting on the front row, Giacomo Polini by his side. This is going to be a great lineup and a great duel and a great duet, of course. Giacomo Polini, the 3rd in the provisional classification as we speak, with 2 points. Giacomo Polini, 2 wins and a 2nd place. The pole sitter in this race, Giuseppe Palomba, leader at this stage of the 2nd place for Giuseppe Palomba. The winner, the leader, provisional leader of the classification is none other than Danilo Albanese, who's we've seen the onboard lap just before. But Giuseppe Palomba has 3 wins in the bag. So will it be a 4th one for Palomba? Giacomo Polini will be certainly willing to prevent that from happening. So great front starting row. Hubert Petit and Kaya Sixten is just behind. Here we go, with the drivers coming back onto the fast straight of the start and finish. Under the orders of the officials, you can see some of the drivers sliding around, trying to get the tires up to temperatures. Very important to get them in the ideal window of functioning, and you might have noticed, of course, this is part of the gearbox classes races, that the drivers just before the start tend to roll the tires not to make them stick to the very heated tarmac. Other than that, everybody seems to be ready. In just a few moments, we're going to be good to go.
Pellini wants to get to the start here over Giuseppe Palomba. We'll see who gets the whole shot. Away we go, and it's a good start from Palomba. Pellini's trying to get it through to the inside line. Can't get there, so he has to hang back in second place. But this will be the toughest fight that Giuseppe Palomba has had all weekend, as Giacomo Pellini really wants to get past him nice and early. Third position, a great start from the 309 of Hubert Petit, who runs there in third ahead of KZ2 Nellis as they run through on the opening tour. Oh, a bit of a problem for Kadicak. Kadicak just tripped over the curbs there, and that's held him up. He almost got run into there by Francesco Iacovacci, who's made a terrific start, I have to say. He's already made up a couple of places and is trying to charge through into the hardcore end of the top 10. So some good battles, some great racecraft, but up in front, it's Palomba versus Pellini, and I can't tell you which way this is going to go between the two.
And we're going to have 12 laps to decide and to see what's going to happen. The battle is on. Palomba, Pellini, Hubert Petit as a referee in that battle for the win, certainly, but he's going to try to get himself into the mix as well. 2 tenths, less than that between the leaders. Then we have Petit, 6 Nellis putting the pressure as well from 4th place. 5th place for Jorge Pescador, the young Spaniard. Chris Hannon following in 6th. 6th place is gaining 1 lap for Chris Hannon, one of the youngest drivers onto the grid in front of Jakub Kadicak. Francesco Iacovacci is as well making his way up to 8th in front of Torman, and Trav Zanotto, not the best start for Trav Zanotto, dropping from 5th to 10th, unfortunately, for the 2-time OK World Champion. In the meantime, the battle is raging as well for third. Watch for KZ2 Nellis from the Energy Corse Racing team. He's going to try to do something on Hubert Petit, that's for sure. We're only getting started into this race, but some of the drivers out there need the points. They need to finish their day on a high note, and this is here that the tension is certainly at its highest.
And watch out for Chris Harnan too in P6 in there behind Jorge Pescador, not the least because he is the only Tony Kart driver in the top 6, but he's easy to spot because he has that Kaz Havercourt lean that he has in the kart, where he leans the opposing direction to the way the kart is turning to correct the center of gravity in the kart to give you more traction out of the turns. He was the man who really became the architect of that particular stance a couple of seasons ago, and now quite a few drivers have adopted it. So this is going to be an interesting run from Palomba in front of Pellini, but he's not getting away yet. He hasn't really opened up the taps just yet. Now he's going to try and stretch away from Pellini in the hope that the CRG driver, who already has a couple of wins under his belt, is not going to be able to take the win away from him. But Palomba, once he gets into the lead of these heats, we know how fast he can be. The problem from his point of view is that Giacomo Pellini, with the NGM Motorsport team on the CRG, has been lightning around this place, and it is only one heat that he has not been able to win so far. He could be the one to stop Palomba in his tracks of getting the clean sweep.
Yeah, it's a great performance indeed from Giacomo Pellini ever since the weekend started. Lorenzo Travisanito responding to his hard start of a race with the fastest lap in 49.2. He's still driving at the moment in 8th place.
A spin in front of us, sorry, a spin in front of us. That's Francesco Leone. Francesco Leone spins in front of us down in the tail end of the field and has managed to recover before they get back to turn 4. A big spin. I think he just caught the curbs on the exit of 3, spun the kart and has managed to keep going. So back to that charge up at the front. Petit versus 6 Nellis. 6 Nellis already starting to look hungry for third.
I wanted to say as well that Giacomo Pellini in 2nd place knows the troubles of his main rival, Senna Van Walstein, so far, who hasn't been able to win in his previous races. Van Walstein, the leader of the classification, coming to Adria. Pellini is just a couple of points behind, but with so many wins and such a good run of his, maybe the chances are now wide open again for the title chase for Giacomo Pellini in 2nd. We're not there yet. We made the calculations, the final ones at the end of the day, especially tomorrow after the last qualifying heat, but it's starting to smell pretty good for Giacomo Pellini.
Harnan gets the move on Pescador, so Chris Harnan nails the maneuver. You can see again he leans his helmet to the opposing direction where the kart is moving, and that again is just to correct the center of gravity to give him a little bit more traction off the curb. It is a very difficult stance to hold because the kart wants to take you in the direction it takes you, so you have to try and force your body to do the opposite to where the kart wants to carry you. Oh, slow kart. I wonder if that is the
381.
It is the 381. So is that the kart that already spun around? No, that's Bartolini. So that's Nicola Bartolini making his way back to the pits. Unfortunate there for Nicola Bartolini. I think he's lost something off the kart there as well. So the Modena driver, unfortunately, out of this race. That is a big disappointment for him. He was rather hoping for a consistent run all through the weekend. Palomba and Bellini, still they are trading sector times. Nothing between these two in terms of pace. One of them is going to have to break the deadlock. Is Palomba going to disappear, or is Bellini going to rain down on the parade?
You know, if I were Giacomo Polini, you know, I would, of course, need to wait for the right moment to make my move. Just 0.2 of a second, a bit more now, or just a bit less than 0.2 of a second. The pressure is on. Giacomo Polini had a better lap, and now the pressure is on the leader. Can Palomba shut the door quite enough in all the turns to prevent an overtaking from happening? But Polini knows that still, with 1 second down, Hubert Petit and KZ2 are not that far behind, so he needs to secure that win. If he wants to do so, he needs to pass Giuseppe Palomba, who's going to do everything that he has in his pocket to go defensive and secure that potentially victory for him. Jean Aublot, the fastest on track, the Frenchman, in 48.9. Where is he, Jean Aublot, at the moment? Further back in the classification is 13 at the moment, with 6 positions gained for Aublot. So a good run for him, even though the qualifying of yesterday didn't go his way. But at the moment, KZ2 as well is chasing Hubert Petit in third. Good battle coming up as well. Further back we have Chris Hannon being harassed by Giorgio Pescador, himself being chased by Travis Anuto. So there's battles all throughout the top 10.
Oh, and that is Marco Torman. Marco Torman, he looks like he's got a puncture, or certainly there's been contact and he's got a damaged rear axle. So Marco Torman, it's all over for him in this heat. That is devastating bad news for him, as well as Jenny Savico on the Alonso kart. For DPK Racing has gone fastest, and that is a great bit of progress for them. Let's not forget that the Alonso kart DPK Racing team are not experienced in the gearbox ranks at all. This is really their first adventure into that universe. So now look at Bellini. He's absolutely storming all over the back of Palomba. He's really good in the third sector. That's where he's able to gain some time. Hubert Petit, third position. Sixnellis is fourth. Harnan is fifth. And up to sixth now comes Lorenzo Travasanuto, the 2019 and 2018 world champion in the direct drive categories of karting. But now Palomba and Bellini still battling away for KZ2 on, as Palomba just controlling that line on the inside. He just parks the car in the middle of the road. He can't go left, he can't go right, Bellini. He's got to hope that Palomba makes a mistake somewhere and gives him an opening. Bellini, if he wants this win from Palomba, and he knows he's got to beat him to stand a better chance of getting ahead of him on the starting grid for the final tomorrow, he's got to try and make a play here, as Bellini just goes a little bit tighter to the apex at turn 9. That's not enough to get on terms with Palomba. 3 laps to go. Bellini's really got to go for this.
Giacomo Polini coming to Adria in second place in the standings. Giuseppe Palomba third in last year's race on this very track. So both very competitive from one season to the other, battling for the win in this qualifying race. And watch out for Travis Anuto going around the inside of Chris Hannon. Beautifully made from Travis Anuto, who's saying to his opponent, let's not fight just right now, let's try to catch up, because Sixnellis is not far just ahead of us. But Travis Anuto making his way up to 5th in front of Chris Hannon. Giorgio Pescador just behind in 7th place. Then we have further back in the rest of the classification, Kajak in 8th, Jacobacci in 9th, and Moritz Ebner running at the top 10. The top 10 is still led by those two men on your screen. Palomba, Polini, in what order will they cross the finish line in just over 2 laps now? The Birla driver leading the way, less than 2 laps, a couple of meters in front of his fellow countryman. Giacomo Polini is keeping a close watch on Palomba. But when can he actually make the move? It's going to be very tight indeed, but all the doors seems to be shut. Can he go aggressive? Can he go even more aggressive than he wants to be? But Polini needs that win as much as Palomba. But this is certainly a very tight battle, but very fair indeed. But you can see, you can feel how high the level is and how similar in terms of space those two are.
I love gearbox racing at this level. It really is Grand Prix racing without the $1 million budget. This is so tight between Palomba and Bellini. Bellini so good out of turn 9, but he can't quite get the traction out of the bend to then pull one over on Palomba. Into the final lap they go, and this is all about Palomba just keeping the racing line for the last lap. Bellini is in a difficult position. He needs to pass Palomba to stand a better chance of a decent grid position for the final tomorrow. But he's in a privileged position here. He's doing better consistently over the weekend than Senna van Waalstein. While he needs to make the overtake on Palomba, he cannot afford to get into an accident with the Italian in front of him. He needs to be as consistent as he can, while Van Waalstein isn't winning races the same amount as Bellini is. So he's got to be measured. He's got to be calm. He's got to be focused. So second place may just have to do. He gets close to Giuseppe Palomba. Very close again on the exit, but it's not going to be enough. Polini is still looking at third in the rankings behind Giuseppe Palomba, who crucially remains unbeaten heading into the evening session. Giuseppe Palomba pushed all the way by Giacomo Polini, but Polini was thinking about the long game as well. He can't afford to just banzai up the inside of Palomba and hope that it sticks. He's got to know it's going to work. Otherwise, if those two clattered into each other, it would have been disastrous for both. And nice to see there the sportsmanship between Palomba and Polini as they come through. Thumbs up between the two. Rival teams, rival chassis, but the sportsmanship still ever present in FIA karting.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see indeed, as much as a result for Giuseppe Palomba. It's been a long day for everybody. Giuseppe Palomba's side, a fourth consecutive victory for the Birla driver, through wins and a second place for Giacomo Polini. The battle will be tight with Danilo Albanese as well in the mix in this KZ2 classification. But more than ever, Giuseppe Palomba is the man to watch. He's been unbeatable and has been handling the pressure quite beautifully in front of Giacomo Polini, who tried everything that he had, but still it wasn't enough for 0.3 of a second on the checkered flag. So here's your classification. Palomba in front of Polini, Hubert Petit running in the top 3 in front of K6 Nellis for 0.3 of a second. Then we have Travis Zanotto, a top 5, similar to what the top 5 was at the start of this race. It doesn't happen quite often. Chris Hannon, 6th place, actually climbing 6th position as well into this field in front of Giorgio Pescador. Jakub Kadijak is 8th in front of Francesco Iacovacci, followed by Moritz Ebner. Jenny Civico climbing 5th place up to 11. 7 places recovered for Jean Nomblot up to 12 in front of Christian Abenin, Markus Flucha, Funda Rasmus Janssen, Giuseppe Fusco, Karl Lukawensky in 17th place, followed by Jesper Westerholm, Angelo Lombardo, Christian Gaffuri, Jacopo Cic, Francesco Leone, Gabriel Bizzarreno, and Thomas Guedes. 3 drivers missing, as we have Minash Machian, Nicola Bartolini, and Marco Tormen, unfortunately not seeing the checkered flag at the end of this race. So 2 more qualifying hits coming up, as once again for the KZ2, as we're going to take a short break.
Yes, indeed. We will hear from one of the other title contenders in this field who's really struggled so far over the course of the weekend. But after his brilliant performance on home soil at Wackersdorf, we had to catch up with the young German sensation who's been very strong over the last couple of seasons in KZ2. And we feel that it isn't going to be long before he's fighting for the European Championship at all. For the SRP racing team on the Maranello chassis, we caught up with David Trevelov.
Yeah, it's a very fast track. It will probably change during the weekend. It will also have more grip from now. And yeah, I think we are good to find the setup, the right setup. Yeah, it's pretty difficult, but I think my team does a nice job. Yeah, I think we are fast now. We have good pace. I prefer to have more grip in the front. I don't know what other drivers think, or I just love it like this. So I think every driver has his own setup, and yeah, you can't copy my setup, so and you will be fast if you copy it. Yeah, it's important to have good result in both races. I think the result in Wackersdorf wasn't that bad, so I can still fight for the championship lead. And yeah, I just need to have a bit luck, and then it will be well. Yeah, the hot is also a problem, I think, for all the drivers. Not a problem, just not that comfortable to drive in the hot. But yeah, I think everyone will do it right. Everybody go to the fitness and will be good.
Great to hear from David Trevelov. I really do feel it's a question of when he fights for the European title in KZ2 rather than if. He's definitely starting to gain massive traction now, David Trevelov. It's not been the greatest of weekends for him thus far, but he's made the best of a bad situation. A 9th and 2 10th places. He's always been able to get himself out of a difficult position and fight his way forward. Qualifying did not go his way, and he's had to start every race from the 6th row of the starting grid. So he's done the best of what he can cope with. You can see there on the screens, 37 degrees Celsius air temperature. You can expect that the track surface temperature is going to be in the low to mid 60s at this point. So that's definitely going to take its toll on the tyres. And that's another interesting factor that these guys have had to develop and work with over the course of the weekend. It is the hottest weekend of the season in terms of the FIA Karting European Championship for Gearbox. Definitely even hotter than it was at Wackersdorf, and it was pretty piping hot then. So it's going to be very difficult for the drivers to finish this one off without more incidents occurring. David Trevelov, one of the factors in this one, but from the front end of the field, Senna van Waalstein, 2 seconds and a third. He's definitely starting to feel some pressure now.
Yeah, especially since his closest rival in the course of the title, Giacomo Paolini, keeps on scoring wins and second position, 2 wins and 2 second place for Paolini, who was second coming to this event in the provisional standings. And for Senna van Waalstein, indeed, after such a dominant performance in Wackersdorf, he hasn't been able quite yet to take the win he needs, but he's going to have another opportunity coming up in just a few moments for the DNF qualifying heat, another one tomorrow morning, but that's about it. And he knows ever since the start of the weekend, he's been collecting quite strong results with 2 seconds and a third, as you said. But, knowing Senna as we do is not quite enough in his head to be entirely comfortable coming to tomorrow's final. But even though qualifying heat is one thing, but if you can manage to get out of your qualifying races in a good shape with quite a good amount of points and a strong starting position, everything's still possible and wide open. And we know how open it can be in the KZ2 class. So the final is one thing, sometimes quite different from the run of heats that we've seen before. And it's not the first time that we might see actually a complete turn of event in the final race.
I mean, let's not forget that in the last 3 championship seasons of KZ2 in the European Championship, you look at 2018, Adrien Renaudin, 2019, Emil Scaras, 2020, Victor Gustafsson. They all dominated the opening weekend of the season, and it then became about what they did with that second weekend. They just had to stay consistent, stay close to the front end of the field, score as many points as physically possible, and just keep the focus. And all 3 drivers won that championship in a very similar stance. And even if you look back, even further back through the years in KZ2, if you look back to Leon Köhler, Fabian Federer, Joel Johansson, Andrea Dale, Emil Antonsen, Simis Judversis, one of the most talented Lithuanians ever to come into motorsport. All these guys have had to balance that mix of a great weekend followed by a tricky one. But it's how you adapt to the situations around you. It's about how you come into each race and how you cope with the pressure. One thing he's definitely going to have in this race now is massive pressure from Jamie Day and Lawrence Van Hopen. Those 2 youngsters that have come into the KZ2 squad at Leclerc by Lennox Racing made the switch from direct drive. They are 2nd and 4th on the grid. And the man right behind Senna van Waalstein is going to give him a hard time too, Juho Valtonen. So that's definitely going to be some interesting factors for Van Waalstein to cope with as they head out onto the circuit. This is the penultimate race of the day, and it's Senna van Waalstein and Jamie Day on the front row from Juho Valtonen and Lawrence Van Hopen, Adrian Janicki and David Lewinsky from Daniel Vazil, Natalia Balbo, Thomas Imborg, Alessio Piccini, David Trevelov, Giorgio Carrara, Alessio Baldi and Jacob Bergmeister.
Followed on row number 8 by Tim Trogger, James Wharton, Kaspar Kalasma, Robert Kindervater, Andre Walter, Jan Bednar, Victor Oberg, Jesper Soberg, Matthias Torrigiani, Joseph Knopp, Lucas Rebock, and Damien Valard. 26 of them onto the track, 12 laps once again, as Senna van Waalstein will be chasing what could be his first victory this weekend. Alongside him, he's got 1 victory in this bag as well. Jamie Day, 6th and 4th for the young driver by his side from Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Juho Valtonen and Lawrence Van Hopen alongside each other on row number 2nd. Juho Valtonen, who has been climbing the field as much as he could after DNF unfortunately to lose a side pod. The 3rd and the 4th as best result for Juho Valtonen. The 4th and the 3rd as well for Lawrence Van Hopen, who is yet to win a qualifying heat so far, the young driver from the Netherlands. But watch out as well for what David Lewinsky can achieve into this race. Even though he had a 10th place finish coming up to this event, he had a 2nd and a 3rd as best result so far. David Lewinsky. It's fair to say that Natalia Balbo has been quite consistent as well, with a 7 and an 8 so far in her first 2 races, a 15 just before this one, so plenty of space to improve.
So now we're going to have Van Waalstein on one side of the grid. To the left, Jamie Day to the right as you are looking at it on your screens. Both drivers have already taken a race win so far. It's going to be interesting to see if either of them can get the job done so far. In fact, Senna van Waalstein has yet to take a win. I do apologise. Jamie Day has done so. It's going to be very tight from the start. Who's going to get the jump? Let's find out. Oh, barely a start at all for Jamie Day. He cruises over the line and he is down at the back end of the field. Heartbreak for the young man from Dubai. He is down at the back, but Valtonen launches through in a second behind Senna van Waalstein and up into third place. That is one of the Birol Arts. Now, I'm not sure if that's the factory entrant, the 339, I think that is. That's David Lewinsky. So Lewinsky is there in third position as the field congests through the hairpin. Everybody's got through A-OK by the look of it. In fourth position there, I think that is the fast-starting Alessio Piccini who has come forward and is now up into fourth position. Another title contender hoping to work his way forward. But this is a biggest opportunity of the weekend now for Senna van Waalstein. He leads the race. He needs to stay there.
Yeah, what a great start from Van Waalstein, and what a disastrous turn of event for Jamie Day. Unfortunately, just in front of a cabine, he couldn't actually get going with his car and tumbled down all the way back to the order. Van Waalstein, Jo Valtonen, 3/10 of a second into turn number 1. Then David Lewinsky, the representative of Renda Motorsport, just in front of Alessio Piccini, is a teammate from the Birol Factory satellite team. Then we have Daniel Vasile in 5th place. Lorenz Van Hoopen dropping to 6 in front of Adrian Janitsky. Attila Balbo still in 8. Thomas Inbourg is 9. And David Trefilov in 10th position. Watch out for the move coming up. No, not just quite yet. Alessio Piccini just came
on
close.
the inside of Valtonen.
There he goes into second place. And Valtonen dropping 2 places in the process.
Perfect for Senna van Waalstein. Terrible bad luck for Juho Valtonen as Lewinsky and Piccini both get past the flying Finn. So now they're there in second and third position as they come onto the home straight once more. Valtonen down to fourth as Vasile runs in front of Van Hoopen, Janitsky, Balbo, Inbourg, Trefilov, Carrara, Wharton. A little bit of a look on the inside there from Piccini to get past Lewinsky. Now I wonder if he's going to be able to get through in a second place and assert himself in this little gaggle. Well, they were a little bit clumsy getting over the turn 3 curbs, so that's going to hold up Piccini a little further. This is heaven sent for Senna van Waalstein. If Piccini can have a go at Lewinsky, that's going to give him a surefire victory as parking the bus. Laurens Van Hoopen, having now got past Vasile, is just holding him at bay. The Dutchman now into 5th position, and up to 7th now has come Adrian Janitsky in front of Natalia Balbo once again, with Carrara battling away with Inbourg and Trefilov as they are all questing after top 10 finishes. But watch out for Piccini. He's really hunting down Lewinsky into turn 2. He may well make his play, and there's not going to be a lot Lewinsky can do about it if he gets the inside line, which he tries. And Lewinsky shuts the door on him at exactly the right moment to counter-attack. Piccini is now going to try again. A bit of a wide berth from Lewinsky over the curbs. Piccini will challenge and gets through and slices the apex perfectly.
How tight was that gap? But even though Piccini just went for the move, beautifully made from Alessio Piccini, going ahead a position. So same chassis, different teams, Birol against Renda Motorsport. But even though it was clean and beautifully made there certainly for Alessio Piccini, but he just went through that tiny bit of a gap left by David Lewinsky. He's going to have to go defensive because Juho Valtonen wants to recover as much as he can in this race after dropping 2 positions in just 1 corner. We're not there yet, 5 laps in, as Senna van Waalstein keeps on increasing his gap, 1.1 second at this point. Piccini second, Lewinsky is third, Valtonen is 4th. Then further back we have indeed Lorenz Van Hoopen making his way up, Adrian Janitsky in 6th, Vasile, Balbo, Inbourg and Carrara. Your top 10, and watch out for the move around the inside of the 354. This is Thomas Inbourg going ahead of Natalia Balbo. Nothing much she could do about it. Natalia Balbo, unfortunately, dropping a position to Thomas Inbourg from the CPB Sport team.
Yes, unfortunately, Natalia Balbo having to concede, but Thomas Inbourg really starting to rise forward now for the CPB Sport team. I'm sure that Paul Bizalion and the entirety of the CPB Sport team will be very happy with the progress that Inbourg is making in this one. It's going to be not long at all before there's several drivers to join Senna van Waalstein at the front end of the pace. And how big a moment would it be if the CPB Sport squad team could finish the job here in the European Championship. They've never won a European Championship. They've won a Super Cup, of course, because they did that with Emilion Denner in 2019, but there is still a chance they can win a European Championship, and it would be wonderful for them to claim it with their young charge, Senna van Walstein, but there is a long way still to go. Laurens van Hopen, having got into 5th place, is now setting fast laps, as there we see a battle further back in the pack. Now that is Trevelov, I think, having fallen to 10th position. As up the inside, that's Carrara getting past James Wharton. So Carrara gets the move there. The Argentine passes the Australian as they run onto the main straight now, and you can see in the background the Lenzo Kart chassis, the Lenzo Kart team, I should say, running the Luxor chassis, has got their way further forward. So an excellent run so far, but Senna van Walstein is now a second clear of Pacini, who is a further 4/10 clear of Lewinsky. It's all looking pretty solid there. Quite word for Adrian Janicki. He is there in 6th position, about a second back from Van Hopen, but fair play to Janicki. He's kept himself in the hunt in this one. He's not one of the bigger names in KZ2 yet, but the pole has definitely taken some names out there.
Laurens van Hopen in the meantime putting the pressure on Jo Valtanen on your picture. Valtanen is going to try to do everything that he can, the Finn, to make his position alive.
Oh,
376 is out of
that's
this
Rybak.
race.
That's Rybak again.
Rybak indeed. And it's going to be end of the race. Quite an original racing suit this is, with the pink and red colors on it. But it didn't bring any luck, unfortunately, to his driver. Luka Rybak out of this race, I'm afraid. So we're about to conclude lap number 8 out of 12. Senna van Walstein nowhere to be seen from the rest of the field, with up to a second advantage on Alessio Piccini. On your screen is Jo Valtanen. He keeps on defending against Laurens van Hopen. Van Hopen sees the opportunity. He needs to keep on going and score as many points as he can, because he is in contention for the title against Senna van Walstein and some of the drivers involved as well in the mix, involving as well Giacomo Polini, Leonardo Massiglia, some of the names, of course, that competed at the most at the forefront in Wackersdorf. But Van Walstein on his way to potentially, it could be his first victory of the weekend, with, I was going to say, nothing to worry about behind, but the gap keeps on increasing, actually. It was more than 1 second a couple of laps ago. It just decreased to 7/10 of a second. So by the look of it, it seems to be that Alessio Piccini is gaining on Senna van Walstein. Fastest lap for Alessio Piccini, 48.7, and a 49 for Senna van Walstein. So there's your answer. With Senna van Walstein dropping a bit of tense at the moment. Is it part of his strategy? Does it actually lift off a little bit of the throttle to, save his energy all the way to the checkered flag? Or actually, is he in the real trouble from Alessio Piccini? 7/10 off on your picture, 3:54. This is further back. This is Thomas Imburg in a great battle over there with Adrian Jenkin, and David Vasile is not far behind in 8th place.
No, indeed. Daniel Vasile is working hard here to try and get past Thomas Imburg. A little further up, this is Lewinsky trying to shake off Juha Valtanen, but they're all gaining a little bit on Senna van Walstein, who is just pushing as hard as he needs to, not as hard as he has to. And he's just taking a little bit of control of this gap at the moment. Piccini is flying, but Van Walstein is not pushing any harder than he needs to at this point. He's just got to control his position. Even if Piccini catches him, he can just be strong and hold that inside line and keep it nice and secure as he just takes it one corner at a time. He doesn't need to rush this at all. There is David Lewinsky, one of the stars of this weekend so far. Really has become a bit of a name to watch over the course of this weekend, and Lewinsky definitely with a big future if he can continue putting in performances like this, and a name that's definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. There's Alessio Piccini, still hoping to carry the honours of the Birol Art Factory team as he pushes forward. His teammate Giuseppe Palomba, of course, is unbeaten so far this weekend, but Piccini is saving his European title attack. He will want to get past Senna van Walstein more than anything, but as far as the Dutchman is concerned, he just needs to stay on point. Piccini has got to do all the hard work here. Van Walstein is 7/10 of a second clear. He's not breaking a sweat. Piccini is sweating buckets of adrenaline out there.
Yeah, like pretty much everybody here on track, sweating a lot, witnessing this great piece of action, as well as the drivers on track. But we're going to get into the last lap. 3:52 on your picture. It's going to be maybe too short of a time. Watching over his shoulder still, Senna van Walstein, half of a second. This is the shortest the gap has ever been into this race. Final lap, a bit more than 1 kilometer, 1.3 kilometer to hold on for Senna van Westheyn on his way to his first victory this weekend. That will certainly give him a good boost of confidence after a very, let's say, a more difficult start than he expected to his weekend. Fastest lap once again for Juho Valtanen, 0.5 of a second. This might be enough for Senna van Westheyn in front of Alessio Piccini and David Lewinski. Valtanen coming close to David Lewinski for third place with another fastest lap in the bag, but I think that time is running out for the Finn.
It's a brilliant performance here from Senna van Westheyn, the new two-face of the grid, as we mentioned before, that double-edged helmet design. It's going to come through out of the final turn. Senna van Westheyn picks up a crucial victory in his European Championship lead defence. And there really is two sides to Senna van Westheyn. You can see it here out of the car. He is one of the most charming, amiable and friendly characters. But when you put him behind the wheel, he is a magic lamp whose genie is burning to be let out. And what a performance, what magic he has produced in this heat to transform his weekend. He's been steady and consistent in that top three, but he's never really looked like a winner until that race. And now Senna van Westheyn can consolidate on that heading into tomorrow. He's looking good for a top 5 start in the final, and he won't even need to win the final tomorrow. He just needs to stay within that top 5, and he could become European Champion 2021.
Absolutely, it's about consistency, it's about calculations as well, and being aware of what you need to achieve at the end of this weekend. And Senna van Westheyn and everybody at CPB Sports certainly has made the calculations already, and they know what they have to deal with and what they need to achieve in order to score enough points and make their way to the final in safe mode. So 12 laps in, and the victory, the first one this weekend for Senna van Westheyn. Alessio Piccini in second in front of David Lewinski, followed by Juho Valtanen, Lawrence van Open, Adrian Janicki, Thomas Imburg in 7 from Daniel Vasile, David Trefilov, James Wharton, Tim Troger, Giorgio Carrera, Jasper Solberg, Jacob Bergermeister and Jimmy Day, all the way down to 15th place, even though he was able to climb from the back end of the grid after a disastrous start, but still not a race to remember for him.
No, indeed. Robert Kindervater, Jan Bednar and Andre Walter next up. Then Natalia Balbo, who slipped all the way to 19th after a difficult heat for her. Kasper Kalasma, Joseph Knopp and Matthias Torrigiani ahead of Damian Valler. Just the 2 retirements in the end, Lucas Rehbock and Victor Oberg. One non-starter, Alessio Baldi on the Intrepid. Not good news. I wonder if there was a mechanical problem still hung over from the 3rd heat, because there was certainly no exclusion that I was aware of. So Alessio Baldi in difficulties that are making him unable to continue racing, certainly for the time being. Hopefully they'll be able to get it together again in time for tomorrow's final 2 heats. Final heat, I should say, sorry, because they only get 1 tomorrow morning. So it's going to be an interesting battle heading into the final heat tomorrow, but there is one more race today, and that is for KZ2 in qualifying heat for groups A versus C. One man who is fighting his craft in KZ2 for the very first time, having previously been in the OK category world, another of the drivers to have switched, is the young man from South Korea who we wanted to catch up with, who represented his country in the Academy Trophy a couple of seasons ago. We caught up with Warren Kim.
I feel really confident for this weekend. I know we lacked a lot of pace during the few testings we had in KZ. For me, this week will be like a learning experience for me, trying to adapt the new gearing system and yeah, just enjoy the whole weekend. I did a couple, like 3 or 4 races here in Adria, so I feel really confident with the track. But every day I try to improve each of my driving every time. For me, Adria is a really tight track, so it's going to be really challenging especially for the KZ. So yeah, I just want to, each practice session, each lap I do, I want to try to practice on the overtaking skills and trying to master all the gearing system, and yeah. It's really difficult for me, especially with the different track, different category, and different team as well. So yeah, I just want to try all my best I can do this weekend and hopefully have a good result.
Developing from the world of Grand Prix racing in his home country, of course, when he was a youngster from 2010 to 2013. Warren Kim, inspired by the Formula One stars that came to his home nation when he was a youngster and working his way through the karting echelons. He could well be the first young man from his country to represent the South Korea on that international paddock one day. But he's certainly doing things by halves. Again, following that same trend that if you want to get to the top of motor racing, you got to go gearbox. So many drivers are going down that path now. It used to be one of those things that you would do as a niche if you couldn't quite get into the top flight of motor racing. Now more and more drivers are seeing that actually it's the way to make your career more spectacular.
Definitely, as Max Verstappen said himself, there's no way you can get yourself into single-seater before at least one season in gearbox class to learn your craft and make yourself a better driver. So if that's the way to go, and if so many drivers keep on following that way and using that method, then, you know, it's not too bad. So I would say, why not give it a shot, and let's see at least what you can learn and how you can improve, even though you don't get the best results out there. But if you can actually make the best out of it and, you know, get out of it as a better driver, then it's all paid off.
Now, this is the most important race of the weekend so far for Danilo Albanese, because obviously he has witnessed his rival Giuseppe Palomba take 4 wins out of 4. He has now got to redress that balance and match him. He's got a good chance of doing that from pole position, as he got that in timed qualifying, of course, but Giuseppe Palomba has been unbeaten across all 4 races. To match that, Danilo Albanese has to take this race win, and that will set up the preview to the final tomorrow, because of course in tomorrow's race there's no choice. Danilo Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba will have to race against each other, and that's going to be the KZ2 race of the weekend so far.
Yeah, definitely the one we've been expecting for quite a while, ever since the day started. And Albanese and Palomba tight on points with 0 points. That's simple at the classification as it stands. And it will remain so if Albanese manages a 4th consecutive win as much as his fellow countrymen. But in the end, we will actually gain the 10 points valid and the pole position that goes with it for the final. This is an answer that we will be given only tomorrow with the last qualifying heat of this class. We have a couple of qualifying races left in the morning before the decorum is set for the afternoon's final. But as you said, Albanese needs the result. He knows that there's no room for mistake pretty much, and one of the strongest rivals will be the one starting alongside him on the front row, Sam Luyet, of course, the brother of Jean Luyet, that unfortunately cannot compete this weekend due to an injury to his ribs. If he's watching, if he's listening, of course, the best recovery to him. But he can be proud of the performance of his brother with a 2nd and a 3rd. Certainly one of the contenders, or the strongest contenders from Tony Kart that we can see this weekend. Pavaton Terry with also a 2nd and 2 3rd places will be one to watch, as well as Leonardo Masseglia. Unfortunately, we didn't have the best of start with a DNF due to mechanical failure, but he managed to recover from that, with a 3rd and a 2nd. So this is a pretty strong looking 2 rows at the front of this grid. Coming up in just a few moments, this is the last race, the last of 19 races we've been through today on Saturday. Once again, this is the calm before the storm, as we say, but we need to thank you once again for being with us today, as we got another big day coming up tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, and that will obviously kickstart at 9:25 on the live stream. Do join us for that, of course, 9:25 tomorrow, where we will have 3 KZ2 races, E versus F, C versus D, and A versus B. Then the 3rd and final KZ heat, followed by the Academy Trophy, the final pair of heats, and then the grids will be set for the final, with the first race starting up in fantastic style from 12. It's a long lunch break, I should point out, tomorrow. It'll be about a 2-hour pause, so we're going to have a very interesting run. So the KZ2 battle is coming up in fine style tomorrow, and it will be a very exciting run. But let's close out today with Danilo Albanese's charge to make it 4 out of 4. Sam Luyet on the front row alongside him, Pavaton Terry and Leonardo Masseglia, Brandon Nielsen and Arthur Carbonell from Jan Pocos and Martin van Leuven, then Marcus Kayak, Nikita Artemanov, Maxi Paul, Andrea Dale, Axel Bengtsson and Kasper Nadolski.
On row number 8, we will have Joey van Splutteren and Jean Luyet, unfortunately not with us, as Nicola Rossini and Fabio Rosati will be starting on row 9, followed by Matteo Zanchi, Valentino Fritsch, Alexandru Yanshu, Tanapongan Sutumno, Alvaro Garcia, Rodrigo Ferreira, Charlie Anderson, Paul Ribera, Warren Kim and Anna Lang. 27 drivers on track for the last 12 laps of the day. The last of the 19 qualifying races we went through for all 3 classes, and of course a big task at hand for Danilo Albanese. Will he be able to secure that 4th consecutive win and stay on points, stay on equal score with Giuseppe Palomba in the battle for pole position? This is a golden opportunity for Daniele Albanese, of course, but Sam Luye and as well as some of the other drivers in the field, of course, will have different plans in mind.
So it's going to be a tough one. The only driver not starting this race, of course, is Jean Luye, the Swiss driver, who was due to compete in the weekend, but unfortunately had some rib discomfort over the course of yesterday's second practice session and had to pull out of the practice session halfway through. They missed practice 3. They did qualifying in the hope that he could get a decent lap. He did get a relatively good lap, but unfortunately the pain was just too extreme, and for safety reasons, the Swiss driver decided to pull out. Danilo Albanese will line up alongside Jean Luye's brother. Sam Luye will be there on the front row of the grid, the other Tony Kart factory driver for KZ2 at the sharp end. 305, Paavo Tonteri. What can he do this time? Leonardo Marcellia, 4th position on the grid. Then it will be the 349 of Brandon Nilsson with Artur Carbonell. Time to go racing for the last time today. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be close. Let's race. Good start from Marcellia. He's going to blast through to 2nd position behind Albanese. A cracking start. And the 2 Kart Republic teammates are 1 and 2. Couple of slow starters, which mean the top 4 have broken ranks and break clear. A spin in the middle of the pack from one of the Birolats, I think, that's gone in the middle, and that has definitely caused a little bit of friction in the middle of the field as drivers are jockeying for position. The 302 in trouble in the middle of the pack there as well. That is rather unfortunate for Matteo Zanchi, who's not having a great start to his race either. So Matteo Zanchi has dropped right the way down the order, but out in front it is Albanese. Oh, 342 has gone into the wall. That's why there's been some confusion. That is Kasper Nadolski. So Kasper Nadolski has gone into the wall on the pit straight. Several other drivers struggling to get off the line in good nick. But how about this now? Leonardo Marcellia is going after Danilo Albanese. It could be civil war.
1 lap completed, and Albanese leading massively after just 1.3 kilometer into this race. Further back we have Tom Terry, just went past Sam Luye at the end of the opening lap. Sam Luye under intense pressure. Watch out for the move coming up. Yes, indeed. With Massiglia getting ahead of Danilo Albanese in turn number 3 and shutting the door, protecting his place in the hairpin of turn number 4. That was beautifully made and very early into this race, into lap number 2. There he is, Danilo Albanese, Massiglia, with the later one showing the first. Okay, here's my ambition. I want this win. I'm gonna go all the way for it, and you're having none of it.
Giuseppe Palomba just broke into a massive grin. He can sense that pole position could be his. All he needs to do is beat Albanese off the line tomorrow, and he could be pole position for the final, especially now Marcellia is in front of his teammate. But this is not a team sport in the same way that you get in other forms of racing. You can all race in the same morning. You can work together to find a good setup. But once you're out on the circuit, it's all for every man for himself as Albanese tries to get on Marcellia. Can't make it happen. Tonteri's now piling on the pressure to Albanese. This is not what Danilo Albanese wanted at all. He wanted to be away, gone and clear without any challenge at all. Marcellia is disappearing. Albanese is hot on defense with Tonteri, Luye, Van Leuven, Carbonell, Artemanov and Nilsson all piling in behind, trying to take it away from him.
And watch out for Tonteri, is very threatening indeed on Daniel Albanese in 2nd. Tonteri who had 2 third and a 2nd place as best result. Can he at least equal that or even doing better? Because victory might be up for grab if he stays within distance of Marcellia and Albanese in 2nd. Watch out for the battle for the lead as Marcellia who didn't have the best of start with the DNF, but still manages 2nd in the 3rd. And watch out for the move around the inside. There he goes back. Albanese around the inside, fights back and takes the lead. And watch out for Tonteri and Luye going side by side into turn number 4. But in 2nd place stays Marcellia, who actually manages to stay in front of Tonteri, who came very, very close in the process.
Right, Tonteri's going to want to make this move quickly. Marcellia is not a threat to his title campaign ambitions, but Albanese is definitely a thorn in the side because he'll want to get through pretty quickly. Here is the battle further back. This is Carbonell battling away with Martin Van Leuven, who is now in front, or at least was. Now Carbonell's got back through, so Brandon Nilsson is now hunting down the Dutchman. Martin Van Leuven in 6th position. Nilsson is 7th. Then it's Artemanov on the CBB Sports Sony kart. And Nilsson trying to get the move on the inside, and watch out as well for Marcus Kayak, who has fought his way through to 9th position, the Tony Kart factory driver in the KZ2 ranks. And then 10th place Maxi Paul on the SRP Maranello, trying to find his way forward. Very interesting battle. Sorry, Maxi Paul on the DR, I should say. And they continue to battle their way through. Andrea Dale is next up in 11th place. Former European KZ2 champion, don't forget. 12th place. Dana Pompangsa Tunnu, the best drive we've seen from him so far as a gearbox driver. The Biralat youngster from Thailand doing an excellent job in 12th place in front of Valentino Fritsch, a driver we are much more used to seeing up in the top 10 in KZ2. Albanese, though, is already starting to check out. He does not want Marcellia anywhere near him anymore.
And not only did he take back the lead, but he set this fastest lap just before, 48.8 for Albanese, trying to build on the gap, 4/10 of a second now on Marcellia. Busy, oh, watch out for the back, Martin van Leeuwen under intense pressure, and Brandon Nilsson just tried at least to get past the Energy Coaster driver, didn't manage to make this through. But this is the first attempt and maybe the first of others to come. Albanese has a confirmation, the fastest on track, pulling away as much as he can on Marcellia, fighting against Tom Terry. He's going to go defensive, and there we go, Brandon Nilsson, the teammate of Pavel Tom Terry on this one. He's going to try to go ahead of Martin van Leeuwen. This is a battle for 6th place potentially, as further back we have Atamanov, Kajak and Maximilian Paul running at the top 10. Going across the halfway point of this race, the last race of the day. 6/10 of a second now is the gap between Albanese and Marcellia. Further back, Van Leeuwen still under the pressure of Brandon Nilsson. Lee still in 4th. 5th place for Arthur Carbonell right now, and there goes through Brandon Nilsson, make that stick beautifully up into 5th place.
Martin van Leeuwen trying to get back on terms, and Nikita Artemanov is lining up a move of his own here as well, but Brandon Nilsson shutting that door nicely. Leonardo Marcellia just unable to handle the pace now of Danilo Albanese, who is now bagging in fastest lap after fastest lap, a 48.75 now for Danilo Albanese. He is absolutely rocketing away, and that smile that was on Giuseppe Palomba's face has now been washed away. He knows he's got to go up against him in a straight fight tomorrow from the front row of the starting grid of the 3rd and final KZ2 heat, which will be at 10 minutes past 10 tomorrow morning. That is going to be the battle royale of the weekend between the two unbeaten superstars of this weekend. I say unbeaten, there is still 4.5 laps to go, and Danilo Albanese is leading by 7/10 of a second, but he is disappearing. Here he is, he's just checking out in front of Marcellia. There is the gap, and he is already putting daylight between himself and his Italian teammate.
The battle of the Italians, of course, going the way of Danilo Albanese against not only Leonardo Marcellia on track, but Giuseppe Palomba in the scores as well. Tom Terry in 3rd, then Samuel Loyer, Arthur Carbonell, Brandon Nilsson, Martin van Leeuwen, Nikita Artamanov, Kajak and Maximilian Paul. That's the top 10 at the moment, as we completed 8 laps out of 12 into this race. You can see Brandon Nilsson, the 305, Pavel Tom Terry in 3rd place, trying to go around the outside to gain momentum into turn number 1, trying to get as close as he can to Marcellia. There's just 4/10 of a second between those two. The Car Republic driver, the 307 on your screen into turn number 4. But so far, Tom Terry hasn't been able really to get as close as he would like to get a launch or launch an attack for 2nd place, which would be equaling his best results so far into this weekend, but still a very strong series of results for Pavel Tom Terry, who's going to be certainly one of the drivers to keep an eye on until the end and the final of tomorrow.
So Leonardo Marcellia running as fast as he can around this course, but with 3 laps to go. Danilo Albanese definitely looks like he's hung on to this for as long as he wants. It's his race to lose now. Tom Terry 3rd position, Sam Lier P4 from Carbonell, Nilsson, Van Leeuwen, Artemanov, Marcus Kayak is there in the top 10 as well, as is Maxi Paul and Andrea Dale from Valentino Fritsch. So it's a very exciting battle to the end of the race here, but Danilo Albanese just keeps finding fastest lap. Here's the move on the inside. That was brave and well bailed out from Valentino Fritsch. He had to think about going past the former European champion Andrea Dale and thought, you know what? I quite like my front fairing staying on the kart, thanks very much. As Alexandru Iancu, I think that is, has parked his kart at the edge of turn 4. So Alexandru Iancu is out of the race as well.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for him, as he just completed lap number 10. The checkered flag is getting near, 8/10 of a second. Nothing to worry about in theory for Danilo Albanese on his way to a 4th consecutive victory into the qualifying heats of the KZ2 class. But Marcellia is going to give everything that he needs. The 307 on your screen, pulling away from Pavel Tom Terry. By the look of it, we're going to have the top 3 unchanged until the end. With in 4th place Samuel Leyer, Arthur Carbonell, Brandon Nilsson, Martin van Leeuwen, who's still 6/10 further back from Brandon Nilsson, I'm afraid, so there won't be much of a change. 3/10 Nikita Artamonov in 8th from Martin van Leeuwen. So this would be certainly the last heated moment of this race, about to be won by Danilo Albanese, even though Massaglia would have tried everything to prevent that from happening. Final lap for the 301. Car Republic chassis wearing those beautiful Italian colors from a recent victory, some sort of tournament I've heard of, my dear Jake, that is making the Italian colors shining on home, so that's for sure. Danilo Albanese on his last lap, on his way to another strong victory and a strong performance in front of his fellow countryman. Marsilia in 2nd, Tom Terry in 3rd, and Sam Louis will be crossing the line in 4th place in just a few moments. But this will be an incredible battle all the way to the end of those qualifying races. But who will start on pole in the KZ2 final? Will it be Giuseppe Palomba or could it be Danilo Albanese?
What a fantastic battle it's going to be tomorrow. Danilo Albanese out of the final turn. Giuseppe Palomba has been unbeatable, and now so too has Danilo Albanese. Set your alarms for tomorrow. The heat in the morning is going to be absolutely sensational. The fight between Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese for pole position in the KZ2 final on the occasion of the European Championship final is going to be biblically exciting.
Yeah, we couldn't be more excited for tomorrow. Join us, of course, tomorrow as well in the morning for the last qualifying races of the day. We're going to have a total of 6 qualifying races, 3 for the KZ2, 2 for the Academy, and 1 last for the KZ. A busy program in the morning and an equally and even more exciting program in the afternoon with the 3 finals, 1 per class, to crown this year's winner of the European Championship in KZ and KZ2, and have a clearer view of what the battle could be for the final round of the Academy Trophy with the 2nd final of the season. But before that, we're going to make a few calculations tonight with the very provisional classification, even though we have now a clear view of things to expect tomorrow, even though, as we said, qualifying heat is one thing, the final can be a different story in the end. But Danilo Albanese has made sure that he's going to be one of the drivers to keep an eye on, with 4 victories today. The 4th one here in front of Massaglia, in front of Paavo Tonteri, Samuel Louis in 4th, Arthur Carbonell running up in 5th, from Brandon Nilsson, Martin van Leeuwen, Nikita Artamonov, Marcus Kajak, Maximilian Paul, Andrea Dalle, Valentino Frisch, Napongan Saturno, Axel Bengtsson, and Fabrizio Rosati in 15.
Matteo Zanchi ahead of Charlie Anderson and Joey Van Splinteren. 19th place for Jan Pocos, the leading wildcard in front of Nicola Rossini, Paul Ribera, Rodrigo Ferreira, and then it is Alvaro Garcia, Warren Kim, and Hannah Lang. Alexandra Ianco retired from the race, as too, of course, did Kasper Nadolski and Jean Louillet. Tomorrow is Judgment Day. 2 European champions will be crowned, and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy will add its 2nd chapter to the mix. It's going to be very good in tomorrow's battle.
It's going to be very good, so make sure to tune in from tomorrow. We will be live for the first race at 9:25 past 9 local time, 9:30 the first race. 6 qualifying races in the morning, 3 finals in the afternoon, and as you said, the first European champions for KZ2 and KZ, the first titles of this year's season to be crowned.
Thank you very much indeed, Guillaume. We'll have a fantastic battle tomorrow here in Adria. It's sizzling hot, it's fever pitch, and tomorrow 2 European champions are going to be crowned. Who are they going to be? Your guess is as good as mine. Join us tomorrow at 9:25 European Standard Time.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.